Welcome back to Legalese 123, where we are covering cases across America. Hello, and welcome to Legalese 123. I am your host, Missy K. Let's go live on the Tickety Talk. Lindsay Clancy-Day 6. Hello, and welcome. Good morning, everyone. It is the morning of the 4th of August. I gotta put my seat down a little. 4th of August. I'll wait for everybody to come on. I'll actually also go live on Facebook too because nothing's going on. Let's see. Hi, Jen. How are you? Hi, your mom, Ashley, with an E at the end. Hi, everybody. How's everybody doing? We're just getting started. Lindsay Clancy trial, day 6. Nothing's happening. Court is not in session yet, so we're just waiting for people to come on. It is Tuesday. It's Tuesday, the 4th of August. I feel like it's someone's birthday today that I know of, and I don't know who that is. I think I know. It just popped into my head. There used to be a thing like, yeah, there we go. On Facebook, there was a thing that said birthdays. That's right. It is my niece's birthday. Send her a message. Hi, everyone. Hello. Just waiting for everybody to pop on, and then we'll kind of get started. Hi. All right. If you don't know who I am, my name is Missy K. That's my nickname. I bring you law cases that you know about, that maybe you do want to know, or maybe that you don't want to know. So, okay. Some of you are coming on and that know me. I have a question or an ask for everyone. First of all, Lindsay Clancy's, there's nothing going on. The court is not even in session, so you're not missing anything. All right. So a couple of people told me yesterday that I have a sound issue. So I am tasking some of my people who know me to, if I have a sound issue, please let me know. I don't want to blast you out. So right now my headphones are hooked up to my microphone and I feel like I'm talking softly, and this is kind of like my normal voice. So let me know once we get into it, and the video, I changed to a different feed today. So if you hear the sound of the court, and then I pause and I come on and like I'm really loud and you have to turn your volume down, let me know so I can kind of fix that. I obviously can't hear it. So that's my ask of you. So just, send me a message in the chat, whatever, if you feel like when I transition from the video to me and if I'm really loud, or vice versa, if the audio from the feed is loud. So, streaming is dynamic, being live is dynamic. And so it's a lot. Hi, everybody. Welcome in. If you don't know, today we are covering the Lindsay Clancy case, day 6. So welcome in. Nothing is going on. Court has not started. You're not missing anything. I come on at this time because I thought maybe we might have a little bit of Zoom room this morning, meaning if when they go to sidebar, or if they have something that they're going to talk about in the other areas, that we had a little Zoom room, but no Zoom room this morning. It'll be right on. So if you see me on TikTok, you see, look, I made my thing up here. Legalese 1, 2, 3. I made it. So he's like, what's your channel name? There. Here it is. You can see it. So yesterday was great. I really appreciate everybody's efforts and everybody coming in. You're not missing anything. I'll even show you. You're not missing anything. See, court is not doing anything. You're not missing anything. So I thought we would come on here and talk a little bit before court happens. So are they at sidebar? I didn't, to be honest with you, I just popped on and I'm just oh shoot, I am behind. Hold on. Okay. So I just popped on. You guys, oh, I see this. I see.
Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Remington. The Commonwealth is.
Oh, they're at sidebar. Wow, somebody's already better than me. Okay, let's see.
See counsel sidebar, please.
Okay, so they're at sidebar. That's why. Okay. See, you guys are great. What do I think the sidebar is about? Oh, they're probably fighting over something, right? Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Summer. Yeah, they popped on and then boom, they're at sidebar. Well, this court, I gotta tell you, this court is really, really weird to me. This court is really, really weird to me. Just the way that they do things. And you know how the judges say, oh, we don't want to waste the jury's time. You tell me, if you were a juror on this trial, you're there at whatever time. You have to be there, and court's supposed to start at 9 o'clock. And here it's like 8:30 or 9:30 and no court, right? Isn't that's just so bizarre. And the way that they handle things and stuff, it's just, I don't know. It's so weird. It's so bizarre to me. What are they fighting about? Well, it could be a couple of things. So one, they were supposed to talk about what's supposed to be put into evidence. So if you don't know, these two lawyers are working together. The prosecution and the defense are working together to get the evidence already to agree on evidence that's going to come in. And that's supposed to save a lot of time and a lot of energy. And then when it comes time for them to present it in court, then they're like, here's some evidence. Sorry, my cat is doing something. Okay, we're back. Okay, hold on just a second. So Facebook, I'm sorry. I have to yeet anybody on Facebook. If you're on Facebook, I'm sorry. I can't be on Facebook and be on this. If you want to join me over on YouTube, same channel name, Legalese 1, 2, 3. So bye-bye, Facebook. I'm sorry. Okay. All right, so they're back in court. Okay, and again, everybody, I need your help. Yesterday, I was told that the transition between me and the court, that I was too loud when I'm talking to you now, and that the court was really soft. So let me know in the comments whether or not I'm very loud or the court's very loud or what that is. I want to try to make a balance, okay? All right, here we go.
All right, thank you. All right. Yeah, what we're going to do at this point, Ms. Clancy, my understanding is that you, through counsel, have offered to stipulate to certain facts that would be introduced during the course of this trial. So what I want to do is just ask you a series of questions to make sure that you understand the effect of stipulating to these facts. So I'm going to just ask you some brief questions at this point.
Okay, I'm going to pause for just a second. I was right on the money. Again, so Kevin Reddington, remember, he keeps saying she stipulated to the facts. One, she stipulated that she did it, right? Number two, they stipulated that if she did it, then they need to just kind of like squash some of this continuous, repetitive stuff like that, what have you. So he's gonna ask her, so she has rights. He needs to ask her these specific questions, and then this will give us a glimpse into what they stipulated to. So therefore, perhaps maybe this trial might be shortened. They don't need all of these witnesses and all of these police people and all these people saying. So remember, Kevin Reddington yesterday was talking about, we've already stipulated to this evidence, Your Honor, the notebooks, all this stuff, and the way that they're presenting it is as if isn't already agreed upon. So let's hear what they have to say.
And then we'll kind of go from there. So if you could swear Ms. Clancy in, please.
No, she's not on the stand. She's still sitting at her at her defense table.
All right, Ms. Clancy, I have been shown a list or a summary of stipulations. It's been marked as exhibit or J for identification. So it's my understanding that you are requesting or offering to stipulate to certain facts. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And before I accept that, I got to make sure, ask you some questions, make sure that your decision to do so is voluntary, that you understand the
Okay, there we go. My mic is working there. Sorry, everybody. I had everything all set and ready to go this morning, and then now everything wants to just fall apart. I was prepared. I was prepared. All right, that's not what I want. I don't want that window. Hold on, everybody. I'm almost there. I'm almost there. There we go. All right. Okay, thank you so much for your patience. I appreciate you. Streaming is dynamic. I don't know. I changed a couple of things in settings and stuff because remember everybody was having like issues with hearing me and am I too loud, etc. So I tried to change some stuff and it didn't like it. So I apologize. Okay, we're back at it. Here we go. Lindsay Clancy's gonna to some.
All right. I make the following findings. I find that Ms. Clancy is knowingly, intelligently, voluntarily, and willingly entered into the stipulation of the facts that are contained and summarized in Exhibit J for identification. I find that she is competent to enter into this stipulation. I find she understands the consequences of entering into this stipulation. So accordingly, I now accept the proposed stipulation of facts. Thank you.
I just would like, Your Honor, for the record, to again reiterate the fact that we have not been contesting the government's case in chief, if you will, have been agreeing to evidence, and this stipulation basically relieves the government of having to bring in dozens, if not more, witnesses to prove chain of custody of blood, fluids, the bands, DNA, all of that. Rather than have days of testimony, this stipulation will avoid that. So that's why we're stipulating to it.
All right. All right. Commonwealth, anything else you want to add? Okay. All right. So, like I said, I have made those findings. I'm going to accept the stipulation that Ms. Clancy has agreed to and that the parties have agreed to, consistent with J for identification. Counsel, are we ready for the jury then? Any further?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Yes.
All right. Why don't we bring the jury in?
Bring the jury. Yay! Okay, so they're stipulating to the evidence, right? Remember, Kevin Reddington said this yesterday. He said, okay, Your Honor, all this evidence can come in. We don't have any problem with it. And so that means it'll be less time for the witnesses. What did you do? How did this happen? You took the blood to the person. So that might mean less witnesses as well as less time with each witness. So this trial could essentially be less than 8 weeks. So that's why I said 6 weeks. So it depends. And so I've been keeping track of how many witnesses we've had so far. The Commonwealth we're on witness number 32. Plus, I just saw this. If you haven't seen this, somebody posted a video and I reposted it on my TikTok this morning that Patrick Clancy changed his shoes. When he's walking into CVS, he has on a pair of brown shoes. When he's at the restaurant, he has on his tennis shoes. So those conspiracy theorist people out there that you think that there's some nefarious things happening with Patrick Clancy, just saying. We'll talk about it. All right, here we go.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, I got a little zoom room, so we're going to zoom. I don't know why I paused it. Okay, again, if I am too loud in comparison to the video, when I stop the video, I'm like, oh, there can be the thing.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything The Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, within for the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Okay, if I am too loud or the video is not loud enough, just, kind of let me know because I don't want to be screaming in your ear, okay? So, let me know in the comments. Plus, I just want to remind everybody that I'm also live on YouTube. If you want to see the video with me and you can do the same interactions, you can join me over on YouTube. Same channel name, Legalese123. Just wanted to put that out there for you if you wanted to watch along with me. You can still make comments and stuff as well on that as well. So here we go.
Before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
Well, good morning, everyone. Sun's out today, a little nicer weather for us. Hope it was nice for you coming in here today. So what I'm going to do is ask you those questions, as I always do, and then I'll go over a little bit the schedule, and then we'll return to the Commonwealth's case. All right. So the first question, everybody's probably got it memorized by now anyway, but let me ask it. Has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial? Last question, is there any other matter, serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case? Anybody needs to bring to my attention at this time? Again, thank you for following those instructions. Now, in regards to the schedule, if you remember, I said yesterday that sometimes we have to adjust on the fly, and it's going to be my call. Well, we may have to do that a little bit. All right. So today we're going to go through some cases. Now we may break a little bit early today. All right. And then tomorrow there is a matter I'm going to have to talk to counsel pretty much in the afternoon. So the thought is tomorrow. The plan for you should be pretty much 9 to 1. All right. And then the afternoon, I'm going to deal with counsel in regards to some other issues that will, I believe, keep this case going well on track. And that's kind of where we are. So I just kind of wanted to give you that update. So that's, like I said, the best we could do. Give you as much notice in regards to that. But you will not, I say we, you will not be sitting here tomorrow afternoon. We may be. And so with that, what we're going to do is continue with the Commonwealth's case. We're going to go back. Commonwealth, call your next witness, please.
Thank you. The Commonwealth would call Christina Carpio.
Okay, the microphone wasn't me, it was in court. Okay, while she's coming in, I just have to say, oh my goodness, when are we going to have court? When are we going to have, I don't know how long this trial is going to be, people. Don't ask me anymore. I don't know. The schedule is just bananas. I give up. Ooh, I like that blue dress she's got on. She's got a really nice blue dress on.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
All right. Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jury your first and last name?
Christina Carpio.
And can you spell your last name for the record?
C-A-R-P as in Peter, I-O.
And what do you do for work?
I am a general surgeon trained in trauma and critical care.
And where do you currently work?
I'm hired by Brigham, but I work at South Shore Hospital.
Can you tell us a little bit about your educational background?
I completed medical school and then went to general surgery residency for 5 years at Columbia Presbyterian. I then did 2 additional years of trauma and surgical critical care at Yale. And then I've been working for Brigham and South Shore Hospital since 2016.
And Explain to us how it is that you work for both Brigham and South Shore Hospital as a trauma surgeon.
Brigham has many physicians of all specialties who are at South Shore Hospital. At one point, I think there was a merger attempted between the two institutions. Either way, my salary comes from Brigham, but I work only at South Shore Hospital.
Okay, so that was kind of my follow-up question. Generally, your day-to-day work is at the South Shore Hospital in Weymouth?
That's correct.
And what kind of hospital, or what level hospital, trauma level hospital is the South Shore Hospital?
A level 2.
And so if there are cases that come in that need more acute care, are they generally sent over to a hospital in Boston like the Brigham?
Yes, depending, sometimes we get input from the subspecialists to guide that decision.
And as far as your role as a trauma surgeon, do you actually do surgeries at the South Shore Hospital?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to draw your attention to January 24th of 2023. Were you working at the South Shore Hospital that day?
Yes.
And what was your role that day?
I was the on-call surgeon. I was physically in the hospital working.
At some point in the evening hours, were you advised that a patient was being transported to the South Shore emergency room as a level 1 trauma?
Yes.
And so when you are advised of that level of trauma, or you're advised of a critical patient coming into the emergency department, what do you do?
There are guidelines for how quickly we have to be present in the emergency room. Because I'm also operating, at times I may be in the operating room when that notification happens.
So in this particular case, when a patient, a female patient by the name of Lindsay Clancy was coming into the emergency department, were you able to go down to the emergency department as part of the assessment team?
Yes.
And who were you working with from the emergency department in this case?
Dr. Kelly McDonough.
Now, is that a common thing that you collaborate with the emergency room doctors or
Our
nurses
favorite
and technicians
doctor,
in a
Dr.
situation
Kelly.
like this?
Yes.
Did you have information that came in through the EMS or the paramedics about the nature of the patient's condition?
I recall that we were told it was a fall of unclear mechanism from a height of about 20 feet.
And were you advised that there was the possibility of maybe neurological deficits or some serious spinal injury?
Yes.
And as a result of that information, did that inform your trauma assessment?
It was already activated as a level 1. That's the highest mechanism when there is concern for a height from a certain level, a fall from a height of a certain level, and with possible neurological injury.
So were members of the neurology department also part of that trauma assessment team?
No.
Okay. As far as your assessment, did you go and physically see the patient, make observations?
Yes.
And did you observe her in the emergency department to be intubated?
Shortly after arrival, she was intubated.
So that was done by the staff at South Shore Hospital, to your knowledge?
Yes.
And did you observe injuries to her neck and her wrists?
Yes.
Did you evaluate those to determine whether they needed an immediate surgical intervention?
Yes.
Did they?
No, they were superficial.
And as far as additional tests to assess whether there's any other surgical intervention that's needed, are you aware that CT scans were ordered?
Yes.
And are you aware what areas of the body they were ordered for?
We did a pan scan, which means we scanned the head, the neck, the chest, and the abdomen, pelvis.
As far as your physical observations of the patient, did you observe any obvious injuries to her head area, like abrasions, contusions, fractures?
There were lacerations to her neck.
Okay, but as far as the rest of her head or around her, like
Not
skull
obvious.
or
No.
face? And so when those CT scans were done, were you able to review the information that came from them?
Yes.
And as far as those CT scans, you're aware that there was a head CT scan or 2 head CT scans, one with contrast and one without.
Mm-hmm.
And were you aware that the findings, were there no definite acute intracranial findings on the non-contrast enhanced head CT?
Yes.
And there were no significant findings on the contrast head CT, correct?
The head CT with contrast was what we call an angiogram head and neck. So it's ordered in two parts and has two reports. At the time of the note or the documentation that was performed, we had the report back on the head section, but the neck was not completed at that time.
Okay. Was there eventually a completed angiogram of the neck area at South Shore Hospital?
The images were done, the report was completed. I don't know the timeline of when the report came in compared to when the patient was transferred.
So as far as your initial assessment in that trauma assessment period, or that wasn't information you had available to you about the neck findings, correct?
The angio neck findings, correct.
And that's different from other CT scans on the cervical spine and other areas of the spine. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's correct.
As the trauma surgeon evaluating this case, did you identify that there were some serious spinal injuries to the cervical and thoracic areas?
Yes.
Did any of those require you to intervene with surgical intervention?
No.
Do you recall making note that while in the emergency department, the patient became hypertensive and that she was identified as being hypothermic to 82.1 degrees?
I remember that she was hypothermic when I reviewed my documentation. The two numbers I saw in my note were normal values of blood pressure, not high values, not hypertension.
Okay. If I may approach you just with one of the pages from the notes, ready to review? You could just tell me if I'm misinterpreting.
Oh, no problem. Which part?
It's towards the bottom, the second to last paragraph.
Oh, she was hypotensive, which means low blood pressure, different from hypertension, which is high blood pressure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, not at all.
But as far as the hypothermic, that you recall that she was at a very low core body temperature.
Yes, that's correct.
And do you know what was done to raise her body temperature?
We raise the temperature in the trauma room to be able to raise her body temperature. That's usually our first line of intervention.
And do you also have available to you at the South Shore Hospital what's called a bear hugger or some sort of blanket or wrappings that you can wrap around an individual to try to get their body temperature up?
Yes, we have that.
And at some point, her body temperature did come up to 95.2 degrees, correct?
Yes.
And based on your observations of her, did anything change about those lacerations that you observed once her body temperature was up that warranted some surgical intervention of those injuries?
No.
What was the ultimate recommendation for the care of this patient?
She had complex fractures in her spine at the thoracic level. We conferred with our neurosurgery colleague who was on call, who recommended transfer to a tertiary hospital.
And so where did this patient go?
Brigham.
Now, you identified that your hospital is a level 2 trauma, correct?
Yes.
After fully reviewing this patient, did you agree that this was a level 1 trauma situation?
Yes.
Are you able to do surgical intervention for these particular injuries that you observed on this patient at South Shore Hospital?
The spinal injuries require input from our neurosurgical team.
And there was none available to you at the South Shore Hospital?
We did contact the on-call neurosurgeon. Because we are a level 2 trauma center, they are not required to be physically present in the hospital, but they were immediately available and they can remotely review images.
So I guess my question is, why didn't you do any surgeries regarding those injuries at South Shore Hospital? Why did you recommend the care to a tertiary hospital?
The complex level of spinal injuries was deemed necessary for transfer by our neurosurgery colleague.
Okay, thank you.
Reddington.
You can't hear me. How many times are we going to hear that the wounds were superficial and that when she was at South Shore, they didn't take care of them? And I've heard a couple of different things here and there. She has a spinal fracture, right? That's their number one concern. Her injuries she wasn't bleeding so much that they needed to take care of them. We get it. They weren't taken care of for a while until her other injuries were taken care of. We get it. I don't know how many more witnesses we need to say we didn't suture her up. You let me know if I'm being overly sensitive, but that's how I feel. Okay, we're going to continue.
Morning.
Good morning.
Just a few questions. So South Shore Hospital, and you made reference to as being a trauma hospital, and the injuries suffered by Lindsay were level 1. Is that what it was?
Yes, that's correct.
That would be the highest level. Is that right?
Yes.
As far as risk or concern of the person's safety and health and survival.
Yes.
What time, if you remember, what time approximately was she admitted to South Shore Hospital?
The word admission means that she would have remained there as a patient, so she was never formally admitted.
Okay.
For the time that she was brought in by EMS, I would have to refer to that information from the record.
Do you have an idea as to how long she was at your hospital?
Likely several hours, but again, I would have to see the specifics in the charts of there is documentation
Right.
with EMS for arrival and for when transfer occurred to Brigham.
Okay. And at some point, it was decided that she would be transferred to Boston, right?
Yes.
Brigham and Women's Hospital.
Yes.
And it was decided by someone that they weren't going to put her in an ambulance for that transport, right?
I would have to look at the record for what was the method of transfer to Brigham.
Do you know how she was transferred? By helicopter? Med flight?
I don't know, because MedFlight can also, MedFlight covers 2 modes of transportation, MedFlight ambulance and MedFlight helicopter.
Do you know that she was med flight helicopter to Boston?
I don't know that.
And the time that she left was after you all had provided the treatment that you were able to provide to Lindsay as a patient, right?
Yes.
And you reached the end of your rope. She had to be transferred because she needed immediate high-level medical care, right?
She needed higher level of care. Yes.
Higher level of care. And as a result, she was then brought to Brigham and Women's Hospital. Now, the treatment that you had given would include raising her apparently temperature, I guess, because she came in at a low temperature, right?
Yes.
And did you use IV fluids?
I would have to check the record, but that is a
Did
common
she-
intervention.
So your memory would be that you believe that you used IV fluids, but you'd have to have me get out of the box and check the record to ask that question, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. It didn't really work out very well, though, did it? Because you know that when she was brought to Boston after all of the time that she was treated at your hospital, she was still core temperature of 82 when she hit Brigham and Women's.
No, allow it if she knows.
I did not look at the medical record from another institution. I only reviewed my note from South Shore Hospital.
Did you know that your patient had coded shortly after being brought to Brigham and Women's Hospital?
No.
Did you know that she had to have massive transfusions right after being brought to the hospital in Boston?
No.
Did anybody in South Shore Hospital make a determination that she had lost a lot of blood?
There was, the EMS report did not share that there was a large volume of blood at the scene. She was evaluated part of her CAT scans also help us evaluate for intra-abdominal blood loss.
Okay, so when you raise the issue of the EMS, that would be the ambulance, right?
Yes.
And their report, their run sheet, they prepare, right? That's what you're talking about, right?
There is verbal report from EMS when the patient is brought in and also the run sheet of the details.
Okay. And when the people from the EMS came in, did they speak to you about the verbal report?
They address the entire room, so all the staff in the room
Okay.
is available to hear the details.
And you're able to look at the run sheet, correct?
No, the run sheet is not always immediately available.
So did the EMTs, to your knowledge, as a treating surgeon physician in the trauma center, tell you that there was blood loss?
Not to my recollection.
Did anyone tell you that at the scene where she was being treated after coming out of the window and striking the ground, that there was blood on the snow and on the leaves and in the grass?
I cannot recall if they commented on that.
Is that important for you to know if there's blood loss on a patient?
If there is a large volume of blood loss, yes, the EMS will routinely comment on a patient being found.
Yeah, but that's the EMS. You're the surgeon, right?
That is correct, sir, yes.
Yeah, and one of the things would be blood pressure, right? What the person's blood pressure is, correct?
Yes.
And she had, if I understand your testimony correctly, low blood pressure.
She initially, when she came in, the note has a normal blood pressure, and then after intubation, her blood pressure dropped.
Okay. Do you know what caused the blood pressure to drop?
There were several factors at play. As we discovered from her CAT scan, she had an injury to her spinal cord in the thoracic region that very commonly causes issues with maintaining your blood pressure.
And do you know what her blood pressure was? I mean, if you don't, that's fine. You need the records.
Blood pressure at which point?
At the point I'm asking you about, when you noted that she had low blood pressure.
No, I don't remember how hypotensive she was, no.
As far as being hypotensive, did you know that when she finally hit the Boston hospital that she had massive transfusion of blood?
I thought I asked and answered.
Oh, did you?
You asked me before and I answered that no, I did not know that.
Okay. So how about, did you know that they introduced pleural tubes in both sides of her chest and removed many, many cc's of blood from both the right and left pleural cavity?
No, I just object to the line of question. The witness has already indicated she hasn't reviewed those records. She's not aware of what happened at the Brigham. Go through each and every injury is not a...
Oh, she can answer that.
No, I do not know that about the patient when she was not at South Shore Hospital.
How about the superficial cuts that you were talking about? Would you suggest or would you agree that on the right ulnar area and the left ulnar area of the upper extremities, right and left, that there were a deep cut noted in the skin?
The notes about her wrist injuries said that it was through the skin with exposed fat, but there was no exposed muscle or tendon. So
Okay.
those are more superficial.
So you would not agree that they were deep cuts on both arms? You wouldn't agree with that?
No, I would not.
And again, you're not aware of anything that was diagnosed in Brigham and Women's Hospital, right?
That is correct.
As far as the injury to her spine, what kind of injury was it? Do you remember?
It was at thoracic level T5, T6.
And what type of injury was there to the spine?
The report said that the stability of the pattern of it indicated that there was instability of the spine, which is why we conferred with the neurosurgeon.
Right. And nothing much came out of that either, as far as conferring with the neurosurgeon, right?
I'm not sure what you mean by nothing much came of
Well, you
that.
didn't show up to come to the hospital, right?
We didn't. I'm not sure.
Okay, the spine was transected at T5, T6, right?
The team, or rather the input you would need for further commentary on the spine would be a neurosurgery team. I am not a neurosurgeon. I am a general surgeon.
So you're not aware of the transection. You know what a transection is, don't you?
Yes.
Okay. And on your CAT scans or on your pictures that you were describing for the jury with no problem for the DA, did you notice that the spine was transected at T5 and T6?
There was compression of the bones. I would have to specifically look at the report to see if it used the word transection.
Okay, how about a thyroid? Did you notice anything about a thyroid?
It said that there was edema at the thyroid, concern for contusion or laceration.
And that's the extent of your knowledge. You don't know whether or not the thyroid was destroyed or anything, do you?
Correct.
Okay. How about her ribs? You notice that some of her ribs were broken.
I would have to look at her CAT scan report again.
Yeah. So coming in here today, you're not aware whether or not she had broken ribs because you haven't been able to look at your records. Is that right?
I did review my records. I would have to specifically state into the record what was the injuries. I would be happy to read from my note, which I know is part of the evidence.
Yeah. So who is it that decides that a patient is going to be med flighted into Boston from South Shore Hospital?
Some of it depends on the level of injury and the transport teams that are available at that moment. Sometimes a med flight ambulance is faster. Sometimes med flight is available. It all depends on the available resources at the time of the event.
So what I asked you is who decides whether or not somebody's getting med flighted out of South Shore Hospital?
Is collaborative between what resources are available for us to transport the patient. The decision to transfer the patient is made between the emergency room team and the trauma team, and
So
the
you
input
as the-
from the
Go ahead.
subspecialist.
Let her finish.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
I didn't know she was still talking. Go ahead.
I finished, sir.
All right. So you as the trauma surgeon, would you agree that you had a little bit to do with whether or not she was in dire straits and had to be med flighted to Boston?
I would be part of the decision to transfer her.
Do you remember that decision being made, and do you remember the meeting that you had to make that decision?
I remember conferring with the emergency room team that neurosurgery had said she needed transfer.
And it was by med flight, right? You
Again,
don't know whether it's an ambulance or a helicopter, but you know it was med flight.
It should have been med flight, yes.
Okay, that's all I had.
Commonwealth, any redirect?
Just very briefly, doctor, it was very clear to you that this patient was suffering from multiple injuries.
Yes,
And is it the policy of the South Shore Hospital to make sure a patient is stable before they're transported?
yes, that's correct.
And so that's what the emergency team and the entire team that's collaborating on her did, right?
Yes, correct. We would not put an unstable patient in any mode of transport to another facility.
So in the review of all the CT scans, the abdominal scans, the head scans, the chest x-rays, all of the things that were reviewed, it was identified that she was stable enough to be
So
transported to
I'm
another
going to
facility.
object because I think she's a
Yes,
hostile witness, and this is leading, which I haven't objected to yet, but at this point I am on this witness.
I'll allow this question. Okay.
Sorry, what was your answer?
Could you repeat the question, please?
So after reviewing all of the imaging, the CT scans, the chest x-rays, everything, you and your team were comfortable that she was stable enough to be transported to another hospital, correct?
Yes,
And I think your testimony was that a large contributor to the decision to transport was the information that you got from the neurosurgery team.
yes.
Thank you, nothing further.
Anything on that, Ms. Brington? All right, thank you, doctor.
All right, thank you, sir.
Oh my gosh. Oh, I feel so bad for this doctor. So I know that some of you are like, okay, he's asking her questions that she can't quite answer. Remember, I keep telling you these people are testifying to things that so yes, she needs to review her notes. Yes, she probably reviewed her notes, but he's asking her some things that she may not have any indication. Like he's asking her about the spinal injuries. She's like, I'm not a neurosurgeon. And so she's trying to be careful about what she says, right? A level 2 hospital would not be able to do the surgery that is required on her. Yeah, so she had to be transferred. So I think what's happening, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, I think what's happening is that Reddington wants some information to come in through this witness, and this witness can't give it. It's the same thing that happened with Dr. Kelly yesterday, and Dr. Kelly wasn't giving us anything, right? So we all know South Shore hospitals, and they're not going to give you anything. So don't ask them any questions, right? Yeah, when she left the hospital, she has no idea what another hospital would do. And again, I keep telling you that they're testifying. Do you know about this? A situation that happened somewhere else. And they're like, no, but he keeps trying to get her to answer the question. And he's quite combative with her. And I mean, I'm here for it because it's the tea and it's kind of funny. But I feel bad because then she comes across as like being evasive, and she's not. She just doesn't know. And then like he barrages her. Okay, so why do they have their notes in front of them? So if you're an expert witness, you're supposed to rely on your review of the notes and your memory. Yes, he could easily give her the notes, but it could take time, and he doesn't want to do that. What he wants to do is he wants to sort of catch them off guard. I know that this sounds weird. He wants to catch them off guard so he can kind of like get them to ask questions or speculate things or say something that they might not know about. And as you saw, Kelly yesterday was not falling for it. She's like, nope, I don't know. I'm not going there. So that's what he's trying to this is a cliche, but he's trying to make fetch happen. He's trying they're all hung up on the superficial wound thing. Prosecution says that they're superficial. He's trying to say that they aren't. And he's trying to figure out who's going to give him that answer. Yeah, I like how the doctors are standing their ground. Absolutely. They can only testify to what they did. And remember, doctors can be sued if they say something that they're not supposed to say. So I don't know. I don't see her as evasive. I just see her as, listen, I'm trying to answer your questions, I just can't. So all right, thank you everybody for joining. Make sure to do the likies, the followies, the subscribey things. I'm on different platforms. And just to let you know, if you are on TikTok, hi Kimberly. Yes, Christina, they are suing the hospital. Oh, I don't know if they're suing the hospitals. Lindsay and Patrick are suing the hospitals of those that the other doctors were involved with, like Jennifer Tufts. She was at Astor Medical, so she's suing them, but she's not suing the hospitals that she's in right now because they didn't do anything. So if you're on all of the places, if you're on TikTok, you can use your phone and you can tap to make it rain hearts. That would be really good. That'll push the content out. Yeah, so you're right, Charity. This is supposed to be centered around her medical thing. And Charity, I don't know if you just saw about the earlier this morning they had a big kerfuffle that they were at sidebar that Reddington wants them to stipulate to all the evidence that's coming in, and they really Reddington just wants to focus on the medical part of it, and as reference to what medication she was taking and how that interacted with her and how she did what she did. The civil cases, FYI, so I'm waiting for this trial to be over with, and we will do a deep dive on the civil cases. I have all the motions. And by the way, if you haven't heard this already, I told you this, I told some people already, we know, just put this in the back of your mind, we know that Lindsay Clancy has a case, and why? She's being represented by Rosemary Scapicchio. Put a 1 in the chat if you know who Rosemary Scapicchio is. And if you don't, then I'll tell you who Rosemary Scapicchio is. Rosemary Scapicchio does not take on cases that she does not think that she could win. Just FYI. So she's a high-profile Boston attorney, and she we'll get into it. So once this case is over, I have all of the motions for Patrick's civil case and Lindsay's case, and we'll do a deep dive. We'll go over the motions. The motions tell you everything. It's the civil cases that Patrick and Lindsay have against all for medical malpractice. I don't know what the cap is on the state for malpractice. We'll do a deep dive for everybody. So don't worry. We'll get into it. And that's where everything is, just to let you know. So we'll go into it because I think Patrick's was filed earlier this year and Lindsay's was filed just in June, just FYI. So, I just saw briefly bits and pieces. I did not read it because I don't want to be influenced in this case. So just wanted to let you know. All right, we're going to continue on. Write your comments and stuff. I'm going to mute my mic and we're going to continue on. So that was 32. We're on 33.
All right, Commonwealth.
Commonwealth would call Joseph Rabbit to the stand.
By the way, they're calling Joseph Rabbit. I thought I was wrong when the guy said his last name was Rabbit. I thought I was wrong, but apparently not. I believe this is a police officer.
Come on, sir. You stop right here, raise your right hand first. Please.
All right, good morning, sir.
Morning, Your Honor.
Sure, sure.
Your first and last name,
Lieutenant Joseph Rabbit, R-A-B-B-I-T-T.
and where do you work?
The Massachusetts State Police, currently assigned to the Cybercrime Unit.
How long have you been with the state police?
Since March of 2012.
And I'm going to draw your attention back to January of 2023. What was your assignment then?
I was a trooper assigned to the State Police Detective Unit for Plymouth County.
And do you recall how long you were a detective or trooper assigned to the detective unit in Plymouth County, approximately?
From February of 2017 to September of 2024.
I'm going to draw your attention to January 24th of 2023. Do you recall being involved in an investigation in the town of Duxbury that day?
I do, yes.
And do you recall where you went in Duxbury or where the investigation was unfolding out of?
I first went to Jordan Hospital, or Beth Israel Deaconess, Plymouth.
Okay, and so you didn't initially go to 247 Summer Street, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say you weren't the case officer in this case?
That is correct.
And your experience working with the detectives unit, fair to say when an investigation or a death investigation is ongoing, kind of it's all hands on deck and everyone's kind of directed to do different things, correct?
That is correct.
And so in this circumstance, you were asked to go to the Beth Israel Deaconess or the old Jordan Hospital here in Plymouth, correct?
Correct.
Why did you get asked to go there?
Because 3 children have been transported there.
And so were you assigned to just go and check in on the status of the kids and what was going on at that hospital?
Checking on the status and have any potential victims documented by crime scene services.
And so while you were at the hospital, you did have the occasion to speak with Patrick Clancy, correct?
I did, yes.
And after you left the hospital, did you go to 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
I did, yes.
And are you aware that other members in your unit had obtained a search warrant for that home?
I was, yes.
And so when you arrived at 47 Summer Street, were you there to assist with the execution of the warrant?
I was, yes.
And part of the warrant execution, is it fair to say that everyone's kind of asked to look at particular areas and search for potential evidence related to the offense?
That is correct.
Fair to say this search warrant was executed shortly after the incident occurred?
Fair to say, yes.
And so did you and other investigators have limited information about what had happened?
Yes.
At the home, were you in the kitchen area assisting with the search?
I was, yes.
And I'll show you what's already been marked. Exhibit 144, if you could look at the screen. Are you familiar with that photograph or what's depicted in that photograph?
I am, yes.
And is that the kitchen area at 47 Summer Street?
It is, yes.
There on the early morning hours, I would say, of January 25th.
I was, yes.
And so fair to say you made observations while you were there, right?
Correct.
And what was an observation that you noted to other investigators in that kitchen area on the island?
A CVS bag.
Okay. I'm just going to show you exhibit number 40. That's a little bit of a closer view of the bag, correct?
That is correct.
And how about this larger paper bag? Did you observe that as well?
I did, yes.
And I'm going to just approach you with what's been already marked as exhibit 31. Is that also familiar to you?
It is, yes.
Is a receipt that was on with that bag?
Correct.
And fair to say all of these things, the CVS bag, the receipt, were noted and certain things were collected, including the receipt, exhibit 31, and the CVS bag.
Correct.
Do you recall what was inside the CVS bag?
I believe it was a bottle of Pedialyte.
You also observed other areas of the kitchen, correct?
Correct.
And so there was a particular cabinet in the kitchen. Did you open a cabinet and discover something that stood out to you?
I did, yes.
And what was the cabinet and what stood out?
An upper kitchen cabinet with medication bottles.
Okay. And fair to say that was pointed out and documented as well.
It was, yes.
If I may approach.
You may.
First photograph, is that familiar to you?
It is, yes.
And that's the cabinet that you opened and saw the items inside?
Correct.
And I'm just going to show you a second photograph. Is that fair to say just a closer of those top shelves?
It is, yes.
And what particularly stood out to you about the medication in that cabinet? Was it the spices or the generic medications or something else?
The prescription medications.
I would go through these as the next two exhibits.
They may be admitted.
It's the 52 and my 53. So just showing you now on the screen. Exhibit 152, and that's just the cabinet open, and there's looks to be like an air fryer below it, correct?
Correct.
And now showing you 153, which has those top two shelves. And it's the very top shelf has the prescription bottles, correct?
Correct.
What did you do with the prescription bottles?
I placed them on the island and notified other members that were searching so they could be photographed by crime scene services.
So I'm just going to show you another photograph. Is that fair as to placing those bottles on the island?
It is, yes.
All right, it may be admitted.
And how many bottles were there?
There were 4.
I'll approach you with a bag. Take a look at what's in the bag. Do those appear to be the 4 bottles that were in the cabinet?
They do, yes.
I would move to this is the next exhibit.
They may be admitted.
Exhibit 155.
Thank you.
Now, other than pulling these 4 bottles out of the cabinet, lining them up on the counter, and asking crime scene to photograph them, did you do anything further with these pills as far as inventorying them or examining them?
I did not, no.
And when a search warrant is executed, fair to say there's usually an evidence officer who kind of documents everything and collects everything to take back either to the crime lab or to the state police office.
That's correct.
Now, in addition to assisting with the execution of the warrant on January 20, the early morning hours of January 25th, were you asked to do something else on this case on February 6th of 2023?
I was, yes.
And on that day, did somebody come into the state police office at the district attorney's office with some information or evidence?
They did, yes.
Who was that came in?
Mr. Patrick Clancy.
And was he with an attorney, somebody by the name of David Meyer?
Yes.
And what did they bring to the state police?
Bottles of medication
How was it transported to the state police, or how did you receive it?
in a CVS bag.
just going to show you a photograph. Is that familiar to you?
It is, yes.
And this is fair as to the bag that was provided to you on February 6th.
Yes.
It may be admitted.
When Mr. Clancy and Attorney Meyer brought that bag in, did you do something or ask somebody to do something to memorialize what they were bringing to you?
Yes, I asked crime scene services to digitally document them.
And so the photograph I just showed you of the bag, that was done by a trooper from Crime Scene Services that came to the office.
Yes.
Do you recall who that was?
I believe it was Trooper Rostoffers.
And fair to say that with the crime scene trooper present, you also examined the other contents in the bag, correct?
That is correct.
And there was a blank greeting card, some paperwork, and a kind of insert for CVS. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Just show me one more photo. Is that the other items that were in the bag other than the medication bottles?
That is correct.
That may be admitted.
And again, as to the medications in that bag, when you saw that there were prescription bottles there, did you present them so that they could all be documented?
Yes,
And did you then inventory or examine each of the bottles?
I did, yes.
And is it fair to say that Patrick Clancy had indicated that the bag was in his truck and that he was bringing them to the state police as a result of everything that occurred on January 24th?
I can't recall where he said he got them from, but that is why he was bringing them in.
And I'm just going to approach with what's previously been marked as exhibit number 2. You want to take a look at that before we go through it. Does that appear to represent all the bottles that were provided to you on February 6th?
It does.
And that's 9, correct?
Correct.
Now, just as far as each bottle, just one moment.
Oh, we're gonna go and take out every bottle. Wasn't this already admitted? You see, so when you say that Kevin Reddington is like trying to move things
So
along,
when you are tasked with tracking or inventorying particular items like this that come in, what do you do?
Count out how many capsules or tablets are in there, the date that it was filled, and the amount left in the bottle, and the amount that it said should have been there when filled.
Okay, and so referring first to this bottle that's labeled lorazepam, 1 milligram. Fair to say it says date filled 10/26/22, correct?
Correct.
And it says that originally it was filled with 30, quantity 30.
Correct.
And you counted what was left in this particular bottle, and there were only 14 pills left in that bottle, correct?
Correct.
And so the next one, the bottle labeled sertraline, brand name Zoloft, filled on 9/15/22, quantity 30. Did you count how many pills were left in this bottle?
I did, yes.
And fair to say there's 23 left.
Correct.
Now, buspirone, there were in fact 2 bottles labeled buspirone, correct?
That is correct.
And one of them with a date of 10/26/22 date filled quantity 30. You counted how many pills are in this bottle, right?
Correct.
And there were 28 pills left in this bottle.
That is correct.
Hydroxine filled on 10, 26, 22, quantity 30. You counted how many pills were in this?
That is correct.
And fair to say there were 27 left in that bottle.
Correct.
Clonazepam filled on 11, 25, 22 with 14 pills in the prescription. You counted how many were in this bottle?
Correct.
And there were actually 11 and a half, correct?
That is correct.
Fluoxetine filled on 11, 21, 22 with 56 in the prescription. You counted how many were left in this bottle?
I did, yes.
And there were 43.
Correct.
Correct. The second bottle of lorazepam that was 0.5 milligrams filled on 11, 222 with, it says 40 on the bottle, right?
Correct.
You counted what was left in this bottle and it was 18 and a half tablets.
That is correct.
And the second bottle of buspirone filled on 11, 9, 22, quantity 30. There were actually 30 in this bottle. Is that fair to say?
Correct, yes.
And trazodone filled on November 16th, 2022 with a prescription for 30. You counted that there were 22.5 pills left in this bottle. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then once you identified and counted each and every one of the pills in these bottles, you handed this in for evidence.
That is correct. Thank you.
All right, cross, counsel?
Yeah, it's repetitive testimony.
On the pills that you just counted, or you went through the bottles that you seized, first of all, there's no doubt that you guys were executing a search warrant, right?
That is correct.
And to have a search warrant, you have to have a reason to seize something from a citizen's person or their home, right?
That is correct.
You have to have probable cause is what it's called, right?
Correct.
And then you have to itemize what you want to have the authority to seize, right?
Correct.
So I take it that when people went in executing the search warrant, that you had authority to seize the medical pill bottles that we've just gone through.
Correct.
And that was set forth right in where it says you're therefore commanded. One of the things that you're entitled to seize would be prescription medication, right?
Correct.
And that would be on January 25 of 13 that this affidavit was submitted to the clerk in this court, right?
Correct.
At 3 o'clock in the morning, warrant was issued on January 25, right?
I didn't write it, but that sounds about right. That sounds right.
All right, but do you recall what time you went into the Clancy home to execute the warrant or serve the warrant?
It was early morning hours, yes.
All right. So early morning hours, you're in there to look for, among other things like computers and things, seize any medication bottles that you saw.
Correct.
So it's not that it's a random search that some police officer just happened to grab bottles that he or she saw. There was a specific intent to seize prescription medication, correct?
It was on the affidavit, yes.
Can you
And
guys
that's
guess
what
where
you
he's
all did
going
when
with
you
this?
went in to try to
Put it in the
execute
chat.
warrant and
What
seize
did
the
you ask?
items, right?
I mean, for myself, what I found in the kitchen is what I seized, yes.
So were you the officer in charge of the warrant execution?
I was not, no.
Okay. Did you leave the kitchen and go elsewhere?
I did, yes.
And where did you go?
I believe I went to one of the children's bedrooms because somebody informed me there was a Nest camera in there.
A camera?
Yes.
Okay. Did you go anywhere else, if you recall?
Not that I can recall.
Did you go in the master bedroom?
I can't recall if I did.
Do you recall whether or not anybody in your presence or anybody went into a drawer a nightstand and looked in the drawer and saw an Apple Watch, a bunch of pills, night things to use to assist your sleeping, things of that nature. Do you remember anybody doing that?
I don't know if anybody did or not.
And there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 prescription bottles that were seized. Have you ever seen these?
I have not, no.
So you went through the pill count on the bottles for the district attorney, and you did that when you did inventory, apparently, of these pill bottles that you already talked about, right? For the DA, she asked you to look and tell us how many pills were missing, right?
I did that for the ones that were turned in.
Right. And nobody ever looked at these bottles, right?
I don't know if they have or not.
If I understand correctly, lorazepam, as counsel asked you, the dates that these scripts were written, the lorazepam, as you indicated, was October 26th. The buspirone was same date, October 26th. The hydroxyzine was October 27th. Flanazepam was into November 25. Fluoxetine was November. Lorazepam was the beginning of November, November 2nd. Buspirone. These were all pills that were issued on prescriptions in about a 3-week period of time. Is that correct?
Yeah, whatever the dates are when they would have been
Okay.
prescribed.
Would you say that Patrick Clancy was very cooperative with your investigation? Anything you needed, he was pretty much there to try to help you out?
I mean, I think I only dealt with him at the hospital, but he was very forthcoming.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have, sir.
Como?
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor.
Okay, absolutely. You nailed it on the head. Why they missed the draw, right? They missed the drawer, the nightstand, all those medication. What's the big deal there? And you stated that, you know, he's trying to prove that there were a lot more pills that she took that they didn't know about. Exactly. Great observations. Good job. And I think it's important. I think it's important that they bring it up. So, yep. Okay, we are on witness number 34.
Good morning.
Morning.
All right, counsel.
Thank you.
Oh, everybody.
Good morning.
You know who this is? Hey, let me know in the chat before she comes on. Do you guys know who this is? And if you know already and you're watching, and I paused, it's Miss Hartnett. She doesn't have her glasses on. If you know, you know. Hartnett is the crime scene tech who went to Karen Reed's. She went to the Sally Port at Karen Reed's. She took the apparent hair. She took the glass that was off of the bumper of the car, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, yes, Apple user. We talk.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Jane Hartnett.
And how are you employed? What do you do for work?
I'm a forensic scientist too in the criminalistics unit as well as the crime scene response unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
And how long have you worked for the crime lab?
Approximately a total of 10 years.
And what are your general responsibilities as a forensic scientist too?
In the criminalistics unit, I examine items of evidence for the possible presence of biological fluids such as blood, semen, and saliva, and those items would include clothing, weapons, or sexual assault kits, among other items. I also collect and identify trace materials such as hairs and fibers. I perform damage analysis on clothing and collect gunshot residues.
Do you have to undergo some specific training and education in order to perform those tasks at the crime lab?
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree in biology as well as a master's degree in forensic science. In addition, I received approximately 9 months of training in the crime laboratory as well.
Do you have to take proficiency or competency tests on a regular basis?
Yeah, so a competency test is taken after each module in the training. They address certain things like blood identification, semen identification, and after each of those modules, I took a competency test to move on to the next portion of the training. Yearly, I also take multiple proficiency tests in biological fluid identification, as well as trace identification and crime scene response.
I'd like to talk a little bit first about the crime scene response. So you, as a forensic scientist, are a civilian, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you often work in tandem with a trooper from the crime scene services section?
Yes, generally I work alongside law enforcement as well as crime scene services when processing a crime scene.
And when you go to a crime scene to process with the crime scene response unit, what's the goal, or what are you looking to do there?
My focus generally is on biological evidence, such as blood, semen, saliva, as well as documentation through sketches and diagrams.
And the trooper from the crime scene services section that is usually there, the law enforcement, are they also documenting the scene as well and reviewing those same areas, but through photographs?
Yeah, so I can't speak for all of their responsibilities. I do know they take photographs, video, and they also take their own diagrams on occasion.
Now, in addition to locating biological evidence, do you sometimes perform what's called screening tests at crime scenes?
Yes, I do.
And what are the common screening tests that you can do at a crime scene?
I perform screening tests for blood as well as screening tests for semen, depending on the case history and what the forensic relevant evidence is.
And does that help inform you on what to collect from a crime scene sometimes?
Yes, that's correct.
Fair to say, if there's a large pool of blood on a floor, you can't collect that all and take it back to the lab, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So how do you collect a sampling of it in order to then later process something like a red-brown stain or some sort of biological spot or stain that you observe?
Depending on the substrate on which the biological fluid is located, I'll take a swabbing of the item, which is generally something like a Q-tip to swab up the stain. Or if it's on a soft surface, I could potentially take a cutting to preserve that biological evidence for future testing.
And in some instances, do you actually take the whole object if it's possible?
In some instances, yes, that's correct. We would take the whole object depending on what it is.
Okay. I'm going to draw your attention to January 24th of 2023. Do you recall being asked to come out with the crime scene response unit on that day or that evening?
Yes, I do.
And where was the first place that you went in this response?
I responded to South Shore Hospital, the emergency department.
And fair to say that Trooper Rose Stoffers was also dispatched to that location as well?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you make observations of a person who was identified as Lindsay Clancy at South Shore Hospital?
Yes, I did.
And did you observe her to have red-brown stains on her body?
I noted red-brown stains on her hands. I did not have the opportunity to examine her entire body. She was mostly covered with blankets and other types of medical equipment, but I did note red-brown stains on her hands.
And clearly she was there for some sort of treatment, right? So why was your focus on her hands as a crime scene response technician and a criminalist?
At that point in time, I was collecting samples from her hands for potential biological evidence relating to the crime. So when I noted the red-brown stains, I collected samples from her hands.
And while at South Shore Hospital, you are also aware that she had come into the hospital with clothing that was cut off, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that clothing was bagged up and collected?
Yes, I returned that clothing to the crime laboratory.
Who did you receive the clothing from? Do you recall?
I believe it was Trooper Dan Lawler.
At some point after being at South Shore Hospital, did you then respond to 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
Yes, I did.
Did you have somebody with you that day?
I had a forensic scientist trainee at that time.
Okay. At 47 Summer Street, were you directed to a particular area to examine first?
I first entered the home through the main floor and then was directed into the basement of the home.
And when you came into the basement, or I guess this could be true of when you respond to most crime scenes, is it the best practice to be one of the first in the home to examine the home as it is or the scene as it is?
Generally, crime scene services would enter first to photograph and video so that there's no personnel in those photos or videos. Then I would normally enter, or the crime scene response unit would enter next so that nothing is disturbed and that we can mark and test and collect evidence as is prior to the detective unit coming in. And then once our things are marked and documented, then the detective unit would also enter the residence.
So when you came into the basement at 47 Summer Street, did you observe some areas of the basement that were of significance to you as the crime scene response?
Yes, I did.
And did you observe a red-brown stain on the floor?
Yes, I did.
Once you observe it, what do you do with that stain?
I marked the stain using a piece of ruler tape, and I designated that stain as stain A so that I can properly refer to it in my report.
Okay, I'm gonna approach. Is that familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
Is that stain A that you just told us about?
Yes, that's correct.
That may be admitted. Thank you.
I'm showing you now on the screen what's been marked as Exhibit 158. Obviously, this appears to be on carpet, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
What did you do to collect sampling of that? Well, I guess, what is the first thing you did with that stain?
So once I marked it, I then requested it be photographed, and that is the resulting photograph from that request. I then performed a screening test for the presence of blood on that stain. The screening test was positive, and at that point, once I documented that result in my notes, I then took 2 swabs of that stain for further testing.
Now, when you're at a scene and you see something that is a red-brown stain, you don't refer to it as blood, correct?
That's correct.
And even after a screening test, you don't refer to it as blood, do you?
That's correct.
Those preliminary tests are just screens, and so what do you do to then later confirm it?
Once the swab is collected and then submitted to the lab, later when I'm assigned the case in the criminalistics unit in the lab, I'll then perform a confirmatory test on any swabs that they're interested in that need to be tested further.
And so as it pertains to the stain A, how do you take the swab? What do you do?
I apply deionized water to 2 Q-tips and apply it to the stain, and then the red-brown stain is then transferred to the Q-tips. I then package those, seal them, and enter them into our laboratory system and store them in a cold storage unit until they're ready to be further tested.
And fair to say with this particular investigation, the swabbing from that stain A on the basement floor was labeled as item 3-3 for this case.
That's correct.
Did you also go to another area of the house?
Yes, I did.
And what other areas did you go?
I went up to the master bedroom on the 2nd floor of the house.
Did you observe additional red-brown stains in that master bedroom?
Yes, I did.
And so again, when you observe stains, you then note them, mark them, document them, correct?
That's correct.
And how many stains did you document in the master bedroom?
4.
Okay. And again, just like the stain on the basement where you labeled A, do you kind of start over with the stains in the other bedroom, or do you continue to label them in sequence?
I continue to label them in sequence, so they were B through E.
Okay. So first, referring to stain B, do you recall where that was in the master bedroom?
That was on the floor of the master bedroom in between the bed and the mirror.
Let me show you the photo. And is that fair to say stain B?
Stains, yes, true, correct.
May be admitted.
Ms. Harden, showing you 159 on the screen. Previously, that's not one stain that was observed, correct?
That's correct.
But what did you do to collect, if anything, or screen this particular area of red-brown stains?
Sure. So in this particular case, based on the stains size and distribution, I consider them a related group of stains. So I tested one of the stains, performed a screening test for the presence of blood. That was positive. So then I collected 2 swabs from that stain, just like the other one as before.
Just showing you kind of another photographed that area. Is that familiar as well?
Yes.
Not sure if this is the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted.
And again, now showing what's been marked as 160, you've now testified that there was a grouping of stains. And so based on your observations of the grouping, you were able to identify that they appeared related.
That's correct.
How about stain C? Where was that located?
Stain C, I believe, was located on the mirror.
And just going back to 159, just for reference, can you see the bottom legs of the mirror in this photograph?
Yes,
So it was close to that cluster of stains.
that's correct.
Showing you another photograph. And does that depict the stain C that you noted on the mirror?
Yes, it does.
That may be admitted.
With what's now been marked as 161, stain C, again, would this be kind of a cluster of related red-brown stains?
Yes, based on their location and their shape, I collected one stain from that area.
Did you perform that same screening test?
Yes, I did.
And what was the results?
It was positive.
And did you then swab and collect from one of those stains as well?
Yes, I did.
Now, stain D, do you recall where that was in the bedroom?
That was on the windowsill.
Show you two more photos. And do those represent where you identified as stain D?
Yes.
I would ask these to do that as two, please.
They may be admitted.
And showing you 162 first. Fair to say that's the inside of the windowsill, correct? Inside the bedroom.
Yes, that's correct.
That night that you were there, did you make any observations of any stains on the outside of the windowsill?
Yes, each of those were documented through photographs.
Did you collect any swabbings from the stains on the outside of the windowsill that night?
No, I did not.
And just kind of showing you for the jury, 163, that's just a further close-up of some of the stains. And is that fair to represent the area that you tested for the screen and then later swabbed?
Yes, that's correct.
And stain E, do you recall where that was located?
That was located on the nightstand next to the bed.
The photograph, is that familiar to be stain E?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, that may be admitted.
And I'm just showing you another photograph of the outside of the house. Do you see staining that you observed that night on the outside?
Yes, I do.
And I would move to witness assistant.
All right, that may be admitted.
So first, exhibit 164. You observed several stains in that location.
Yes, I did.
And did you do the same thing as some of the other grouping of stains? Screen one area, collect a swab from one area?
Yes, that's correct.
And just now showing exhibit 165, if you can see at the top. There's a stain on the outside of the windowsill. Did you observe that on January 24?
Yes, I did.
But you did not swab or screen that stain? Correct?
That's correct.
Why not?
Generally, we don't collect every single stain from a scene. I organize the stains based on location, size, shape, distribution, and collected from multiple areas. And in this particular case, I knew there was a single bleeder in that area, so I collected from numerous stains, just not that particular one.
And in addition to that stain on the windowsill, fair to say you did observe some other staining on the outside of the house as well, further down the window and on top of the first floor window frame.
Yes, I did.
While you were out in the backyard, did you also observe staining or red-brown stains in the yard?
Yes, I did.
And did you do that same procedure of marking it, screening it, collecting a sample from it?
Yes, I did.
Just going to show you one more photograph. Just going to show that to you. Is that familiar?
Yes, it is.
I'm fair to say that was then documented as stain F.
Correct.
That may be admitted.
As far as the work that you did on the scene at 47 Summer Street on January 24th, fair to say it was limited to documenting these areas, swabbing these areas for the most part?
Yes, and I also collected a pair of pajamas and a pink bathrobe from the basement.
Were all of the swabbings and those items collected brought back to the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
Yes, they were.
Are you aware that there were other items that were collected within that home on January 24th that were also brought back to the State Police Crime Lab for further analysis?
Yes.
Moving to January 25th of 2023, did you go to the Brigham and Women's Hospital as part of the crime scene response, again, to see Lindsay Clancy, the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And you observed her at that location as well?
Yes, I did.
Did you take further samples from her?
Yes, I collected samples, swabbings from underneath her fingernails.
And then as far as your duties on this case with crime scene response, did you return back to 47 Summer Street on January 15th of 2023?
I believe I returned on June 15th.
I'm sorry, June 15th. Thank you.
Yes, I did.
And when you returned to the home on June 15th, did you go in the nighttime, the daytime?
I went during the day.
And again, with a crime scene response trooper or a crime scene services trooper?
Yes, correct.
What was the purpose of going back to 47 Summer Street on June 15th?
I was informed that additional testing was being requested on some of the red-brown stains that were noted on the exterior of the house up on the shingles they had not previously collected from. So I went back to see if I could potentially collect samples from those.
Is that something in your training and experience is possible to collect biological substances from something like a shingle months after the incident occurred?
It's possible. So if it's requested, we'll certainly go out and attempt to do that.
And in this particular incident, you went out and first made observations of the rear of the home, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then made closer observations of underneath that second floor window?
Yes, correct.
Did you observe any obvious staining in that area?
There appeared to be a reddish brown stain underneath the windowsill.
So what did you do once you observed those stains?
I marked that stain as stain A, and then I also marked additional stains further down on the side of the house on the shingles.
Where was stain A?
That was right underneath the windowsill, of the window that was farthest right, what would have been the master bedroom on the exterior.
Show you this photograph of the rear of the home. Does this photograph at least show the area where you observed stain A?
Yes.
And can you point out to me where that was?
Sure. It was sort of on the left side near where this orange, it seems to be some sort of window insulation. So it was right underneath there. So I did perform a screening test on that.
And what were the results of the screening test?
That was negative.
I would move to admit this photo.
That may be admitted.
Again, on June 15th, when you were there, 2023, showing you now Exhibit 167. Kind of closing in on underneath that window. There's that orange ball that you described. It appeared to be some sort of insulation.
Correct.
And that was negative. That stain you observed was negative. So you didn't do anything further with that.
That's correct.
As far as the other areas, you have stains B, C, and D, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Is that a fair representation of stain B?
Yes, that's correct.
And while I'm here, stain C and D.
Yes, that's correct.
And again, stain B is kind of in between that top floor window and the first floor window.
Correct.
And stains C and D are just above the first floor window.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, those may be admitted. Council, it's just about 11 o'clock. Why don't we take the morning recess at this time? All right, so we're going to take the morning break at this time, members of the jury.
Court, all rise. Good. Close the door, please.
All right, they're taking a break. I'm behind. I'm going to zoom. We're going to catch up in real time. Okay, yep, we're in real time. All right, yay, see? All right. Oh, my goodness. Okay. All right, so much to talk about. Hello, and welcome. There are some new people on here. My name is Missy K. I bring you law cases. We're talking about the Lindsay Clancy case. If you don't know the Lindsay Clancy case, Lindsay Clancy is accused. Well, I guess she's not really accused. She stipulated that she unalived her children with exercise bands. It's very sad. I'm not making light of it. It is a terrible, terrible tragedy. It's horrible. She stipulated that she did it, but the why? We're in the why. We're in the why stage. Was it in? The prosecution says she intentionally did it. She planned. She executed this to her plan. And the defense says that she was overmedicated, she was having postpartum depression, and she was overtired. We are on day 6 of this trial, so if you're just joining in, you're still at a good time. The prosecution is still presenting their case. Some of it's slogging along. So people asked about this morning what the big kerfuffle was. This morning they were in a very long sidebar because Kevin Reddington has said, listen, we have stipulated, which means we agree. We agree that all the evidence that was collected from the police, all of the notebooks, the blood, all of these things, we've already stipulated. She said she did it. It's not a question of who done it. It is the manner in which and why she did what she did. Reddington wants it to be about the medication, her care and stuff prior to this incident. That's what he wants to have come in because the defense is claiming that she had a postpartum psychosis and that she's claiming insanity. The defense is saying, no, she didn't. She planned this. She had mental clarity, etc. So I agree that some of the stuff has to come in. Now, this is Maureen Hartnett. If you don't know her, I told you earlier, she was also a crime scene tech who went to the Sally Port to collect the stuff in the Karen Reed case. I really like her. I really like Maureen Hartnett. She's like no nonsense. I just collect the stuff, right? That's all she does. So her going in and collecting the blood, her doing this. So remember, the prosecution needs to put on their side, right? So far, what's the prosecution putting on? Is the prosecution putting on Are they doing everything in their power to sort of present Lindsay Clancy in the worst light possible? Yes, that's their job, right? She did it. And these are the reasons why she did it. And this is what they're claiming. So they have to bring in all this stuff. Some of it's a little excessive when Reddington says, oh, she just keeps saying, oh, she needs a lawyer. She needs a lawyer, right? They're just trying to present her in the worst light possible because that's their job, right? But Maureen Hartnett coming in and testing the blood swabs. We know where the blood came from. We know the one in the basement, unfortunately, came from Cora. We know that the blood in the bedroom is Lindsay's. We know the blood outside of the house is Lindsay's. What do you need anything more about the blood evidence? I don't know. I don't know why this witness is on the stand. She can say, yep, I collected this, I collected that, I collected this. And this could move along a lot faster, but here we are. Miss Rivera says, if she wasn't taking her medication, then why was there medication in her system when they tested her? So that hasn't come into evidence just yet. We're waiting to see what comes in. What was in her bloodstream, what wasn't in her bloodstream. And just remember that reportedly, after she had done what she did to the children, she had gone up to the bedroom, did stuff to herself. Got to be careful what I say so I don't get doxxed. And then apparently she crushed up some medications and she took it. So will that have an impact when she gets to the hospital? Why wouldn't they collect samples from the shingles immediately? So Pookie, just remember that it was cold out that night and they might not have had a ladder, right? She could have collected the one from the windowsill outside. She could have gone over to do that, but I don't know what her policies and procedures are, if she's allowed to do that. So what they did was, what Maureen just testified to was that the shingles outside the house, because remember there's blood outside the house. I don't know what the prosecution's trying to do. Remember the prosecution remember when Kevin Reddington in the beginning said that, see, it's not clear. You have answers. It's not clear. When Kevin Reddington said in the beginning that the prosecution doesn't think that she jumped out the window. They think that she was hanging on and she slid down. But then if she did, then how did she get the injuries to her where she severed her spine? Kevin Reddington said that she dove out the window like you would if you were kind of like you were at a pool and it was a shallow pool. That's what he said her injuries are likened to, akin to. But here's the thing, we don't know. We don't know how she got out the window. So I'm wondering if they're testing this blood to say, oh, look, she wasn't bleeding that much. I don't know what the prosecution's trying to do. So why would she crush up the meds? Hang on. She was a nurse. She could have just taken a handful of something, isn't it right? I'm just going off of what was said to us in the opening statement. So I don't know if she did or she didn't. Yeah, I don't know if she swan dived or not. She probably got nervous and questioned doing it. Maybe. Yes, we did go where Maureen Hartnett was the person, and Karen Reed. She went to the Sally Port and collected the hair that was on the car. She collected the glass on the bumper that didn't match anything. So yes. What did she use to crush the meds, if any? I don't know. I don't know. I don't even know if she did crush up the meds. I'm just saying that's what they said. No worries, your mom. I just wanted to let you know that I got you. I got you. Oh, blood in the basement. That was Cora's. Remember Cora had dried blood? I believe, I'm speculating. I think that's Cora's blood. Because Lindsay hadn't done any of her stuff until she had gotten up to the room. So, but we'll find out. We'll find out. Okay, Marilyn, different shoes. So hang on. If you are just joining in, this morning, someone made a TikTok. I saw it this morning. I wasn't on for very long. Someone made a TikTok that Patrick Clancy had on different shoes. When I reposted it on my TikTok. So if you want to go see, you can see. He had on brown shoes when he walked through to CVS. And then when he was at the restaurant, he had on tennis shoes. So remember, people are like speculating all about what Mr. Clancy is doing, and that he had gone to CVS and he was sitting in his car for a little bit and he was doing emails and stuff like that. I don't know. I don't know. So no, somebody posted that. I reposted it. I'm going to go take a look and just to see when I have a moment to go back and look at that footage just to see if, oh, somebody said that his jacket is different. So here's the thing. I'm hoping that it's not a hoax and that somebody did some sneaky photoshopping. So I have to go back and look and see, because if that is do you think that's a bit suspicious a little bit? And how long was he gone from the house? So from what I understand, he left about don't come for me, but he left a little after 5:00. So between like 5:10, 5:15, he got to the CVS. I know that like 5:34, 5:35 is when the phone call happened and he was in CVS. And then he got home a little after 6:00. I know that that's not exactly what you're looking for, but he got home at like 6, because he was on the phone with 911 at 6:09. I know that. So does that give you a time frame you're looking for? I can't be any more specific because I don't know for sure. Okay. All right. I answered about how long he was gone from the house. Anyone else who's been a victim of a narcissistic abuse knows he could have framed her. I think he has like 15 minutes or so unaccounted for. Could be. He changed his shoes. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Thank you, Nana. Did she do that in the basement because she saw something on his work computer? I don't know. It hasn't come into evidence. Could he be playing a role? I don't know. How long is the break for? I don't know. Okay, everyone. This court is so bananas. This court is so bananas. Just when you think that they're going to have a trial and a long day, the judge said this morning, oh no, they're only going until like 1:00 today. Just FYI, it's going to be a short day. So we'll have time to go back. You know what? What we'll do is we'll go back and listen to Patrick Clancy's testimony. We'll do that and look at his shoes and get a timeline. How's that? If that's what everybody wants to do, we'll go back. Why take your time on an errand to stop for emails when your wife's been struggling? Maybe he didn't think she was struggling at that time. He said it was her best day ever. Kitty used her mental health as an advantage. Chris Watts said Shannon did it. Maybe. If she was framed, that would be the case. This didn't happen yesterday. It happened 3 years ago. But so here's the thing. I just need to remind everybody. She said she did it. She said she did it. So, I don't know. I can send anyone a picture of the unedited screenshots from the actual trial on him wearing the same shoes. Oh, he was wearing the same shoes? Bunch of you say that that's wrong? Sorry. We're all talking amongst ourselves. I know. Clearly, he was taking his sweet time getting the food. I definitely agree things are missing here, but I may never have all the answers. I think that's what you're trying to say. That's tomorrow. Oh, that's tomorrow. Oh, thank you, Real. I realize when this was from. He couldn't have potentially set it up. And if you don't know what happened, you believe what I can't read it. You've been told. Okay, got that. And tomorrow, jury's in court from 9 to 1. Yeah, thank you. Court will do administrative stuff after the jury leaves. So here's the thing: when they do the administrative stuff, normally John Q. Public gets to watch and we get to see, but in this court they haven't. Sorry, my eye is very watery today. So yeah, so that is weird about so Bunchy, I'm asking you because you said you looked it up. Did Patrick Clancy change his shoes? Or is that like somebody edited something and made us all question it? I haven't had a chance to investigate to see whether or not that is actually true or not. I did repost it though. So maybe somebody's being someone's being naughty and someone's being naughty and I was trying to see if I can go back to day 1 where Patrick Clancy was testifying. I'm having a hard time finding it. Okay. Yeah, we need to go back and see the footage of the husband. Bunchy, just tell us. They're all the same. So somebody manipulated it. So somebody did it. It's totally the lighting. Yeah, what's the timestamp? I was trying to see if I can find it really quickly, but I don't want to distract us from the court. All right, if you're watching me, I'm just going and I'm quickly zooming through day 1 of the trial to see if I can find where he went to see. I don't know if it was day 1 or day 2. Oh, it's, you know what? I bet you it's day 2. That's right. It's probably day, oh, hang on. Oh, here we go. Hold on. Oh no, they're at the water park. I think, is it day 2? Hold on. Day 2. Okay, thank you. Thank you, everybody. All right, just making sure court's on a break. 1 second. Day 2. We have to confirm this theory. So important. So important. All right, I'm trying to zoom through it and see if we can see. No, the defense is talking. Hold on. Okay, here he is. All right, here we go. If you aren't sure, I'm on court TV and it is at 32:49, 32:48 timestamp. He is walking in. He has on brown shoes and looks like his black jacket. Okay, I'll take a picture of it. Okay. Okay, then at 38:56. Okay, that's a little bit too soon. Hang on. No, it's a lie. It's a lie. We've been lied to. We've been lied to. Okay, at 38:08, Patrick Clancy comes in. Oh, so okay. It's the Bunty is right. It's the lighting. It's the lighting. It's okay, hang on. Let me go back. It's the okay, I think it's the light. I think Bunty is right. I think it's the lighting. The way his shoes are. Okay, hang on. Okay. Oh, I don't know. Oh, the trial's back on. Hold on. Sorry, I'm in a rabbit hole. I'm in a rabbit hole. Okay, I'm not sure, but it looks, I don't know, it kind of looks like he changed his sneakers. Yeah, the shoes at the restaurant are clearly sneakers. Okay. It's back on. Yeah, the shoes are they're sneakers. You know what? I don't know. All right. Oh. Okay, I gotta block this person. Hang on. Hang on. I don't want these people in my feed. Okay, I don't cancel. Hold on just a second. Gotta get rid of this person. All right. See above me, legalese 123, legalese 123. That's the same channel. You can watch me on YouTube there. Yeah, brown sneakers, black laces, white bottoms on both videos. Okay. I know. I'm gonna mod you. I will mod you, people. I'm new to all this. I appreciate everybody. Okay. Turns back on. Thank you for doing the side quest with me. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for side questing with me. We're going to get back to the trial because it's back on. So here we go. I will, when I get to it, listen, I got a whole bunch of stuff planned. I got a whole plan for everything. So here's the thing. I didn't know I could be on TikTok and do this. So this is day 2 of this with me, and I appreciate everybody. You all are amazing. We can talk about that later. All right, we're getting back to trial. They're back at it.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back
I'm going to zoom.
to the trial of 18.
Attorney Buckingham, please.
Thank you.
Okay, here we go.
Ms. Hartnett, I just want to go back for 1 second to the night of January 24th at 47 Summer Street and show you one additional photograph, if that's okay.
Sure.
Is this familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
And is this an area depicted in the bedroom of the home at 47 Summer Street, that area where you noted later with tape stain E?
Correct.
Okay, and you observed on that particular night the knife that was located on that nightstand?
Yes, I did.
All right, that may be admitted.
And showing you now on the screen, it's been marked as Exhibit 170. You're aware that the knife depicted in this photograph was collected from 47 Summer Street on January 24th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, going back to where I think we left off before the break, we were talking about returning to the home on June 15th of 2023, and that you examined some stains on the shingles on the outside of the house. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes, I do.
In addition to marking the stains, did you collect anything from the area of the rear of the house on June 15th related to stains B, C, and D?
Yes, I did.
I'm just going to show you some items. Take a look at the items that are in those bags.
Let me take them out of the bags.
Just so that you can examine them.
Oh, she's putting on her gloves. She's going to open up the evidence bags and look inside. She's got her glasses on. Hi, everyone. If you're just joining me, we're watching the Lindsay Clancy trial. One of the CSI techs, Maureen Hartnett, who was also in the Karen Reed trial, is on the stand going over the evidence that she collected at Lindsay Clancy's house. If you want to join me, I made a note. I'm live on YouTube as well. If you want to watch it with me.
Try to say what's in these bags. First, the one labeled shingle with stain B, then the one labeled shingle with stain C, and then the third shingle with stain D. Are these the shingles that you observed those stains on June 15, 2023?
Yes, they are.
I would just admit these 3 items as the next.
All right, they may be admitted.
And Ms. Hartnett, fair to say those shingles were then collected, brought back to the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab for further analysis?
Yes, I also collected swabs at the scene from each of those shingles, in addition to collecting the shingles themselves.
Now, turning to your other role at the lab, working in the criminalistics unit, did you also perform criminalistics testing in relation to this case?
Yes, I did.
And fair to say, for items that were collected from the home at 47 Summer Street on January 24th, 2023, you did some confirmatory testing on several of those items.
Yes, that's correct.
And what items did you do confirmatory testing on?
I performed confirmatory testing on some of the swabs that were collected from the home. I believe those swabs collected from stain A. I would have to check my notes specifically for the stains.
That's okay. Let's just kind of go through some of the areas of the house first. So as far as the stains that we discovered or that we talked about previously, stain A on the basement floor, that was item 3-3. Stain B on the bedroom floor, that cluster, that's items 3-4, correct?
Correct.
Stain D from the bedroom windowsill, that was labeled as item 3-6, correct?
Correct.
And stain F, which is the snow on the backyard, or the stain on the snow in the backyard, item 3-8. Those were all confirmed at the laboratory to be blood.
That is correct.
And again, we talked briefly earlier about the fact that there's always a screen, and then that you can't make a determination of the substance until a confirmatory test is done, correct?
That's correct.
And so that is a process that you do at the lab.
Yes, correct.
And as far as the knife that we just were referring to, the knife that was recovered, what's in Exhibit 170, you were able to examine that further, or swabs taken from that knife at the lab.
That's correct.
And confirm that what you say was stain A on the blade of that knife was confirmed to be blood.
Yes, I performed the screening test as well as the confirmatory test for blood on stain A at the laboratory.
Now, once you are in the laboratory and determine that blood is confirmed on these particular items or that there is biological substance present, do you do anything to prepare those items for further testing in a different unit of the lab?
Yes, I do.
What do you do?
For the swabs that I collected and for the swabbings that I took of the knife, I then cut them up, give them a separate item number, and preserve those for potential DNA analysis. Half of the samples also preserved for any future analysis if necessary.
And fair to say it's a different unit at a different part of the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab that conducts DNA testing, correct?
That's correct.
And so if some of the items that you examined are selected for further testing, those swabbings or further snippets would then be sent to the DNA unit.
That's correct.
Now, as it pertains to some of the other items that were collected from 47 Summer Street, you also did some work on 3 exercise bands, correct?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do in relation to the 3 exercise bands that were collected?
After documenting them in the lab, I took samples from each of the ends of the exercise bands, as well as a separate sample from the center of each of the exercise bands.
Okay. And so the first band, which is identified as a yellow exercise band, had previously been identified as item 2-2, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so did you take samples from both the ends in the middle of that item?
Yes, I did.
I'm just going to photograph. Is that familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
And in addition to actually taking the swabs, you also document the item that you're analyzing and reviewing, correct?
Yes, prior to performing any kind of collection or testing on an item, I'll photograph it.
And so this particular photograph, is it fair to say this is a photograph from your work at the laboratory with the yellow exercise band?
Yes, it is.
I would move to admit this is the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted. All right, thank you.
Okay, so Ms. Hartnett, now showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 174, the yellow exercise band. You indicated that you took swabbings from around the handle areas, correct?
Correct.
And then the middle of the band.
That's correct.
Why didn't you swab the whole thing?
The purpose of the collection was to potentially determine who was holding or had contact with the ends of the band and who potentially had contact with the center of the band, potentially those being 2 different individuals. So I collected samples separate from the ends as in addition to the center.
And was your approach on each one of the bands the same?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So the second band, which is the black band that was identified as item 2-3, you took samples again from the ends and the middle?
That's correct.
And I'm just going to show you another photograph. And is that the black band you examined?
Yes, it is.
That may be admitted.
And finally, the blue exercise band that was recovered from the home at 47 Summer Street, that was identified as item 2-4. Did you examine it in the same fashion, swabbing the ends in the middle?
Yes, I did. Yes.
That photograph of the band that you were examining.
Sorry, I clicked on something
Yes, it is.
with something else.
All right, that may be admitted.
And as far as the swabbings that you took of each of these 3 exercise bands, what did you do with the swabbings after you swabbed the items?
I allowed the swabs to air dry. I gave them each a item number, and then I preserved half of each of the swabs for additional testing in the DNA unit.
And as far as your knowledge of some of the additional testing, you're aware that the exercise band swabbings were sent forward to the DNA unit for additional analysis, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cross?
Thank you.
Okay, just to let you know, she's just the collector of the evidence. Why is this important? Well, you just heard her talk about the exercise bands, right? Who used the exercise bands? Well, we know Lindsay was the one that used them for exercise, but we both know that both of them touched it, right? Well, we know Patrick has admitted to touching them. He took the bands off. I know it's very sad. I know this is highly charged. I'm not making light of anything. And remember, she says she's doing it, but someone over here on YouTube said, but does she remember doing it, or just because they told her she did it? So, but here we are. We'll continue. And so there's going to be, just FYI, there's going to be a DNA lab tech that came in that processed all of this, and they're going to say that blood was Lindsay's. This was this person. This was this person. So that's going to come in. That might be the next person.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, we're at Cross.
So, Ms. Hadnett, you initially went into the home at 47 Summer Street. At what time that day? Was it in the evening, early morning hours?
It was the early morning hours of January 25th.
Okay, and you had somebody that was learning underneath you that was with you at that time?
That's correct.
And you went into the various areas of the house. You went down to the basement, right?
Yes,
You talked about the stain that you had taken swabs of that was on the carpet down in the basement, right?
that's correct.
And you went upstairs, and then ultimately you ended up in the bedroom, and you made observations of a number of blood drops, or red, brown, as you put it, drops on the floor, right?
There were numerous red brown stains on the floor, yes.
On the clothing, the bedclothes that were on the bed as well, right?
I do not believe I documented red brown stains on the clothing. It may have been there. I don't know if I have that in my notes.
How about the, on top of the nightstand, there was the knife that counsel had talked about, correct?
Yes, correct.
And then you look at the window, and there was a red-brown stain on the right-hand side of the window as you're looking outside from inside in the bedroom, right?
Yes, correct.
And you made observations of some of the markings on the shingles that were directly below the window and directly above where the red-brown stains were found in the snow underneath.
Yes, that's correct.
Your confirmatory tests, and first of all, what you do is you have your screening tests. Back in the day, they used to, you use the orthotolidine. Do you still use that?
No, not this time.
Now you use what, crystalline? What do you use now?
It's called Tasselmeyer.
And the Tasselmeyer, basically, as I say, back in the day, it used to be that you would have vegetation that could give you a false positive, right?
Correct.
Certain chemicals could give you a false positive.
Correct.
Animal feces could give you a false positive, right?
Depending on what's in them, possibly, yes.
The test now that you have, the confirmatory test is a lot more accurate, if you will, but still, nevertheless, I said confirmatory screening, but nevertheless, you still have to do a confirmatory test, right?
That's correct.
And back in the day, it used to be Takayama test. What do you do for confirmatory now?
We use a test card, a human trace test card, which is something similar to a COVID test or a pregnancy test, where you just put the liquid in the beginning of the card, the liquid runs up, and if there's 2 lines, it's positive, and if it's only 1 line, it's negative.
That's not the Teichmann test, is it?
No,
Okay, so the confirmatory test that you use, that's a color test though, right?
it's a immunographic test. It's an assay, so it's not really a color test where you add the drops to the swab and it's going to change color.
Okay.
It's a reaction that's happening within the test card between antibodies and antigens that produce either 2 lines or 1 line.
So let's take, for example, in the bedroom on the floor that counsel had shown you a number of drops that were in the floor between the bed and that mirror, right? You did confirmatory testing on that?
I did back at the lab. I screened it at the scene and then, confirmed it back at the lab.
And that confirmed that it was human blood?
It confirms that it's blood and it indicates human blood. There is
You have to do a precipitin test or something to determine if it's animal blood or human blood, right?
So the test card that we use indicates that it confirms that it's blood. It indicates human blood because it may react with primate blood. So it's not specific to human
But
blood.
the bottom line is that you, as a chemist working for the Mass State Police investigating this case, are confirming that the stains that are on the floor of the bedroom, all the blood, all those stains are in fact human blood, right?
I'm confirming the single stain that I collected from is blood.
All right, and when you say the single stain, that would be you use the Q-tip and you swab it, and that would be from all of these stains that were all over the place on the floor, right?
I did not swab each individual stain. I took a swab from each collection of stains.
Okay, and that was human blood confirmatory, indicating it was human, right?
It was confirmatory for blood and indicated human blood.
All right. Now, one of the exhibits that the district attorney had pointed out to you was the mirror. Exhibit 161. You remember that, the mirror?
Yes, I do.
Hey, you see those drops that appear to be going down from above in a downward direction? See those drops? You tested those?
I do see the red-brown stains, and yes, I performed a screening test on one of them at the scene.
Okay, and you're comfortable that that in fact is human blood, correct?
I did not perform a confirmatory test on that specific stain back at the lab, so I just screened it at the scene, and that stain was not tested any further at that time.
It was what?
I performed a screening test at the scene. I did not perform any confirmatory tests on that specific stain back at the lab.
Well, there's no doubt that the stains that are depicted on the full-length mirror that we can see in Exhibit 161 and the stains that were on the floor next to the bed and the stains that were on the floor in front of the bed heading towards the door, all with the same consistency, right?
I didn't make any determination whether or not they were all the same consistency.
Human blood?
I did not make a determination that they were human blood, so based on the scientific results, I cannot say that they were human blood.
As a chemist and involved in crime scenes many, many times, would you agree that the substance that's on the floor and the substance that's in the mirror and the substance that's on the doorknob and the drops that are heading out of the bedroom, those in fact, more probable than not, would be human blood, right?
I do make certain assumptions based on the color of a stain, the size, the shape of the stain, that it could potentially be blood, and that would indicate what I might want to test further. So I don't make an assumption off the bat that it's going to be human blood. That's why we perform scientific testing to screen for blood and then to confirm it's blood.
Okay. So this here, you indicated was some type of.
Okay, I just have to pause for a second. Remember how I keep talking? He keeps trying to make fetch happen. And when I say that is, he's asking her questions. She didn't test anything. She just collected everything. And that's why I prefaced that in the beginning. She just collected it. Then she sent it to the lab. Somebody else tested it. Is that person going to come in? He knows the answer. He has a witness list, so he knows who did what. So again, he's trying to ask questions of these witnesses to get information in from them when it really needs he needs to be asking that to somebody else. So if you see like he's combative to each witness, he's trying to make fetch happen. Just FYI.
Of insulation?
That's what it appeared to me. I mean, I'm not an expert, but it looked like some sort of foam insulation.
And it's a little difficult to see with the. See that there? Above the little orange, looks like a little balloon, but let's say it's insulation or let's say it's something for bugs. You see the red substance on that object?
I do.
See the red substance, red-brown stain on?
Okay, Michelle asks, Fudge, what happened? What do you mean? Right now, the crime scene tech is on the stand. It's Maureen Hartnett. She went in and just swabbed for blood, etc. She just went ahead and swabbed things. There's blood in the basement. There's blood in the bedroom. They're talking about all this blood that she swabbed for. She swabbed for it. It's blood. That's her first test that she needs to do. Whatever she's swabbing for, is it blood or not? Then she takes it and then she sends it to the lab. The lab then tests it and then they can say, whose blood is it? So Reddington, the defense lawyer, is up talking to her and he's trying to ask her questions that she can't answer because all she did was collect the evidence. She didn't process it. Does that make sense?
On that window ledge or windowsill?
Yes, I do.
You tested that?
I did not test that specific stain, no.
Yep. So do we know if that was blood?
No, not at this time.
Pretty obvious that it was though to you, right?
It appears to be a red-brown stain on the exterior of the windowsill, but I did not do any testing on it.
Okay, when he says to her, this looks like blood, right? She's a scientist. She's not going to answer that question, Mr. Reddington. She cannot tell you if it's blood. And she didn't test it. So she's not going to say, yes, it looks like blood. It's the same thing with some of these medical professions. He's asking them questions that they can't answer. Just putting that out there.
And did I hear you correctly that it was 5 months later that the state police investigators decided that you would get the shingles off the house?
I don't know when that decision was made, but that was the day that I was requested to go out.
And then the district attorney showed you the shingles and envelopes. You opened them up and looked at them. And you did a confirmatory test on those?
I did not. I performed a screening test on each of those stains at the scene. I did not perform a confirmatory test on those stains due to the fact that the red-brown stain color was no longer visible. So potentially
It was degraded because of the weather, right?
at some point the red-brown stains appeared darker. They were no longer red-brown. So I thought that the material could be less. So I didn't want to use any additional material for confirmatory testing.
School, as a chemist, you learn how to testify, don't you?
Yes,
One of the things they tell you is look at the jury. When the lawyer asks a question, you look at the jury and you answer the question, right?
that's correct.
So can you just look at me when I ask you just a little bit, the question? Would you agree that weather affects, degrades blood if in fact it is on an object and allowed to stay outside?
Absolutely.
All right. And then you'd agree with me that what you noted appeared to be dark.
Yes.
It would almost be like bat guano for that matter. We don't know what it is, right?
No, I cannot make determination what it was. Like I just performed a screening test, so I could not confirm it was blood. They just screamed positive for blood.
Do you remember?
Okay, I have to pause for a second. So she came out. So the incident happened in January. She came out in June, on June 15th, to test whether or not there was blood on the shingles. And I said earlier in the chat, I said that isn't it degraded by weather? Like, why would you come 5 months later to collect evidence that is outside, right? Especially in New England, you know, it's snow, rain, it's hot, it's cold, etc. I mean, everywhere weather affects the outside of your house. So would that sample be degraded? Is it mixed with something else or what have you? And as you see, she didn't collect it. She didn't test it. She didn't collect it. It wasn't apparent enough to her or important enough to her. She can't say that she didn't collect it. But Reddington was arguing with her. You know how to testify. You know how to do these things. Look at me. Again, I don't know why they're fighting so hard for this blood evidence outside the house. I wish at some point in time they would make it clear as to what is it that they're trying to express to us at home at the jurors. I'm confused. Is it, and I'm guessing, is it the fact that whether or not she jumped out the window, she slid down the window? I'm not sure what. You let me know what you think. Why are they fighting so hard for this? And why is he like attacking this witness?
There was a red-brown stain on the doorknob of the bedroom from the inside of the bedroom going out. Did you notice that?
Potentially I noticed it. I don't believe I didn't collect from that.
We don't know if that's blood either.
Correct.
And how about the drops, the red-brown drops that were by the door directly underneath the doorknob? Did you test those with your swabs?
No, I did not.
That's all I had.
All right. Commonwealth, any redirect?
Just briefly, you were attempting to explain why you did not perform confirmatory testing on the shingles. Can you explain that to the jury?
Because I could no longer see the red-brown stain, it just appeared more of a darker stain, a lighter stain that I previously saw at the scene. Given that material, whatever it was on the shingle, may have been limited. Performing a confirmatory test is using up additional material to perform that test. So given that was already potentially limited due to the conditions and the time that had passed and the fact that I could no longer see the red-brown stain, I simply performed the screening test. And once that was positive, I took a swab and just preserved it. I did not perform any more testing in the lab on that swab.
And is that because you would need something to forward onto DNA if you wanted additional testing to be done?
Correct. I would have had to use up a portion of that sample to perform the confirmatory tests. And I didn't think that that was in the best interest of the case, given the fact that the material may already have been limited.
And you indicated that you had previously seen those red-brown stains in those same areas that you swabbed and the shingles were collected back in January, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything further? All right, thank you. Please step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody, just put a pin in this. Will we get the answer about why we're arguing so much about this blood?
All right.
I mean, this.
Buckingham?
The Commonwealth was called Jonathan O'Loughlin.
I mean, she already said that she did it, so I don't know. All right, somebody who has the last name of O'Loughlin. All right, that was Maureen Hartnett. I like her. She's like a no-nonsense. Her job is just to collect evidence. She's not doing anything nefarious. She's not doing anything. She's just doing her job. I like the way she testifies, too.
All right, good morning, sir. Morning. Yes, counsel.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Could you please tell the jury your first and last name?
Yes, my first name is Jonathan. My last name is O'Loughlin.
And can you spell your last name for the record?
O'Loughlin.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a trooper with the Massachusetts State Police.
How long have you been a trooper?
Hired in October of 2011.
And what is your current assignment with the state police?
Right now, I work in the Division of Field Services, and I'm assigned to.
All right. Those of you who know, Massachusetts State Police officers don't have any hair. Most of them don't. So just wanted to throw that out there. There were a couple that did, but I'm finding a pattern. Let me know if you think the same thing.
The State Police Logan Airport Barracks.
Going back to January of 2023, what was your assignment with the state police then?
I worked in Crime Scene Services section.
And how long had you worked in crime scene services?
I started in February of 2020.
And when did you move to your new assignment?
I left crime scene in October of 2023.
So do you undergo specific training as a trooper to work in that crime scene services section?
Yes.
And what kind of training do you get?
So we did an internal training in the lab, the crime lab. A lot of it was, the beginning was reading about crime scene processing and fingerprinting. Mm-hmm. And then it would move on to doing mock cases, following other crime scene services members around to observe. And then it went on to do a competency test where you would process a mock scene, develop fingerprints and analyze them. It kind of pulled it all together. And then that would go on to a quality assurance program within the lab, and they would determine if you were qualified to be on call.
And what things do you do as a crime scene services trooper? What are your responsibilities?
So we respond to all different types of crime scenes. At every single crime scene, the main thing you do at every scene, no matter what it is document the scene with photographs. Depending on the type of scene you're at, you may also document the scene with video. You may also sketch the scene by hand. Then also you may collect items of evidence to be processed later, or you may even process items at the scene. What you're processing for is fingerprints. You try to develop fingerprints if there are any. You can do fingerprint analysis and try to determine whose fingerprints are on the items of evidence.
And that can be done at a crime scene, but it also can be done back at the crime laboratory, correct?
Correct.
Depending on the item and where it was located.
Yes.
As far as your response to particular scenes. Do you often go out to crime scenes in tandem with or with a crime scene response unit investigator, forensic scientist?
Yes.
And you indicated that one of the first things and one of the main things you do is document scenes. Is it best practice to be kind of that first in after a scene is secured to document the scene as it appeared?
Yes.
And how do you do that?
So when you respond to a scene, usually the town that you respond to, the local police department will secure the scene, which means they don't allow anyone in to disrupt the scene until you get there. Then you start with photographing the exterior of the residence, and then you walk in and just document the entire scene room by room as it is.
And after that's done, do you kind of go back through and highlight or identify in any way particular things that may be relevant to the investigation? Of
Yes.
the crime scene you're responding to?
Yes.
And how do you identify in the documentation items that might have some relevance or evidentiary value?
So some items might kind of be obvious if they're involved in the crime that are still there. Those you want to document further. And sometimes a detective unit or a member will ask you to document another piece of evidence that they would like collected or they would like further looked at.
And you indicated that with crime scene services, you respond to all different kinds of scenes and all different types of law enforcement. So sometimes do you work with the local city or town departments?
Yes.
And in investigations where a death has occurred, who are the primary law enforcement that you're working with?
So there will be local, and there will also be the county state police detective unit will also respond for any death investigation.
Now, when you are processing a scene or documenting a scene, do you do anything to identify and highlight the items that have been either pointed out to you or that you've seen that could have value in the case?
Yes.
What do you do?
So with those, we put what's called placards, and placards are pieces of plastic that have numbers on them. That way, when you're going through the photos, you can refer to them as placard 1, placard 2, and so on and so forth.
And as far as further processing the scene between yourself and the crime scene response, are some items sometimes collected by either yourself or the crime scene response unit?
Yes.
And when you collect an item, do you identify it in some other way?
Yes, when you collect an item and it's put into evidence in the lab, it's given a lab number. The lab number doesn't have to match up with the placard number. The placard's simply for your photos, and then the lab number is the number that will be associated with that piece of evidence all through the crime lab process, all the way through the trial.
And when you go to crime scenes for inside houses, for instance, is it oftentimes the case that you are processing the crime scene at the same time investigators are getting into a location with a search warrant?
Yes.
And so when that's the circumstance, do you photograph and document everything that you can?
I'm sorry, can you?
Sure, I can.
Repeat that?
That's a bad question. When you are with kind of the local law enforcement, do you document things oftentimes that maybe you don't collect and take back to the lab, or the forensic scientist doesn't, but might have value or relevance to the police?
Yes.
And in those instances, they're not assigned those same item numbers, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to draw your attention to January 24th of 2023. Do you recall going or being called out to 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
Yes, I do.
And what was your role on that scene?
So the role was Plymouth State Police Detective Unit had been called out to what was reported as a homicide at that address. So we were called out to document the scene and collect any items of evidence that needed to be processed.
Now, in relation to this particular investigation, when you arrived there, had the state police and the Duxbury police already secured the home?
Yes.
And again, in this situation, were you arriving and going into the home at the same time that a search warrant was being executed?
Yes, we waited for the search warrant to be signed, brought to the scene, and then photographed the search warrant, and then we started documenting the scene.
And fair to say, in this case, there were a number of items that were identified by your unit by the placards.
Yes.
And If I tell you that you documented 8 specific placards at the crime scene on that particular day, does that sound about right?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Including a brown belt, some exercise bands, 3 in particular, a pair of red pajamas, a pink sweatshirt or a robe, a pink piece of clothing, a knife with a black handle, and a phone. Does
Yes.
those sound right?
It does.
And I won't go through each and every item because we've seen several of those items before, but just in particular, as it relates to placards 7
Yeah, I
and
went over
8,
it, but we're
I'm
going to
just
go
gonna
over
ask
it
you to
again,
Take a look at some photos.
just in case you missed it the first time. But it's important because he's the one that collected the evidence, so chain of custody.
A photograph of placard 7, is that familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
And what is the placard 7? What was that to highlight or depict?
That was a knife covering a red-brown stain found in the upstairs master bedroom.
That may be admitted.
Looks like he took photos. He documented the scene.
And I'm showing you another photograph with depicting placard number 8. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
And that was a cell phone that was also.
I think you're absolutely right. I think the juror's like, okay, I'm bored. If we're
Yes.
bored, they're bored. We're all the same people.
That may be admitted.
We
Now,
get to
as far as
we at home jurors at least get to drink and eat and go to the restroom whenever we want to. We're not stuck like the jury is.
collecting of particular items on this scene, you're aware that there were several of the placarded items that were collected by crime scene services to take back to the lab.
Yes.
And fair to say the yellow exercise band at placard number 2, the black exercise band at placard number 3, the blue exercise band at placard number 4, the red pajamas, and the silver knife with the black handle were all collected.
Yes, I believe the red pajamas were collected by the crime scene response unit.
Okay. Do you recall collecting the knife?
Yes.
Why would you collect the knife as part of the crime scene response? Or excuse me.
There's no objection to any of this physical evidence.
You just, that's all right. I'm going to allow this line of inquiry just to kind of put things in perspective. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry, I have to stop. Remember what we talked about earlier today. They had sidebars that they said they are not disputing the evidence coming in. They stipulate this evidence. She is slogging through this. How did you collect this? What did you do? Did you put this placard here? Did you take a picture of this? Did you take a picture of this? Who collected this? And the defense is like, we don't need any of that. We know you collected all these things. You put them into evidence. Bob's your uncle. Let's move along. Just wanted to point out to you that they've already argued this morning.
Why would you collect the knife as part of the crime scene services as opposed to the crime scene response?
So we would collect a knife because that would be an item that would be processed for fingerprints at the lab.
And based on your training and experience, fingerprint analysis, is that something that should happen before any other biological testing?
Yes.
And why is that?
So fingerprints are extremely fragile. Anything that the forensic scientist would do would destroy any fingerprints that may or may not be, that may be on a item of evidence.
Okay. And so I'm just going to approach and show you an item.
What's in the box? I know what's in the box. Just being facetious. So it's got to come into evidence, right? We haven't seen this yet. Hasn't come in yet.
Familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
Is that the knife
Yeah, I know
you
you're confused about his
collected
last answer.
located at placard number 7?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. So he collected the because they had to go and take it for fingerprint analysis, because when like you hold something and you touch something, your fingerprints are on there. So he collected it for fingerprints, plus he also took pictures at the scene. Why did he collect it? I don't know. Does it really matter?
I would move to admit this as the next.
All right, that may be admitted.
Now, that knife was brought back to the crime lab to your unit?
Yes,
And in addition to the knife, did you also bring back the exercise bands?
yes.
As far as your analysis of those items for fingerprints, what did you do to try to identify if there was anything on them?
So when we're examining for fingerprints, we're looking for latent prints, which are fingerprints that aren't necessarily visible to the naked eye. Therefore, chemicals must be applied to bring it out to make them visible. Those are non-porous items. So for those, we would use, it's commonly referred to, what was cyanoacrylate ester. It's more commonly known as super glue. And we put them in a chamber with the super glue. The super glue is heated. There's water, so there's humidity in this chamber. The entire chamber fills with super glue fume. So it adheres to anything fingerprint related on those items. Once the chamber is cleared of the fumes, you open it, and then you can now see if there are any fingerprints on there.
Is it fair
And
to say?
that also hardens and preserves the fingerprints on the items of evidence for further testing if needed.
Okay, and is it fair to say that when you touch an item and like leave some remnants of a fingerprint, it's the oils and everything that are on your finger that leave the impression on the item?
Yes.
And so are there things that can affect whether you actually get enough information to analyze a fingerprint?
Yes.
What kinds of things can influence that?
So it could be the texture of the actual object itself. It could also be environmental factors. If there's low humidity, it could be if there's the person touching the item might not have residue on their hands. There's also movement can affect fingerprints. The strength, the grip on an item also affects that, as well as they could be wiped off because fingerprints, like I said, are very, very, very fragile.
Okay, and so is it oftentimes the case that you analyze for a print and don't find anything of value?
Yes.
And so as it pertains to these items that you reviewed, the knife, the exercise bands, can you tell us what your findings were when it came to the knife?
Yes, the knife did have limited detail, meaning that there were areas of friction ridge impressions, which is that's what we've referred to fingerprints. Is the friction ridge skin is the skin that covers your palms and your fingers and your toes and your feet. The friction ridge skin is what leaves the impression on an object. So there was an area of friction ridge impression on that knife.
Mm-hmm.
So it was photographed further and giving an item number. Upon further analysis, there was not enough detail to do a comparison.
So when you photograph it for further analysis, why do you do that?
Do that in order to take a deeper look to see if there was enough characteristics or minutia to do a comparison to a known print.
So with a photograph, you can enhance it and look at it closer, correct?
Correct.
But after doing that, were you able to make any sort of opinions about that area on the knife?
Yes, there was not enough characteristics or minutia to do any comparison, so it was deemed no value.
And as far as the exercise bands, fair to say you also did the same and examined those to try to identify if they had any friction ridge detail or anything of value that you could conduct a comparison on, right?
Yes.
And was there any on either the yellow band, the black band, or the blue band?
No, there was not enough to do, no value.
And after you're done looking for these delicate fingerprints, what do you do with the items next?
So the items are repackaged and they moved on to the forensic scientists to do their testing.
And usually that's the criminalistics unit first, correct?
Yes.
Now, in this particular case, as we discussed, you were also documenting as state police were executing a search warrant, correct?
All right, we have to pause. Liz makes this question. I was just getting there. So there are several different ways that you can find out if there's fingerprints on. So he's just doing the fingerprint analysis on the knife and the exercise bands. There wasn't enough like ridge detail for there to be a fingerprint on there. Does that make sense? And why? Maybe it was Patrick. Now just stop going there just yet. The reason why is because the knife was bloody, right? So you've got that, what I call viscous material, like a watery substance things. So there wasn't enough to like leave an impression on the knife for them to test. The exercise bands, you know, in my opinion, because like it's also the material that they're made of. So the exercise bands, you know, like are plasticky, you know, as they stretch, but then I don't know about the ends of it. So it just, and it's also, it's kind of small and tiny. So it might not have been enough for them to get like ridges off. They have to get the ridges, your fingerprint ridges. That's what he was testing for. So now they take it to the next step is to, I think they're going to do DNA. It's my opinion as to where it's going to go. So he's not saying that there wasn't any fingerprints. He's just saying it wasn't enough for him to test. Like they couldn't get a good print off of them. Couldn't get latent prints off of it.
Yes.
And you did that again with additional photographs?
Yes.
I'm just going to show you a couple photographs if that's okay.
Okay, Michelle didn't hear all of that. So he tested the knife and he tested the exercise band to see if there was latent prints off of those materials. He could not lift any prints off of there using the techniques that he did. Doesn't say that there necessarily wasn't fingerprints because perhaps maybe on the knife there was so much like blood on there wasn't enough to like leave a print because it was wet, slimy. The material might have moved around, so not enough to like stick a print on there. And the exercise bands, and the exercise, we're just talking about fingerprints. On the exercise bands, they might be too small, what have you. They couldn't lift any prints off of that. Now it's going to go to the next testing and we'll see what's going to go from there. Why it's taking so long, I don't know. But here we are.
3 photographs. That's the first one. It's a little hard to see, but do you see an item depicted in there? A square item?
Well, when you say it wasn't lab proven, he did this lab analysis of the latent fingerprints. He couldn't lift any. Does that make sense? So we'll see what else he did.
I'm sorry, where exactly do you?
Well, do you see that this photograph, a little washed out, but it depicts an area of the home?
Yes.
Or an item in the home?
Oh, yes.
The dresser?
Yes. Oh, yes, the dresser.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I have another photograph with a drawer open. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
And then a third one, with an action mark.
Oh, yes. She's talking about the blood. Sorry, you're right. Michelle, Maureen Hartnett came on earlier, and her job was to go around the house, see what blood was there. She, first of all, tested to see if it was blood, and then she swabbed the blood, and then that's going to go to somebody else to say whose blood was who. Hope that answers that question.
Item pulled out.
Yes.
And fair to say, when you're photographing things as they are found, you photograph where it comes from, as it's being examined, and then the item in and of itself.
Yes.
So these 3 photographs, would they depict the location of a brown journal?
Yes.
Okay. I would move to admit these as the next.
All right, those may be admitted.
So basically, How long is your course that you take to become a crime scene technician for the state police?
So before you're certified for fingerprints, it's usually about a year.
So you're working in that crime scene services unit for a year while you're going to the school for it?
Yes, it's more of an internal training. You don't go to a specific school,
Okay.
but yes.
So you told us about your training, you told us about your experience, you told us about fingerprints, you told us how you seize items in the course of a search warrant, and then you told us about looking at the photographs that would, and the items that would depict Friction Ridge, if any. But the bottom line is that you didn't get any fingerprints.
Correct.
And that, you could have just said that, right? Just come on the witness stand and say, we didn't get any fingerprints.
Sustained.
So then you're talking about, as the state police investigating this case, you guys walk around and you have cameras and you take pictures, right?
Yes.
That's what you told us about. But how about when you're executing a search warrant? Are you supposed to be thorough in the course of your search for items?
I don't search for items, sir. Everything I do is,
Pictures, right?
yes, I document.
So if I went into the bedroom, and I found a bunch of drugs, in addition to the drugs that were found in the kitchen, and I found these in a nightstand with blood on top of the nightstand and the knife that you talked about, you would have photographed that, right?
Yes.
Never saw that, did you?
No.
I have no further questions.
Redirect? All right. Thank you, sir.
Oh my gosh, I'm just laughing. I'm laughing. Oh my gosh, can you see me? I cannot stop. I'm just, he just said everything that we said, right? So you went around, you documented things, and then you did the analysis on the finger, on the, you took photographs, because sometimes they can get fingerprints from photographs. It's a long story. And then you tested for fingerprints and you didn't find any fingerprints, right? Well, you could have just said that from the beginning. Yeah, so Michelle, you're absolutely right. So this is Massachusetts, where they're known to be incompetent. But these police officers, they're just doing their jobs, right? And the prosecution, she's doing her job, right? And so why, some people, I think someone asked, like, why are they going through all of this? They're going through all of this because maybe the jurors don't know how evidence is collected. So they kind of have to like dumb down things for everybody, right? Which is fine and dandy. But again, Reddington is basically already stating, we've already stipulated that the knife is coming in. Just tell us, you collected the knife and there's no fingerprints on it. Get to the chase is what he wants. But it's okay. You asked for the argument for the lawyers. It was just served up to you on a platter. Okay, let's continue on. I can't. I'm laughing so hard.
Thank you.
Boy, Reddington, this would go by so quickly if you just tell us how to do our jobs.
Good afternoon. Stop right here, raise your right hand to the clerk.
Thank you. You may have a seat, please.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right.
Just FYI, every detective, trooper from whoever, if they're going to take the stand, he's going to ask them about the drawer. The drawer.
Counsel.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm predicting this is a lab technician. Let's see if I'm right.
Sorry. It's okay. Good afternoon. Can you tell the jurors your first and last name?
Hillary Griffiths,
And can you spell your last name for the record?
Griffiths.
And where do you work?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
What do you do there?
I am a forensic scientist in the toxicology unit
How long have you been with the state police?
for 21 years.
And have you spent your entire career in the
Okay, toxicology. Who ingested what? All right, here we go. This is going to be good. Don't fall asleep.
toxicology unit, or have you worked in other units?
Initially, I worked in the DNA unit and then in the Office of Alcohol Testing, but I've been in the toxicology unit since 2011.
What does the toxicology unit do at the crime lab?
We test biological specimens, primarily blood and urine and some other sample types for the presence of drugs, alcohol, and some poisons to aid in criminal and legal investigations.
Where does the samples, the blood and urine, come from before it gets to your lab?
They could come from like often hospital collections of blood and urine. Occasionally, urine samples can be collected from a defendant at a police station. Also, we receive samples from the medical examiner's office.
So normally it comes through some law enforcement channel, right?
Yes.
And sometimes through the medical examiner's office.
Yes.
You don't have any direct involvement in the collection of the blood or urine from an individual, correct?
Correct.
You're just looking at the blood itself
Yes.
or the urine.
Yes.
Okay, so what kinds of testing is done in the toxicology unit? You mentioned alcohol and drugs and poison. So how does the toxicology unit handle those things?
We initially screen samples following a particular testing strategy depending on case type. And we will screen samples and then confirm whatever is found positive in the screening using a second methodology or repeating the initial methodology using a variety of different techniques.
And when a sample comes to your unit, can you explain to us how the personnel in that unit divides up the work?
Yes. Our samples are tested in a batch system. So each analyst is assigned a particular task for the month. And then any case that requires that test during that month is performed by that individual. So often cases could need anywhere from 3 to 10 different tests to be done. And so different individuals will conduct each different test.
And for any given case or any different lab number, is there an analyst that's kind of assigned at the end of it all to digest or analyze all of the data?
Yes, when all of the testing is completed for a case, an analyst takes responsibility for that case and they will review all of the raw data that's generated by the different analysts involved. They'll review the case specific information like the police report, the documentation on the evidence itself. They'll assess the case as a whole and they'll generate a report containing their findings.
And do you receive some sort of specialized training to be part of the toxicology unit?
Yes.
And what training do you receive?
When I began working in the toxicology unit, I participated in approximately a year-long training program where I conducted literature reviews, attended lectures, to learn the theory behind the testing and the testing process itself, as well as the interpretation of the results. And then I practiced each of the techniques on mock cases, and then took tests to ensure that I understood the logic and the background behind the testing. I understood the interpretation, and I was able to test these mock cases and get the correct results prior to performing those methods on casework samples.
And you described to us that the work is done in a batch flow process so that you could be doing different things at various points. Are you trained to do each part of the process?
Yes.
And so ultimately you could interpret, but you don't always interpret with every single case that you work on.
Correct.
Now, in the toxicology unit, you mentioned that there are screening tests and there are confirmatory tests, and those are usually assigned differently in this batch process, correct?
They can be, yes.
What are generally the screen tests that are done when a case comes into the toxicology unit?
For the most part, all cases receive an ELISA screen, which is a very quick color screening test that looks for 8 different types of drugs. It's very sensitive but not very specific. So it basically says this type of drug might be present. Now go do follow-up testing to find out specifically what's present. They also all receive a general unknown screen, which looks for several hundred different prescription drugs, over-the-counter drugs, and drugs of abuse. Then depending on the case type, they can be screened for alcohol, and they can be screened, specific screening tests for GHB can be performed if the case type warrants that.
GHB, alcohol, I mean, really?
Overall, I'll let, go ahead.
You can continue.
And then depending on what is present from those screening.
Oh my gosh, I'm sorry, I have to stop. Did you hear Reddington? He's like, GHB and alcohol, really? He said GHB and alcohol, really. So she's saying that these are the things that you can test for. And she's just going through her litany of list of things that she's just talking about how she does her work and what if this says this, this go to this. If this says this, go to this. And she's just explaining how she does her work. And again, Reddington is upset because why does any of this stuff have to be mentioned? Oh, GHB. That's the date rape drug that they put into I forget its name. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah. I forget the specific name of it. We can look it up. Let's continue.
Tests that will guide the follow-up testing.
And with the follow-up testing, that's the process of going through that secondary confirmatory testing, right?
Correct.
And in some instances with the screens, are you looking to get any sort of specific information about a particular drug or substance that might be present, or is it just a determination of whether something is detected or not detected?
It depends on the test itself and the sample. The general unknown screen only tells us if a substance is detected or not detected. The general unknown screen can be run as both a screening test and a confirmatory test. With other tests, the screening test would just be qualitative, and we would determine if a substance is present or not, such as when we test urine, we can only determine or report out if a substance is present or not. With some tests, when testing blood, we can determine a concentration and know how much of the drug is present.
And are there limitations at your lab as far as determining concentration of certain types of drugs in blood?
Yes.
And so what happens when your lab might have screened or detected a substance but doesn't have the ability to give a concentration? What do you do with that?
We can, if the substance is confirmed, so if we've tested it twice and verified that it's definitely present, we can report it out as just detected, as opposed to giving the concentration.
Do you often work with other independent outside laboratories to do additional testing that you can't as far as determining concentrations or levels?
Yes, if it's important for the case to know a concentration of a substance that we can't quantify ourselves, we can send it to a different laboratory that can perform that testing.
I'm going to draw your attention to a laboratory number 23-01723. Do you recall doing work on that particular lab number?
Yes.
Do you recall what your...
Okay, I think that this is, remember how they collected urine and blood when Lindsay Clancy entered the hospital. So I think we might get some answers.
Role was in that batch process for the lab number?
Yes. I performed the confirmation method for benzodiazepines on the urine sample and the quantitation method for benzodiazepines on the blood sample.
And in order to do, well, can you tell us a little bit about the benzodiazepine? What did you do as far as it that particular test?
When testing both the blood and the urine, for the most part, the same method is used. We use a solid phase extraction method to separate the drugs from the rest of the biological material. Biological materials can have things like lipids and steroids and blood cells and bacteria and other things that can interfere with our testing. So we use this solid phase extraction method to separate the drugs and concentrate them to be able to run on our instrument. And then we run them on a LC-MS, which is a liquid chromatograph mass spectrometer that can separate the different drugs and identify specifically which one is present and how much is there. When we're testing blood samples, we can report out that value for how much is present. When testing urine samples by this method, although the method itself can determine how much is present, we don't report that out because concentrations in urine aren't really meaningful. They don't reflect any concentration that had previously been in the blood. They mostly just reflect how much of the drug was present in the urine. So we don't report that. There is an additional step that's needed when testing urine at the beginning of the method, but otherwise both the blood and the urine are tested in the same manner using the solid phase extraction and the LC-MS.
And in this case, with this laboratory number, the toxicology unit was in fact provided with 6 vials of blood and 1 vial of urine, correct?
There were 4 vials of blood and then 2 vials of serum plasma, which had started out as blood but were serum by the time we received them, and then 1 tube of urine.
Okay. And as far as the urine goes, in your role in this batch process, you conducted that benzodiazepine screen, correct?
Yes.
And it was positive?
Yes.
And then the further testing, were you able to detect any particular benzodiazepines in the urine?
I didn't conduct the initial benzodiazepine screen through the ELISA method, which was positive. Based on that positive result, I ran the confirmation method on the urine, which identified the specific drugs that were present. And that identified in urine nordiazepam, oxazepam, temazepam, and lorazepam.
And
Okay, she went really fast. Hold on, I'm going to go back. Hold on. She went really fast.
further testing, were you able to detect any particular benzodiazepines in the urine?
I didn't conduct the initial benzodiazepine screen through the ELISA method, which was positive. Based on that positive result, I ran the confirmation method on the urine, which identified the specific drugs that were present. And that identified in urine nordiazepam, oxazepam, temazepam, and lorazepam.
Okay, all the pans. Hold on. I know lorazepam.
Ran the confirmation method on the urine, which identified the specific drugs that were present. And that identified in urine nordiazepam, oxazepam, temazepam, and lorazepam.
And based on your training experience when it comes to those substances, if it's detected in either blood or urine, does it mean that there are those 4 separate substances, or could they be derivatives of one particular drug?
Yes, each of those substances is available as its own drug. You can get prescriptions for them, you can purchase them. However, diazepam, that's more commonly used than nordiazepam, oxazepam, and temazepam, breaks down into those other 3 substances. So often when we detect nordiazepam, oxazepam, and temazepam, they actually are present in the body because diazepam or another benzodiazepine was initially taken and it broke down to those 3.
But as far as your testing is when it comes to urine, you can't determine or quantify what it was or if it was one drug or multiple.
Correct.
Now, in this particular case, you indicated that there was also further testing done on the blood, correct?
Yes.
And was it as well for the benzodiazepines?
Yes.
And that was just because that was your role in the batch testing for this case?
Yes.
What were the results in the testing of the benzodiazepines in the blood?
The blood contained 8.8 nanograms per milliliter of diazepam and 20 nanograms per milliliter of nordiazepam and 4.8 nanograms per mil of oxazepam and 1.9 nanograms per mil of temazepam and 61 nanograms per mil of lorazepam.
And in your role in this testing process, you're just running the equipment, running the tests, and getting the data, correct?
There is some analysis of the data. I have to ensure that the controls performed appropriately, that the instrument was running properly, and make a decision based on the instrument data, what I consider to be positive or not. But then it's handed off to another analyst who generates the final report.
And in this case, were all the controls appropriate, all the equipment running effectively, and everything done according to the policies and procedures of the lab?
Ultimately, all of the relevant controls that were associated with the samples performed appropriately.
And what did you do with the information or the data that you received as a result of these tests? What did you do with it?
I put it together in a batch file that contained all the data for my analysis. It contained the case data for the samples that were run on that day, as well as all the control data that was run simultaneously, and other traceability type info, and gave it to another analyst who reviewed it to ensure that laboratory policies and procedures were followed, that the controls performed appropriately in order to report the results, and that the results were scientifically accurate. And then after that analyst agreed with my findings, the data was put into the individual case files.
And in this case, the reporting analyst for the entire lab number of 23-01723 was in fact somebody by the name of Nicholas Roberts, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that there were other forensic scientists who did other testing for other types of drugs in the same test, but it wasn't part of your role or your batch?
Correct.
Thank you.
It's ready.
Okay. She only tested for benzos. That's her job. She only tested for benzos. So there was all of these benzos that came out. She said, and don't come for me. I was writing quickly and I don't know these things. Diazepam, oxazepam, tempazepam, lorazepam. Okay, let's see what I wrote. Anyways, my writing is so quick. Anyways, she said that these break down, but the main one could be diazepam, which we know she was prescribed at some point in time. So it's diazepam broken down into these other pans. And then she said it's 8.8 nanometers per milliliter of diazepam that broke down to these other things. She did not test for anything else because just remember, antidepressants are not benzos. Just wanted to make that clear in case you weren't sure. So let's see what Kevin Reddington has to say. So like Prozac and Zoloft and Lexapro, those are the antidepressants. She did not test for those. She only did benzos. That was her part.
So the toxicology report you're familiar with was dated February 24th of 2023. Is that correct? Do you have it in front of you?
I can refer to it.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Okay, with this witness, he wants her to get a report.
Yes.
Okay, and you can keep it right there and look at it. And then it makes reference to your lab number, and then it talks about the specimens that you've indicated, which would be the toxicology blood times 4, serum plasma, you noted serum plasma, and then urine, right?
Yes.
And when you say serum plasma, what is that? Is that just a breakdown of the blood, or is it that was actual plasma that was submitted? How did that come about as opposed to the actual blood in items number 1, 2, and 3?
We received samples that were taken for medical reasons, and the sample that was initially drawn would have been blood, but the hospital would have separated the blood cells from the liquid portion of the sample prior to it being submitted to our lab. So when I received it, it was serum plasma, but it would have initially been blood.
Okay. And likewise with the urine, correct?
Yes.
And you received all of these items in indicating light blue top tube, potassium oxalate, sodium fluoride. That was just so prevent coagulation, right?
Yes.
And then looking down further, it says on the toxicology blood, you make reference to, as you indicated, the 8.8 diazepam, the nordiazepam, the oxazepam, temazepam, lorazepam, and you're putting down, would that be nanograms per milliliters, NG/ml?
Yes.
Okay. And it's kind of hard to follow through with that, so I'm going to approach you. This is a copy of the blood toxicology report that you're referring to, right? Sure, of course.
Yes.
And this is the tox report for Lindsay Clancy, right?
Yes.
And it's making reference to incident date of January 24th of 23, correct?
Yes.
Right off of this one.
The objection?
No.
All right, that may be admitted.
Now, you can continue with the yes. You then make reference to organic bases and neutrals, right?
Yes.
Can you tell me what is an organic base and a neutral? What does that mean?
That refers to, so the line above that, the organic acids and neutrals and the organic bases and neutrals refer to the results from the general unknown screen, which is another screen that was performed by a different analyst.
Okay, do you know who the analyst was?
Lisa Yell.
And would that be with the Department of the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes.
Okay. And as it relates to the tox report, it also notes that, what is an organic base and a neutral? What does that mean, though? I just don't know.
This testing procedure separates the drugs present in the sample into drugs that are more basic in nature and drugs that are more acidic in nature. This test looks for several hundred types of drugs, and so in order to customize the extraction method to target certain drugs, the sample is divided into two fractions.
So in other words, it gives you a broader spectrum, if you will, of the drugs that would be in the person's sample of their blood, right?
Yes.
And that detected mirtazapine, right?
Yes.
Lamotrigine, right?
Yes.
Probably mispronouncing this. Quetiapine?
Quetiapine.
And quetiapine metabolite, right?
Yes.
As well as trazodone, right?
Correct.
And just tell me, what is a metabolite? What does that mean, quetiapine metabolite?
When we consume drugs, our body will break down the drug often into another molecule before it's being excreted. And sometimes our testing can detect these breakdown molecules as well. So this test detected both quetiapine as well as its breakdown product.
So there was, that would indicate that there was quetiapine that was in the blood, as well as a quetiapine metabolite or a breakdown over passage of time.
Yes.
Also, just you guys check for everything. There's no alcohol detected, right?
Correct.
No amphetamines detected, right?
Okay, the state's not leaving it out. He's doing fetch again. He's trying to make fetch happen. He's going through her to get these things that were done by the other analysts. Remember, she just did benzos only, and she stated what benzos she did. He's talking about what the other lab person did and what they found. So it's will Lisa Yell come in to tell you what's going on? Absolutely she will. So yeah, so if you're pulling on and you're like, are you behind? I am behind because I stop and talk and answer your questions. You have questions in real time. We want answers. So thank you, Indica. I appreciate you. Make sure to like and follow and subscribe. All right, let's continue with her.
Correct.
There was a benzo screen that was positive, which we've already talked about, correct?
Yes.
Buprenorphine screen, none detected, right?
Yes.
Cocaine and fentanyl, none, right?
Yes.
Methamphetamines, none, correct?
Yes.
Opiates, none.
Yes.
Cannabinoids, that'd be weed, right? None.
It's the active molecule in there.
Okay. Diazepam, none.
Yes.
Nordiazepam detected.
Correct.
Oxazepam detected.
Yes.
Teramazepam detected.
Yes.
Lorazepam detected, right?
Yes.
And then finally it says organic acids and neutrals, none detected, right?
Yes.
and then you talk about, that would be the acids. Then you talk about the actual organic bases, and it lists all of the other items that we just went through. Trazodone metabolite, for example. So you have the trazodone plus the breakdown of the metabolite. You have the mirtazapine as well as mirtazapine metabolite, right?
Correct.
Lamotrigine, quietapine, and the quietapine metabolite, right?
Correct.
Now, you would also, in your direct examination, made reference to another lab that you all work with, apparently, or that you've had occasion to work with, right?
Occasionally, we have sent samples to another lab.
Okay. Would that be NMS Labs located in Horsham, Horsham, Pennsylvania?
NMS Labs, I don't recall the location of the lab.
Okay, but you know NMS Labs.
Yes.
And that's pretty well known, right?
Yes.
You guys, right? And was a sample of Lindsay's blood sent to that place as well?
Yes.
And were there results for that as a result of the examination?
I believe so.
Okay, I'm going to approach you with toxicology report.
Sure, Council.
Okay, I knew it. I knew it. He's trying to make fetch happen. He's talking to her about what NMS did, and I could see there's like, no. She can't testify to what another lab did. Again, I don't know why Reddington is doing this. He always just okay. Just FYI, that's what he's doing. But we have some Zoom room. We're gonna Zoom. Just if you're confused, I think they're gonna bring in Lisa Yell to talk about the other drugs that they tested for and what came in. Okay, so as we return, you see Reddington is sitting down. Or you hear Reddington sitting down.
The Commonwealth would call Lisa Yell.
Oh, so okay, Lisa Yell's coming up. Okay. He didn't get that in, so he was done with her. So Lisa Yell is coming. Lisa Yell, no spoilers for those who are coming in. We're a little bit behind, but Lisa Yell is going to come in. So Liz, I'm not sure what you're talking about. I'm surprised her math was negative because of amitriptyline. I need to know more about that. Oh, is Lisa's coming in right now? I know I'm behind. So did they break for lunch? No spoilers just yet. Okay. If your count is 37. 37 is Lisa Yell.
You stop right here and raise your right hand to the clerk, please.
Lisa Yell's going on the stand right now, so I think if that's what you're asking for.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hi. Come on.
Hi,
you.
how are
Good
you?
afternoon, ma'am. Can you please
How's
tell
it
the jurors your
going?
first and last name?
My name is Lisa Yell, spelled Yelle.
And what do you do for work?
I currently work at a biotech pharmacy company.
Did you work for the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab at some point?
Yes, I did.
And how long did you work for the crime lab?
For 15 years.
And in January of 2023, what unit were you working with at the crime lab?
The toxicology unit.
And more specifically, I guess, February of 2023, were you still in that unit?
Yes.
Now, I'm just going to draw your attention right to this particular case. We're talking about laboratory number 23-01723. Did you do any batch work on this particular case?
Yes, I did.
And what testing did you do in relation to the samples of this lab number?
It was a test that was known as the general unknown screen.
Can you tell the jury what the general unknown screen does, what it tests for?
Sure, that's a screening test for drugs. It essentially would test for hundreds of different prescription medications or drugs of abuse.
And in this particular test, the general unknown screen, is there a portion of testing in the lab for general unknowns that would allow you to quantify when certain substances are detected?
The general unknown screen is not a quantifiable test. It's just an identification screen. So you wouldn't be able to attribute a specific level of the drug, but just the identification that it was present or not.
So it would be a detected or non-detected situation.
Correct.
And in this particular case, items 10-101 involved a vial of blood that was submitted to the laboratory, correct?
Yes.
And you did the general unknown screen for the blood?
Yes.
And what were the substances that were detected in that sample of blood?
Would I be able to reference?
Sure.
Just to ensure that I'm attributing everything?
Yep.
Any objections?
No, of course not. Sure.
I can actually show you.
I'll answer questions as soon as we get to lunch. I assume we're almost there. Yeah, we're almost there.
Okay.
Does that refresh your memory as to the substances?
Yes.
So fair to say mirtazapine, lamotrigine,
Trazodone and quetiapine.
And a quetiapine metabolite, correct?
Yes.
And in that particular screen of the blood, all you're able to tell is whether they're detected or not.
Correct.
In your work with testing for those items and running that general unknown screen, were there any issues with the controls in that test?
No, there weren't.
Were there any problems with the equipment in that test?
There was a syringe issue, which means essentially if you consider a needle that has a plunger on the top, it would have essentially gotten stuck at some point within the batch run, which could run for 24 to 48 hours. It's a very lengthy run. So once the error is notified, it's a very simple switch. You just pull the syringe out, place it back, place a new one back into that same spot, and then you would restart your run from that point forward, including a control, just to ensure that the instrument is still functioning the way that it should.
And so would that type of error that you observed in the equipment affect the results of the test?
Not in any way.
And in addition to the testing or running this general unknown screen on the blood, you also ran a general unknown screen on urine, which was identified as item 10-201, correct?
That's correct.
And were those same substances detected in the urine?
Yes, they were.
And again, as far as those particular substances in the general unknown screen or unknown screen test for urine, are you able to quantify it in any way?
No.
Is it fair to say that there are other laboratories across the country that potentially could quantify those substances?
Yes.
And so in this case, are you aware that there were samples of the blood and that were sent to another lab because of those positive tests for those substances?
I am not aware.
Okay. You weren't the reporting analyst in this case, correct?
Correct. I was not.
So after you did those general unknown screens in the blood and the urine, what did you do with the information?
The testing, every independent sample receives its own summary sheet where you document any possible drugs that were detected. All of the sheets are submitted to what's called a batch review. So a secondary person will independently review everything and ensure that they drew the same conclusions that I did. Once both people have agreed, all of the paperwork that is generated is filed within the respective case files, and then that's later submitted to an analyst at random to author the report and review the entirety of the case.
And in this particular case for lab number 23-101723, you're aware that Nicholas Roberts was the reporting analyst, correct?
Correct.
And any decisions on any further testing were likely made through him? In your experience?
Yes, it definitely would not have been part of the role for someone doing a portion of the testing within a case.
And as far as the particular substances that were detected, when you are running these tests, it doesn't tell you that there were several different drugs that were necessarily consumed by the individual, correct?
I don't know if I understand your question.
Well, are there certain substances that come up in these screens that could be attributable to the same type of drug?
There are certain, we would call them parent drugs and metabolites. Once you ingest the medication, your body will begin to metabolize or break that drug down. So there could be metabolites that are related to the parent compound of the medication that was taken.
So where there were there were 5 positive or detected substances doesn't mean that there was 5 specific substances, especially where there was a metabolite detected, correct? I guess
I'm not sure I follow your question again.
that's okay. As far as these particular items or these particular substances that were detected in these screens, you weren't able to provide any further information for final review other than they were detected.
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Reddington?
So, basically, as the court knows, we agree to this. We stipulate to all of this. As far as the blood, the chain of custody, the testing, you didn't have any problems with the quality of the testing, right? It was good test.
It was a good test, correct?
Okay. So, in the results that have been described numerous times, there's the reference to metabolite, and there's 5 drugs. Doesn't mean there's 5 drugs. It could be 1 drug with a metabolite. All a metabolite means is that it's a breakdown of the same drug at some point, right?
Correct.
Like if you're smoking marijuana or something, you have carboxy-9 or whatever they call it. It can be some residue in your blood, right?
Yes, the way that,
From the breakdown.
yes.
And the lab that counsel was referring to, again, would be the, is it the NMS lab? You familiar with that, NMS?
I'm familiar that that lab does exist, yes.
Yeah. And what does that mean? Do you know what NMS means? Is it like national something?
I'm not familiar with the acronym.
All right, thank you. That's all I have. Thanks.
All right, Como?
Nothing further.
All right, thank you, man. You step down. Thank you. Counsel, can I see you at sidebar?
All right. So we already know, no spoiler alert, they're at lunch. Okay. We caught up in real time. I knew that we would. All right. Oh, I hate wearing those headphones. They're so like scrunched on my ears, but whatever. Okay. First of all, beyond being a law nerd, I am also a science nerd as well. I will do my best to break things down for you. So, what did you miss? I had to take your kids back to school for orientation. Well, Miss Rivera, the most important part is there's 2 scientists that just testified, and they analyzed her blood and urine that they collected at South Shore. And I'm going to go over it now, so you didn't miss very much. Michelle, I'm not sure what you're referring to. Are you talking to me about why I am laughing? I'm not sure what you're referring to. So the 2 lab people came to testify in this trial about what they collected from her urine and her blood. More or less what they do is they have to sort of extract out things. They have to take the biological materials out and kind of extract the drug out of it. So that was kind of what they were testifying to, how they go about their process of doing this and how they extract that. They didn't go very technically into it, but they did touch on it a little bit. What did they find? In the first one, she only tested for benzos. That's right. So just benzos only, not anything else. She did talk a little bit about whether there was alcohol or GHB in the system. So, we'll kind of touch on that. But this first one only did benzos. And so what was found in her system? More or less, I'm going to break it down to be very simple, but they just found that it was diazepine that could be broken down into 4 or 5 other things. And don't come for me if I mispronounce these. Lorazepam, nonpazine, oxapan, tamperazan. All of those sort of break down and are little particles of the bigger drug, which is diazepam. And we know she took diazepam, right? We know that she was prescribed that. So we have that. So we already know that she's got that. So this one only tested for that. But in true fashion, Mr. Reddington brought up to this witness what the other person tested for. And he's trying to bring in things through other witnesses. And that is why I'm laughing, because Mr. Reddington is just, he's just hilarious. So Lisa Yell then came on to the stand, and she talked about the other drugs that were in her system, which were, again, it's the breakdown. It's quetiapine, which is the Seroquel is the name brand of quetiapine, which we know is it's antipsychotic drug. And then these other things in here that he was talking about, the metapazine, the tramazine, the metabolite, all of those are little things that break down, but the bigger drug in that is the quetiapine. So that is what is going on there. I hope I answered that. If I didn't, let me know. So let's go through the questions and see how we are doing. All right. All right, here we go. I went really too far. Okay. So why do they want to know, like, how things work or whatever? Sometimes they need to explain how they go about doing these things so that the jury can understand a little bit of how do they go about extracting these things. And so I was so interested in Lisa Yell, and she's like, I don't work for MSP anymore. I work for a biomedical company or biotech company. So I looked her up. She works for Moderna, just by the way, if you didn't know. If you know Moderna, let me know. Okay. All right. What did they shut him down over the NMS lab? Okay, because he's trying, I talk about he's making fetch happen. He's trying to ask her questions that she can't answer. She's not with NSMS lab. She's with the MSP lab. She can only talk about what she did. And he's trying to ask other witnesses questions that they didn't do, which I think is good. They need to shut that down because they're trying to get things in through one witness that they need to bring in that other witness. Like he was asking Hillary about the stuff that Lisa did, and that shouldn't have been allowed. So I hope that answers your question. It's metabolites. Thank you, Sweaty and Annoyed. I noticed that as well. Why are they asking these questions about the investigation? Why does this matter? Megan, I'm not sure exactly what point you're asking about, but these last two ones were very important. What's in Lindsay's system when she went to the hospital, right? What does she have in her system? And remember, just remember too, it's what's in your bloodstream and what's in your urine. I'm not a medical expert. I don't know. So if she she might have crushed up some pills or took some pills before she went out the window. I don't know if those metabolized enough for them to say, oh, now she took a whole bunch of this, right? How do I feel Reddington's doing today? Seems like he woke up on the wrong side of the bed. No, so Liz, what happened was this morning that Reddington has stipulated many, many times that they don't argue about this evidence that's coming in. He's upset because it's slogging along. He's already agreed to all of this. So the witness can just come onto the stand, talk a little bit about how they found XYZ, present it, and that's it. The prosecution's dragging it on, and he's getting upset about that. So, she did why all the questions about the investigations of why she did it. Yeah, so Megan, that's the crux of this case, right? Why did she do it? How did she do it? Was she influenced by the drugs that she was on? So that's why what's in her system at the current time that she did this. That's the crux of it. And then there's going to be a medical professional that's going to take the stand that's going to explain it to us. What these drugs were that were found in her system and how they would affect a person. They can't say specifically her, can't specifically say any person, but that's what they're going to testify to. Yeah, exactly. You already answered my question. You already answered it. Nope, you did great, Liz. You did great. Seroquel makes the person very, very tired. If we know she did this, don't we need to know why she's guilty? But insane? Exactly. That's the crux of this case. Was she overtired? Was she overmedicated? Was she having a psychotic or psychosis at this time to do this? That hasn't come in yet. We're slogging along. Oh, Erica, great. Erica, that is great. Erica, that was great analysis. Appreciate you. She was on a lot of medications, so both sides are arguing that she had different amounts of meds in her system. Yep, absolutely. Based on the last two witnesses, is this good look for Lindsay's defense? I don't know just yet. I need to know how this affects her system, how this affects anybody's system. Okay, yeah, her system. Yes, Patrick did have her old medication in his car. No, Liz, you're doing great. You are excellent. Yeah. I'm just going through the questions and answering them as they come about. So you're doing great. Oh, so it's not what's been in her system. It's like if she stopped in 3 days ago, but it was in her blood system. I can't answer that. I don't know how long I know we've got some nurses on here. I don't know how long these medications, how quickly they get into your bloodstream, and this will be answered by the doctors. How quickly it goes into your bloodstream, how quickly it metabolizes in your system, and when does it take effect, right? Because if you drink something, that might take effect quicker than if you ingest it, and how long does it affect your system? These are great questions. So Lisa Lip says, medication does stay in your system for a while. Right. They talked about the prescriptions and how many things she took. Yeah, so they talked a little bit about how much the milligrams are. So in the benzos, it was 8.8 nanograms per milliliter of the diazepam, and then she broke it down to each little ones. I hope that answers your question. Yes, Liz, from each bottle. Megan, yes, thank you for responding. She was a loving mother. She had a storm going on in her mind. Yeah. Yeah, Liz, no worries. I got you. Ask your questions away. And just remember, so at the end of the stream, I do a recap of each witness and kind of what they said. And I only give you the Cliff Notes versions. And just remember, if you miss this, you can go to if you want to follow me, you don't have to. If you want to, you can go to my YouTube channel and go under live, and you can see what was done that day, and you can zoom past and go to whatever you want, but you can also watch it on other channels as well. I'm not gatekeeping. It's on Court TV. It's on Law and Crime. It's on East Idaho News. You can go watch it there too. And you can also, by the way, if you didn't know, down at the bottom, there's a little what does it look like? Like a wrench circle-y thing. You can also go and put it on 2.5 speed, and it'll go much, much faster. So you don't have to listen to it. You don't even listen to me. Whatever you want to do. Okay. Okay, hang on. I got to go back up because it dropped. Oh, hang on. Lisa says her doctors never saw her, so I'm not sure what you mean by that. I'm just kind of going through. A lot of wrangle. It's a lot to wrangle. Yeah. Did she cross up the meds that day of? I thought I heard it somewhere, so that's where I'm getting it. I don't know if it was in opening statements, but that's where my mind. Sometimes it takes a month or two for something to get into your system to start working. Thank you, Tammy Jane. Many of the meds caused, oh boy, you're making big words here. Is it akathisia? On top of psychosis, she didn't have a chance. Off topic, did she talk to the police or her lawyer right away? So remember so she didn't talk to the police, as you shouldn't. After she came out of surgery for her spine, remember yesterday she talked to one of the psychiatrists and she could only write on the board. That was the first time she asked for a lawyer, was on the board. And today we just learned that Patrick Clancy also had a lawyer. Patrick Clancy, when he went to the Plymouth Police Department to turn over the medications that Lindsay had given to him because she no longer was taking, he was with his lawyer. Oh, still shoes. Okay, I think we debunked this, Liz. Let me know in the chat, did we debunk that he had the same shoes on? Same shoes, same coat, just looks like different lighting. Are we in agreement with that? I'm not sure. It says Ben's in blood is 6 to 48 hours. Urine is 2 to 6 weeks metabolites. You guys are Google champions. New to this case, I saw on another video about people speculating the husband may have been involved. Thoughts? Okay, Jessica. I am going into this, me personally, I'm going into this as what evidence is coming into this trial. So far, there's been no evidence that the husband had anything to do with anything. There's no evidence that he had an affair. There's no evidence that, because we haven't gotten any digital evidence, but I would think, in my opinion, if there was an affair, that the prosecution or the defense would have brought it up in their opening statements. Plus, Patrick already was on the stand. There was nothing talked about an affair. So I'm going to say no. If she's on SSRIs, which she was, many, if not all, can take a few weeks to start working. Okay. Only takes a couple of pills for the wrong person to cause akathisia, if I'm pronouncing that right. Terrifying. No, I know the shoes kind of look different. Somebody said it was the lighting, but sneakers and boots look different in the light. Yeah, inside the restaurant, the white was showing. Right, in CVS, it looked brown to me. Could he have changed shoes? I don't know. Kim, plus, wouldn't she say something if he was? I would assume so. Why is she taking the blame for everything if he was involved? I don't know. Yep, defense would have definitely brought it up if we see having an affair. But and the prosecution they would. Don't you think that was be like a slam dunk for them? Listen, he was having an affair, and that is why she did what she did. She was sane and she was doing it, and she had mental clarity. If he was going to leave me, no one else could take care of these kids the way I could. That's what I see the prosecution arguing. Erica says that she's confused how she had access to the meds. He allegedly had the ones she stopped. I'm not sure. We have not figured out who was making her do the sleep training. And that's a question I have. Okay. What's my opinion thus far of the jury, the prosecution to the jury? I still have many, many, many unanswered questions. We continue to have the question about what is so important that the prosecution today, the other thing the prosecution had today was they had, especially Maureen Hartnett. She came in and was like processing the blood. And Maureen Hartnett was called back out to the house on June. This happened in January. She was called back in June to test materials outside the house, blood, whatever. And she couldn't do it because the sample was degraded. That's in my opinion. I dumbed it down. So why is the prosecution fighting so hard about this window and the blood evidence at the window? What is it that they're trying to ascertain about this? And remember, like the prosecution said that Kevin Reddington made this up. He said, the prosecution said that she was hanging on and she slid out the window. But then she has these injuries that are indicative of somebody who is jumping out into a pool, and they have those, severed issues in their spine. So that is a question that I need answered. What's their theory? I still have many, many unanswered questions. Okay, I'm just trying to read. You guys are typing faster than I can answer questions. I don't know if she knew about the affair. I think it was him leaving her all the time. Okay. Can't wait for the doctors to come in to say, how much med she was taking and how it affected her. If I had my crystal ball, I would say, guess who's going to be up next are the doctors. When do you think the prosecution will rest? See, that is a good question because I don't know. This was supposed to be a 6 to 8 week trial. But as we heard, Mr. Reddington said, we stipulate to all of these things. So next is going to be all of the doctors. What transpired with her psychologist? We're going to get medical doctors. We're going to get psychiatrists, psychologists. It's going to be the battle of the experts. So they're going to come in and they're going to have lots of questions on that. The first question she asked was, do I have a lawyer? Oh, okay. She definitely knew what she was doing. What if it's his blood? Good question. They couldn't test it. So it wasn't viable. So we don't know. Oh, and the other thing too is okay, so I take it back. We're probably going to get that answer. Whose blood was who? So we need that person to come in to say whose blood was who. Her husband played a big part in it. 911 calls. She wasn't getting the help. She was terrified. Meds were making her worse. The savage escapes. Is that what was on the 911 call? I did not hear the 911 call. How were the no fingerprints on the exercise bands? Megan, we talked about this a little bit. It could be a variety of things. It could be because it's so small and round that the fingerprints might not have been adhered to it. So it depends on like some surfaces. How do I describe this? Some surfaces are really good and your fingerprints are on those surfaces, whereas other surfaces it doesn't adhere to. Does that make sense? How do I know this? Many, many, many trials. What's the difference between a mental health hospital and jail? Well, in jail, you don't get the medical care that you really need. It is sad. It is very, very sad. She's going to need medical care, right? I don't know exactly all of her issues. I don't know that might come out, just FYI. They might put a doctor on there to tell us what her physical limitations are now that she's in this wheelchair and what kind of medical help she's going to get. And I would say that that's going to be the defense is going to do that. Why? Because they want her to go to the mental health facility. She's going to get the care there versus jail. So that will come back up. Pink Sunset, put a pin in that. That will be answered. I don't understand how she didn't have a head injury if she dove head first. Again, I don't know. Erica, there's going to be a medical expert coming to testify how she got her injuries. Put a pin in that. I just caught up. What time are they supposed to come back? Well, that's a great question. I never know. We are on real time. Oh, shoot. We're not on real time. Hold on. I lied. Okay, we're on real time. I'd say maybe in 20 minutes they're going to come back. Okay. The feed jumped again. I answered your question. It's not clear to me how they are expecting to take care of a psychiatric paraplegic in jail. Good question, Erica. Exactly. She's going to require so much care. How could there be no fingerprints on the knife? We talked about this a little bit. Probably my thoughts and my opinion is that because the blood was on there as well, and it's wet and it's sticky, that there were no, when she was grabbing onto it, the fingerprints didn't stick. It was too slick and slimy. Does that make sense? That's my opinion. She didn't land on her head. Okay. Mama M says she didn't land on her head. Houston is 1 p.m. 2. I'm not sure what you guys are talking about. They said 2. Okay. So 2 o'clock. So it's 12:34 my time. If you're in Central Standard Time, it is 1:30 their time. So about 2 o'clock. Thank you, everybody. I wish they would have started where they ended last. Okay, so why are they touching on the Apple Watch? Because it was in the drawer. Ashley, was in the drawer. Mr. Reddington is making it very clear that when the police went to the house to go investigate and take things from as evidence, they missed the nightstand drawer in Lindsay Clancy's room. And in that were some medications that they missed, as well as her Apple Watch. And they never tested her Apple Watch, from what I understand, from what Reddington is testifying to. I hope that answers your question. But some people say that her watch was synced to her phone, so they just got information off of her phone. And then also you have to remember, not everything that they collected or that they tested is potential evidence of anything. So some things they just don't test. Some things they just don't bring into evidence because it doesn't matter, believe it or not. There are people in prison who are in wheelchairs, not a disqualifier. You're absolutely right. It's not a disqualifier. I don't believe the kids were hurt with the knife. That hasn't come into testimony. It's only just the exercise bands, but we'll see. There was a big pool of blood in the carpeting in the basement. Where did that blood come from? I think it was the oldest child, Cora, because remember, she had dried blood on her mouth. So that's what I think. So that hasn't come into evidence yet. We'll get there. It's hard for that to happen in jail because a wheelchair is considered contraband. XCO here. Thank you, Liz. Granted, I'm in Indiana, so it might be different. Oh, Liz, your time frame is different. Liz, are you on the we don't change our clock time zone, people? And the cell phone. The draw. Yep. You missed it. The draw. She doesn't deserve medical care, and I don't think she wants it either. I don't know. Makes you think because he didn't want traces of their blood on him. Maybe. Wouldn't you all ask about your kids after something like this, or would you ask for a lawyer? She did at one point in time ask about her family. It was a little sort of disjointed because that came in through the other psychologist. That came in through the nurse. That came in through the nurse, Rochelle, the nurse. She did ask about her family to the nurse when she was writing down stuff. If I'm wrong, let me know. When did she admit it? She didn't admit anything. So let me know what you think she might have admitted. Don't hate you for saying for this, but you believe that the system failed Lindsay. Listen, no one's blaming you for anything. I want to emphasize this is a safe space for you to write your thoughts and feelings. We can be diametrically opposed. We can be on either side of the fence. This is where we're talking about what's coming on and what's going on. So nobody is coming after you. Family meaning her parents, I'm sure. Wish they all went into detail as to how much she remembers when she woke up. But here's the thing, even if that, she admitted to it. in court. She's not saying that she's not guilty of doing the crime. She's admitting that she did it. It's just what her mental status was at the time. Remember, the prosecution says she wasn't mentally incapacitated. She wasn't insane. She wasn't overmedicated because she did X, Y, Z. So she had mental clarity to call the CVS pharmacy. She called to get the food. She was taking care of the kids all day. She didn't have any psychosis. And the defense says the opposite. Thanks, Liz, for clarifying the time zone change. Supposedly she asked for a lawyer to change her power of attorney to her parents. Yes, she did. She probably didn't want to leave it on her parents because of the situation and wanted a DNR lawyer. She did end up changing it to her parents. She did end up not taking the DNR. Oh, no, I didn't. Pink Sunset, I didn't see that. Will she not testify to answer the big question? In my opinion, she should not testify. She should not testify whatsoever. Leave it to the experts. The experts will speak for her. The psychologist also said they didn't see any signs of psychosis. Well, probably not at the time that she was in the hospital, right? And just remember, one of the persons only saw her for 20 minutes. I know you're talking about the other one. Yeah, she said she did it and felt horrible. Yep, she can blow this entire thing wide open if they ask her questions and she gets on the stand. All right, just to let you know, they're still on lunch break. Oh, see, yeah, lunch until 2. I didn't read the I didn't read the note there. All right, so there are 107 of you in my lovely chat. If you haven't followed me already, please do. My name is Missy K. I bring you law cases. Today, at this moment in time, we're doing what's called gavel-to-gavel coverage of the Lindsay Clancy case. That means we are the at-home jurors, and here on TikTok, you can hear the testimony, but if you want to see the testimony with me, you can hop over to my YouTube page. It's the same channel name right here, Legalese123. And we can watch it together. You can also chat on there as well. But this seems to be the chat place. Just a couple of notes. I need to tell you a couple of small things. So first of all, if you do or don't know about the Sarah Grace Patrick case, she was supposed to have her trial start this week. They have another delay. So we'll know later on this week when and if that trial is going to start. I was planning on covering that, but it's okay. We got other things going on. We talked a little bit about Patrick Clancy's shoes. There's a TikTok out there that says that Patrick Clancy changed his shoes between going to CVS and the restaurant. I did a small look at it, and it's inconclusive to me. I don't know. So put a 1 in the chat if you think he changed his shoes. Put a 2 in the chat if you didn't. Put a 3 in the chat if you don't know. And, does it matter? Yeah. Let me see if there's any other breaking news while we're chatting. All right. So okay. So yesterday, if you hadn't had a chance to see, I posted all of the journal entries that were mentioned by the prosecution and the defense. I put it on my Facebook page. Plus, I made a TikTok of it already. I don't know if you saw it or not. TikTok, you might not be able to read everything, but on Facebook, you can. It's a little clunky. I'm sorry, but it was afterwards, and I just needed to quickly get it up and post it because it had been a long day. So if you want to see it, if you want to see anything that document-wise, go to my Facebook page, same channel name, Legalese123. Go onto my Facebook page. Please follow. And I put motions, documents, I'm posting the pictures and the evidence that comes in there. If you want to deeper dive into the case that you're like, oh, I missed this or what's this, you can go on there. And I didn't do these last two witnesses just yet. I was too engrossed in what they were doing. So you can go onto my Facebook page that has a little bit more detailed about this case and other cases that I'm following. So it's a big smattering of things. Plus, turn on your notifications. You never know what I'm going to post, when I'm going to go live, or what breaking things might happen in a case. So if you follow along and turn on your notifications, then you'll know, oh, hey, something's going on. And just FYI, I'm coming from this as a journalist. That's my background. I'm trying not to put too much of my opinion into things, although it does slip out, which I'm very sorry, but that's okay. It's my channel. I can do what I want. But I try to just, here's the information. You do with it what you want. So I'm just reporting out things, just letting you know this happened and this happened and this happened. All right. So those are sort of like the show notes, etc., and a little bit about me and what's going on. So there are 101 of you on here on TikTok. If you haven't followed me, please give a follow. We got to push this out. If I get to 1,000 users on TikTok, I can do some other things because you have to hit that milestone in order to do other things. So I'm trying to grow this channel. I'm trying to grow my other channels as well so that I have some things in the works that are going to make a nice law community together. So I appreciate you. And this is what I'm trying to build. I'm trying to build this up. So, all right, there are a couple more questions going on, and then I'm going to take a restroom break, and we have about 15 minutes before they might come back. All right. There was a pool of blood in the basement. If you haven't seen, go to my Facebook page. There's a pool of blood that I took a picture of. Yeah, I think that it was Cora because they said that she had dried blood on her mouth. They might get into that. There is blood on the bedroom door. So yeah, is that her blood? Whose blood is it? There's going to be somebody that comes in that tells us who the blood it belongs to. Oh, Kier, you're so welcome. Did I pronounce it right? Kier. Thank you. Thank you. There was a mean lady on here earlier, and I did make 2 of you admins. I hope you got rid of her. She threw me off. I'll have to go back and I'll go back and look at her. Don't be mean to me. Do you need to perpetuate the M pictures though? CG, I'm not sure what your answer is. I'm not sure what your question is. Are you asking me? Okay, I'm not going to guess what your question is. So if you want to be more specific, please go ahead and put it in the chat so I can answer your question. I'm not sure I'm not going to assume what you mean by that. All right, there are 3 of you on YouTube. So does anybody have any questions? So Elise said, maybe trying to make a point to the jury that they didn't do a good job collecting the evidence. Okay, so that's a good question I wanted to bring up. Do you guys think that Kevin Reddington is basically saying you guys are incompetent because you didn't collect what's in the drawer? But just remember, he's also not really saying, he's not saying that the evidence that came in isn't bad. So it's sort of like a catch-22. Okay. Why was there blood on the door? We don't know. That hasn't been answered just yet. It could have been blood splatter from her because remember she was in the mirror. So I don't, and that's why the jurors went to go see the layout of the house, right? They can see where like the door was and compared to well, not everything else because everything else there. Okay. Thanks for sharing the live. I appreciate it. Liz says, I think that the medication she's taking an Apple Watch is huge because she was religious about wearing it. Could be. I can't tell if he's trying to prove there was so many bottles or if they weren't doing their job. Yeah. So some of these questions we might not get answered. Some of it we might get answered. And just remember, if you have questions, the jury has questions. I told you this before. If the jury doesn't get their questions answered, just think about you. If you're in a jury, you don't get your questions answered, you're going to go look for that answer. You can only look in the evidence that's presented to you, right? But you might go search for that, and you might make a connection that actually might not be true. But that's okay, because that's the jury is allowed to use their common sense when they deliberate. Okay, I'm going to go take a small break to go to the bathroom and finish my breakfast that I didn't eat, which is okay. So I'll leave everything on and talk amongst yourselves. And, if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them, but I'm going to take a small break. So thank you so much. Like, subscribe, follow, all of the things, and I'm going to be right back. You're not going to miss anything, and even if it does, it's on, so you're not going to miss anything. I'll hop on. I'll catch up. Don't worry. Oh, I got some new comments. Okay. Oh, hi, Kavera. Oh, you're on here too. Yes, I think there's something on there. All right. Yes. I'll be right back. I needed to take a break. All right. What did I miss? What did I miss? Yes, they are on recess. Lunch is on at court, or sorry, court is on a break until 2 p.m. And so we're getting close. All right. What did everybody have for lunch? What did everybody have for lunch? I just finished up my breakfast, which is fine. And I just got, I don't know if you can see, I got a bowl of cherries. This is my snack, per se. They're being cherries. I saw them at the grocery store. Oh, soup? What kind of soup? Yogurt bowl. Wow, what's a yogurt bowl? Just yogurt? Jimmy John's and a buffalo wrap. Yum. Chicken, nothing fancy. Ugh. Sorry. I know. What's in your yogurt bowl? Is it just yogurt? Is it like, what kind of yogurt? Inquiring minds need to know. I need to know. Liz, we got what you meant. Greek yogurt with some fruit, cinnamon, and honey. Wow. That sounds delicious. So, I don't know if I told you guys, but I just started making my own like overnight oats, right? I've heard about this. Everybody hears about this. Overnight oats. So you mix some oatmeal with some chia seeds and some almond milk, or you can do Greek yogurt. You put a little bit either honey or maple syrup in there, and you mix it up and you put it in your refrigerator overnight. And then the next morning you eat it with like either berries or something, or you can eat it plain, depending on like your sweetness taste. And the oats, so you get some protein and some fiber in there. Oh no. Okay, sorry. TikTok just gave me a flash of something and I was like, oh no, what's going on? I've been trying those and those are really good. I should go eat them, but I should eat them with these cherries and shouldn't eat the cherries by themselves, but they're downstairs and I'm up here and that's where we're at because I wanted to hurry up and run up here and make sure that I didn't miss anything. All right, so who do I expect to come in this afternoon? I expect sort of continuing. So they alluded to, just FYI, they alluded to Nicholas Roberts. So these analysts, so if you guys ever saw, if you haven't seen the Brian Walsh case, the Brian Walsh case I thought was the best DNA analysts from MSP that came in and explained everything. So an analyst is only given one part of the project to do. Now, sometimes they get it again. Sometimes there's like a 4-step process and 4 different individuals can be on one particular project because each part, there's significant work on each part of doing like a DNA analysis, right? So you might have 2 or 3 people who did one part of this whole project. And then when they're done with it, they give it to someone else to analyze all of their results and make sure their results are good. And then that person, so anybody who had their hand in it, all of those people come in, plus then the person in the end. Now, so let's say there's 4. 1 might also do 3. So they might testify to 1 and 3. So they mentioned that Nicholas Roberts was the one who analyzed the results. So he might be the next person to testify that says, okay, Hillary, what was her name? Hillary Griffiths did one thing. She analyzed the blood for benzos. Then Lisa Yell did the blood for everything and anything else. And then all the results were given to Nicholas Roberts. Will Nicholas Roberts come in to testify and say, oh, yep, these were the results? And then they sent some stuff off to NSMS lab. So if they need something that they can't do in their own lab. Massachusetts, this has been brought up in many, many cases, that they also send it off to this other lab for analysis. So will we hear from them as well? And that's kind of how I picture today being, is all going to be about lab results. And will we have any doctors come in to start testifying? No. Liz asks, another case, are these the same people testifying in the Karen Reed trial? So far, the only person that I noticed is the same is Maureen Hartnett. She's the only one that I recognize. If somebody else can say something. So all of the troopers that are involved here, none of them were in Karen Reed. Why? Because they're in different areas. Most of these Massachusetts troopers work like in Plymouth and that section, where all Karen Reed's was in Norfolk. And I know I did a terrible job parsing out where these places are. If there's somebody in the chat that wants to tell me more, feel free to describe what's going on. So that's kind of what I see. I see, is Nicholas Roberts going to testify? Are the people from this lab going to come in and testify? That's kind of where I see things going next. And then perhaps we might get a person on here that said, okay, the blood that we collected, it belongs to, because we need to know, who does this, we kind of already can assume that the blood in the bedroom that was collected was hers. Now, mind you, somebody just said, oh, what's on the door? And then the pool of blood in the basement, who does it belong to? Will her parents testify? That is a good question. Are they needed? That's the bigger question. Are they needed? They could come in and testify to her mental stability back in November when she was, the nanny too. Will they be able to sort of testify to her mental stability that in November when they came to come visit her? And the answer is yes. Will they come in? I would like to think that maybe they'll come in through the defense. Sure. The nanny, I don't know. I don't know what value she would add. She could be for the defense, or she could be for the prosecution to be like, oh, isn't she such a controlling mommy? And didn't you find her notes to be very excessive? They could do that. You've been a nanny for how long, and have other parents done this? I could kind of see that happening. It would be very prejudicial in my opinion. But I don't know. I don't know about Lindsay's family history. I don't know if she's an only child or if she has siblings. I don't know. I don't know much about her family. I do know that there was the one picture of them at Thanksgiving, but I think that was his family she was standing next to. I think that's what he testified to. It is. It's a tough case. And to be honest with you, I don't know. I'm still in the middle right now. I'm not convinced either way just yet. I'm waiting for the experts to come in to tell me what this medication is, because I've never been on this medication, what this medication is, what was she prescribed, et cetera, et cetera. How does it affect your body? How does it affect your mind? And again, I also think that Lindsay is, I continue to say this, she's a type A person, right? She's one of those people who, are very conscious about what she's eating, her exercising. Is it excessive? I don't know. What's excessive? Also her, I want to say keeping up with the Joneses, right? We know this. We know this in our lives. Everybody's gone through this, right? It's kind of like the FOMO, the fear of missing out. You go on Facebook or wherever you go and you see people doing XYZ, and then you're like, oh, I want to do that. Or, oh, I'm not doing that. And then let's talk about her kids. My kid's not doing that. My kid's not rolling over. My kid's not making that milestone. And it's okay. Each child is different. I get so upset when people want to try to put kids in a box and say, does your child check this box? I know that they're just like mile markers that if they're not hitting these, then perhaps maybe you need to get some help with XYZ. And every parent is different, and every parent's parenting is different, and each kid's different. All three of my kids are completely different. They're not the same. They're not the same person. So when people, right, she's so hard on herself. See, that's the other thing. I want to know if she had a therapist during this time. Because not only if you're on these meds, are you talking to someone about what's going on with you and what, besides her being forced to go to the mental facilities, right? So your kid doesn't fit into all of these boxes. And I think that she was trying to make that happen, or she was internalizing that on her own. Oh my gosh, I'm a terrible mom. I'm sleep training this baby. He's not doing what he's supposed to. I'm already having these thoughts and things in my head. I already have enough anxiety. I'm not sleeping because he's not sleeping. And then I got to get up and take care of these other kids. It's a lot of pressures that moms put on themselves, and you take it all on. You take it on, especially if you're I can speak from experience as being a staying-home mom. If you're a stay-at-home mom and you're not working, we'll talk about the ones that are working and parents, because that's, I think, is twice as hard. Staying at home, the responsibility of the children usually falls on you. You know everything. You know when their doctor's appointments are. You know when they go to soccer practice. You know when they have to go to school. You're the one getting them up, putting them here, doing this, doing that. And here we're getting back.
We return back to the trial of
And it's harder on
Commonwealth
parents
versus
who are
Lindsay
working
Clancy. All parties are
because
present, including the defendant, excluding the jury.
All right.
Oh, excluding the jury.
Can I see it sidebar just for a second?
They're at sidebar already. And parents who have to work, I don't know how you do it, because not only do you have the extra added pressure that you're the parent and you got to take them to XYZ and do all of these things, you have to do a job at the same time. Dang the sidebars. I think that she put on a lot of pressure on herself. I don't know if he helped with that. Did he put pressure on her? But in her journals, it's quite clear that that's what she did. Yes, thank you. Court is live. We're here. We're right on. Yep, court's going, except for at a sidebar right now. Boo-hoo. All right. So and we're speculating a lot. I understand that. That's what we can do because we're at the at-home jurors. Right, she needed to be on birth control to connect with her husband. How long had they not connected for? The baby was 8 months old. Pink Sunset, yeah, that's if we believe what she's telling is the full truth in the journals. She didn't hide them, right? They were out for everybody to see. And it's sad in this case, right? Your whole life is under a microscope. Anything and everything that you do is under a microscope, and rightfully so, right? If you did this deed to your children, which I don't condone, by the way. Yeah, they were left out in the open. Yep, I wonder how honest she was with the providers and the doctors in the hospital when she went to go see them. So I have no Zoom room because we are live. We caught up in real time. I can't Zoom. So we're all together in this. Yes, 3 kids under 5. That's a lot, right? Think about all the potty training, all the diapers, all the washing of the clothes. And then the older ones are older, they're going to school. So she's got to get up and get them to school, make sure they're having the right lunches. And then they had extra activities. You see all the activities they did? They were skiing, they were swimming, they were in soccer. They were doing a lot. Now, suppose, but you know, I don't know. I don't know how much help he was or he wasn't. Right? She said she was overwhelmed. She was overtired. So I'm not sure what the state is trying to prove. I'm still waiting for all of those answers. I'm waiting for them to tie it up into a nice little bow and present it to us and say, okay, you saw this, 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 and this, and this. And this is, you know, the elements that we said. She lost 15 pounds, probably not eating and sleeping. Oh, the beeping is they're at sidebar. So it's so that it's like a noise canceling device. Does that make sense? That's what the beeping is. Someone said she was shopping a diagnosis. Yeah, so that is what the defense says that she did. Or sorry, the prosecution says that she was shopping for a diagnosis, or she was shopping around. And that's why she went from Jennifer Tufts to the nurse practitioner at South Shore. And then she went back to Jennifer Tufts. And then she was going to the McLean department. So we got a little bit from Patrick that actually wasn't the case. Okay, we are back in session. We are on witness number 38 for the prosecution. Who's going to be next? Yeah, Liz. Was she shopping around to find out what was going on with her?
This court's now in session. Be seated, please.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including 18 jurors.
All right. Again, members of the jury, thank you for your patience with us. We're going to do at this point, we're going to return now to the Commonwealth's presentation of the evidence. And Commonwealth, can call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, before calling a witness, Commonwealth would like to move to enter 3 stipulations as the next 3 exhibits. The first regarding postmortem toxicology.
Actually, before we get there, let me just give a little explanation about stipulation.
Right.
So, members of the jury, what you're going to hear is what's called a stipulation. All right? And what a stipulation is an agreement between the parties, agreement as to facts. Now, keep in mind that the Commonwealth has the burden of proof for every fact and in the elements in this case. All right. So, but the defendant has stipulated, and the Commonwealth has stipulated to these specific facts. All right. And the stipulation is basically may be accepted by you as facts and can be relied by you, along with other facts that you find during the course of the evidence. All right. And so with that, counsel.
Thank you. So as the next exhibit, it's a stipulation regarding postmortem toxicology testing of Cora Clancy. 284. As the next exhibit, stipulation regarding the postmortem toxicology testing of Dawson Clancy. 185. And the third stipulation regarding postmortem toxicology testing, for Callan Clancy.
Okay, so did you get that? These are all the toxicology reports after the children were deceased, and she is just putting them into evidence. I don't know if they're going to talk about them. They might just be nothing, right?
All right, so members of the jury,
okay.
I'm going to read you what these stipulations are. But keep in mind, you'll have these since they've been entered as exhibits. You'll have them with you back in the deliberations during the deliberation.
Okay, some of you speculated, did she give anything to the children to make them groggy or anything like that? You're going to hear this now. Let's see what was in the toxicology reports for the children.
All right, back in the jury room. So you'll have these, but let me just read these to you so you can kind of have this as the case is going forward. All right. So Exhibit 184 is a stipulation regarding the postmortem toxicology testing of Cora Clancy. In the above captioned matter, the parties agree to the following facts as it pertains to postmortem toxicology testing conducted for Cora Clancy. Number one, in accordance with laboratory policy and procedure, laboratory staff screen, analyze, and review samples submitted for testing using batch testing processing prior to final review and interpretation by the assigned analyst. Two, all policies and procedures were followed in this case. And three, in addition to forensic scientist 2, Alicia Zimmerman, being the assigned analyst and processing samples associated with case number 23-01875, Cora Clancy, laboratory staff had the following roles in the testing process. A, Brittany Massette and Natalie Law conducted screening analysis on item 1-01, which was the heart blood of Cora Clancy. B, Hannah Knowles conducted batch review analysis of screening tests conducted by Massette and Law. C, Marissa Dreyer and Seth Utter conducted further analysis on items 1-1-01. D, Emily McCall and Jacob O'Connell conducted batch review analysis of testing by Dreyer and Utter respectively. E, Tashi Washington conducted a technical review of the entire case prior to the issuance of Alicia Zimmerman's report. And F, Jennifer Mejia documented the measurements of the specimens collected for possible postmortem toxicology testing. So that's the stipulation on Exhibit 184 regarding the testing related to Cora Clancy. Exhibit 185 is a stipulation regarding postmortem toxicology testing relating to Dawson Clancy. And so, number one, in accordance with laboratory policy and procedure, laboratory staff screen, analyze, and review samples submitted for testing using batch testing processing prior to final review and interpretation by the assigned analyst. Two, all policies and procedures were followed in this case. Three, in addition to forensic scientist 2, Alicia Zimmerman, being the assigned analyst and processing samples associated with case number 23-01874, which was Dawson Clancy, laboratory staff had the following roles in the testing process. A, Brittany Massette and Natalie Law conducted screening analysis on item 1-1-01, which was the heart blood of Dawson Clancy. B, Hannah Knowles conducted batch review analysis of screening tests conducted by Massette and Law. C, Marissa Dreyer and Seth Utter conducted further analysis on item 1-1-01. D, Emily McCall and Jacob O'Connell conducted batch review analysis of testing by Dreyer and Utter respectively. E, Tashi Washington conducted a technical review of the entire case prior to the issuance of Alicia Zimmerman's report. And F, Jennifer Mejia documented the measurements of the specimens collected for possible postmortem toxicology testing. Right, and that's the exhibit regarding Dawson Clancy. All right. And then the last stipulation at this time is Exhibit 186, and that stipulation is regarding the postmortem toxicology testing of Callan Clancy. Number one, in accordance with laboratory policy and procedures, laboratory staff screen, analyze, and review samples submitted for testing using batch testing, processing prior to final review and interpretation by the assigned analyst. Two, all policies and procedures were followed in this case. Three, in addition to forensic scientist 2, Alicia Zimmerman, being the assigned analyst and processing samples associated with case number 23-0214, which was for Callan Clancy, laboratory staff had the following roles in the testing process. A, Brittany Massette was a screening analyst for item 1-1-01, which was blood from Beth Israel Deaconess Hospital in Plymouth. B, Natalie Law and Marissa Dreyer conducted further analysis on item 1-1-01. C, Hannah Knowles and Emily McCall conducted batch review analysis of item 1-1-01. D, Seth Utter conducted analysis on item 1-1-07, which was blood from Boston Children's Hospital, and 1-1-04, which was urine from Beth Israel Deaconess Hospital, Plymouth. E, Nathaniel Almeida conducted batch review analysis on item 1-1-07. And F, Robert Anderson conducted batch review analysis on item 1-1-04. He also conducted a technical review of the entire case prior to the issuance of Alicia Zimmerman's report. And G, Jennifer Mejia documented the measurements of the specimens collected for possible postmortem toxicology testing. So those are the stipulations at this time. Keeping in mind that you'll have those with you and everything that's contained there with you back in the jury room. Okay? All right. Come on.
Thank you. The Commonwealth would
What
call
did-
Alicia Zimmerman.
Okay, all right. I was just like, okay, and what did they say? So Alicia Zimmerman's coming to so all of these people did all of these tests. I told you that it's like 4 different people do one test on a DNA thing, blah, 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 blah. And one person goes over all the analyzations of it. So Alicia Zimmerman is the buck that stops there. What did she find? Okay, number 38 is Alicia Zimmerman. Yeah, the jury gets as many notepads as they want. But the thing is, they don't get to keep them afterwards, and they get destroyed. Didn't know if you knew that. She's got like a bag with her. Well, maybe it might just be her purse, but
All right,
she's
well,
got
good
this
afternoon.
big bag with her.
All right. Come on.
Thank you. Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Alicia Zimmerman,
Would you mind spelling your last name for the record?
Zimmermann.
And where do you work?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And where do you work at the crime lab?
I'm in the toxicology unit.
And what's your role there?
I'm a forensic scientist too.
How long have you been with the crime lab?
Since August 2014.
And in order to work in the toxicology unit, did you receive some specialized training and education?
Yes, I have a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Science from the Pennsylvania State University, and a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from the Virginia Commonwealth University. I also completed the toxicology's unit training program, which included wet lab work, literature review, competency exams, and written exams.
And in your role as a forensic scientist too at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab Toxicology Unit, you're familiar with the batch review testing?
Yes.
And as part of that process of working, the workflow being in batches, is it fair to say at various points, different members of the unit are assigned to different tasks within the toxicology unit? And at some point, you might be doing work on a case where you're actually asked to author a report at the end of the testing. Is that fair to say?
Yes, if you're authorized.
And are you authorized to issue reports?
Yes.
And what kind of toxicology testing are you authorized to issue reports for?
I'm authorized for postmortem investigation.
Now, as it pertains to postmortem investigation in the toxicology unit, where do samples come from?
So the samples are submitted from the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner to the Evidence Control Unit in Sudbury. They then assign a unique LIMS number. It's a Laboratory Information Management System number and a corresponding barcode to the evidence. They then transport the evidence to our unit in Maynard, and then we put the evidence into our custody, sample the evidence and assign testing to it.
And so when a sample comes to you in a postmortem situation, that's because somebody has passed away, correct?
Correct.
And there doesn't always have to be a corresponding state police crime lab investigation.
No, our cases are separate.
So your case comes to you and gets a separate lab number from the crime lab.
Correct.
And it also is tracked by a lab number or a case number from the medical examiner's office, correct?
Yes.
And so when you receive in the postmortem toxicology samples, do you sometimes receive blood?
Yes.
At times, do you also receive urine samples?
Yes.
What types of screening tests does the postmortem toxicology testing, what are the screening tests used in those instances, or those cases, I should say?
So every case that we receive gets 3 preliminary screening tests. The first one is a volatile analysis. The second one is an 8-panel of commonly abused drugs by enzyme-linked immunosorbent assay, also known as ELISA. And then the third thing we do is a general
the decedent or the person who died is a child, there are additional screens that can be done.
Yes.
And what's the additional screen in a child case?
If the decedent is equal to or less than, less than or equal to 11 years old, we also perform an ELISA pediatric panel, a general unknown screen for acidic and neutral drugs, and a vitreous chemistry analysis.
Now, in cases where your unit receives these samples from the medical examiner and a screening test is done, if no substance is detected in either of those 3 screens, or if in a pediatric case, that 4th screen, what happens?
No further testing.
Okay, just FYI, someone's using the microwave. I'm on sometimes it interferes. So if it interferes, just hang on a second. We'll be back. If not, everything will be okay.
Testing is performed.
And so if you are the reporting analyst in those
Did
cases,
you put it in the microwave?
you would simply note none detected?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to draw your attention to a case that was submitted by the medical examiner in January of 2023. I think your unit might have reviewed the evidence in February of 2023. Are you familiar with the case involving 3 different postmortem toxicology testing, but all related?
They are 3 separate reports.
Right, but you're aware that the children that were the subjects were related?
Yes.
Okay. So just referring to first, what's identified as the state police lab number 23-2141, involving the decedent Callan Clancy. You recall receiving several items in the postmortem toxicology unit to test?
Yes.
And it included toxicology blood that was taken from the Beth Israel Deaconess Hospital in Plymouth, right? Is that correct?
Yes.
As well as blood that was collected from the Children's Hospital in Boston.
Yes.
And urine also collected from the Beth Israel Deaconess Hospital in Plymouth.
Yes.
And were screens done on the samples, namely the blood from BID Plymouth, the urine from BID Plymouth, and the blood from Children's Hospital?
Yes.
Were any substances detected on those 3 screens and the pediatric screen that you've just described to the jury?
No, they were not.
And as far as the next case, which would be laboratory number 23-01875, the decedent being Cora Clancy, you received some heart blood from the medical examiner's office post-mortem, correct?
Yes.
And as far as that, were those screening tests conducted in this case for Cora?
Yes.
And were there any substances detected?
No, we did not detect anything.
And as far as laboratory number 23-01874, which is the decedent Dawson Clancy, your unit received an item 1-101 of heart blood from Dawson Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And that was also postmortem?
Yes.
And were those screening tests, those same 3 tests plus the pediatric test run for Dawson?
Correct.
Were any substances detected?
No, they were not.
And so where in each one of these 3 separate cases there was no detection of any substances, did you do anything further other than issue a report saying none detected?
No. I reviewed the data and then I issued the report with the none detected results.
If there had been any positive findings, additional testing would have been conducted, correct?
Yes, if we receive a positive screen, we will either perform confirmatory analysis or quantitative analysis depending on the testing.
And just as it pertains to these 3 cases, the samples received for Callan Clancy, why did they come from a different source than the other 2?
So the medical examiner sends us the samples. If the decedent is in the hospital prior to the autopsy, they will typically send us those hospital samples as well. They prefer to have the hospital samples tested because that date and time is usually prior to the decedent's death, and we can sometimes determine what sort of drugs or poisons may have been in that decedent's body prior to their death and before drugs may have been given at the hospital.
And once these tests are conducted in the postmortem toxicology unit, the results, where are they sent to?
They are sent to the medical examiner to go with their report.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, Attorney Reddington. All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so there we have it. There was nothing found in any of the children's systems. All right, we're going to move on. That was a big question that needed to be answered. I know a lot of people had that answer. Did she by chance give them something before she did anything? The answer is no. Let me know if that checks the box off of your...
Sherry Crook.
In biology from UMass Dartmouth and police crime.
Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Good afternoon. My name is Sherry Crook, Sherri, last name Crook.
What do you do for work?
I'm a supervisor in the crime scene response unit at Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory in Lakeville.
And how long have you held that position at the lab?
I've been a supervisor in that unit approximately 18 years, and I've worked at the lab for 26 years.
Can you describe for us your educational background, please?
I have a bachelor's of science in biology from UMass Dartmouth and a master's of science in criminal justice from Westfield State College.
And if you could just describe for us the nature of your work and your duties at the lab.
So my main job is a supervisor in the crime scene response unit. As a supervisor, I am a liaison for the state when crime scenes occur and a forensic scientist is needed. So I answer calls, figure out what type of services are needed. I then get forensic scientists to respond to areas. I oversee generally the southern region, which would be Plymouth County, Cape and Islands, Norfolk, Bristol County, but I do take calls for the entire state. I oversee the forensic scientists that respond to my area. I technically review reports. I also am involved in the criminalistics unit where I test and examine physical evidence for the presence of biological fluids. This would be blood, semen, and saliva, and trace materials, hairs, fibers, gunshot residues. These cases include fatal and non-fatal beatings, stabbings, shootings, sexual assaults, and motor vehicle accidents. We do the testing in the lab, similar to the testing at crime scenes.
And what type of training have you had to be qualified to be a forensic scientist in all these different areas at the lab?
So when I first began, I've always worked in the criminalistics unit. I went through a training process where I first observed trained chemists in the analysis of evidence. I then performed this analysis under the strict supervision of my supervisor. At the completion of each area that I was testing in, I took written and oral competency exams. So there's several areas in blood, semen, saliva that we take tests on to prove our proficiency.
And have you passed all of these competency tests?
I have.
And have you passed all of your proficiency tests?
I have.
Does your casework go through any type of review process?
It does. It goes through a technical review as well as an administrative review.
And have you had any specialized training in the field of forensics?
I have.
And what type of training?
So I first had training in the lab, and then I have had external training that has included bloodstain pattern analysis training, crime scene reconstruction training, and a microscope class.
And are you affiliated with any professional organizations?
I am. I'm a member of the IABPA, which is the International Association of Bloodstain Pattern Analysts.
And you've testified in court many times in the Commonwealth, correct?
I have.
Going back to what you talked about bloodstain pattern analysis, can you describe the training you've had in that field in particular?
So it first began with taking a 40-hour course in the basics of bloodstain pattern analysis. That was used in my original training at the laboratory. It consisted of a 40-hour course where we do experimentations, look at bloodstains, and prepare reports, as well as taking an exam at the end. So that was my original course that I took. I've since taken 7 other additional courses that include another basic bloodstain class. I've taken advanced bloodstain pattern classes. I've taken fluid dynamics of bloodstains, and I've also taken bloodstain classes on fabrics.
Now, do you undergo any continuing education after all of that training on bloodstain pattern analysis?
I do.
Can you describe that?
So we continually get training every year. We have to do at least 8 hours, which could be training from readings, attending a course, attending workshops that we have through the IABPA, some sort of educational trainings.
And is bloodstain pattern analysis, that discipline, is it accredited?
It is.
How so?
It was accredited through our lab during our accreditation in 2008. It became accredited for the Mass State Police Lab.
And is it still currently accredited?
It is.
And do you have to take proficiency tests specifically in bloodstain pattern analysis?
I do.
How often?
Take a yearly test from an outside vendor agency.
And have you passed all of those tests?
I have.
And have you testified in courts in the Commonwealth about bloodstain pattern analysis?
I have.
And how many times have you done that?
I've testified as an expert more than 10 times in Plymouth County, Bristol County, Norfolk County, and Cape and Islands.
What is a bloodstain?
A bloodstain is a deposit of blood on a surface.
And what would be a bloodstain pattern?
A bloodstain pattern is stains on the surface by which we look at it and identify how it was created.
So could you describe for us what bloodstain pattern analysis is?
So bloodstain pattern analysis is the examination of bloodstains and bloodstain patterns by which that they are deposited on a surface. We can give information about how the blood was deposited as well as how the incident occurred to deposit those bloodstains.
And are there different bloodstains and bloodstain patterns? And are there terms ascribed to those that tell you what kind of patterns they are or what kind of bloodstains they are?
There are.
And what are some of the features and characteristics that you look at when you're performing your analysis to determine the type of stain or pattern?
So we look at specifically the size, shape, and the distribution of those stains. With looking at that information, we can tell you the how, what, when, where, and how things were created by looking at those stains. That information, the size, shape, and distribution will answer some of those questions.
Can you tell the direction of a bloodstain pattern?
You sometimes can, yes.
And how do you go about doing that, and why is that important?
So in some stains, there is an identifying feature that we look for. It's called a tail. So when blood flies through the air and lands on a surface, it usually will land in an oval shape, an elliptical shape that may cause it to have a tail. The tail is an extension of that elliptical shape. We use that to identify the direction that the blood is traveling. So the tail will point in the direction that the blood was flying when it landed on a surface. So we can tell by that tail where that stain may have originated from.
And are there different categories of stains?
There are.
And what would those be?
We describe them as passive stains, transfer stains, and dynamic stains.
And could you define what those are?
Sure. So passive stains are stains where only the force of gravity is acting upon that stain. Some of the examples would be a drip stain, a flow, or a blood pool. We have transfer stains, which are stains that are created when a bloody object or body comes into contact with another surface, transferring that stain there. We have smears or wipes. And then for dynamic stains are where a outside force has been acted upon the blood, a forceful force that has projected the blood onto a surface, either by projecting it out or compression that projects the blood out. In that case, we have projected blood patterns, arterial spurts that use that term as dynamic stains.
And in your analysis, you use the word target.
Yes.
And what does that mean in blood stain pattern analysis?
So the target is the surface that the blood stain lands on. Could be a floor, a wall, anything that the blood stain lands on.
So for example, if I have a cut on my arm and blood drops to the floor as I'm just standing here, would that be a passive act and the target is the floor?
So yes, it'd be a passive act because just gravity is reacting with that blood, pulling it to the ground, and the floor would be the target surface that it landed on.
What is a drip stain?
So with that example, if you have a blood source, say I have a cut on my finger, I hold my finger out, gravity acts on that blood, pulling it to the floor, that would be a drip stain, a single stain hitting the floor due to gravity.
What would be a spatter stain?
So a spatter stain is a stain where some sort of force is acted on it. So if you think about my finger again, and the blood is coming out, if I apply force to my finger, if I flick it, the blood is now flying in the air and landing on a surface, say a wall. It will land in an elliptical shape, and it will be considered a spatter stain.
And are you familiar with the phrase cast-off pattern?
I am.
And what is that?
So a cast-off pattern is a collection of stains, usually elliptical or circular in shape. It's created when blood flies off of an object. So if you think of my finger again and the blood is coming out, if I take my finger and I swing it up over my head, the blood is going to release as it goes along, creating elliptical stains, circular stains, and more elliptical stains. The cast-off pattern is created in a linear form, so in a line of those stains.
And what is a transfer stain?
So a transfer stain is when a bloody object comes into contact with a surface. So you think of my hand and I put it on the top here and blood is left behind, I lift it up, that's a transfer stain of blood.
And what is a wipe?
So if you think of my hand, it's a transfer stain, a wipe is. You think of my hand and there's a blood pool on the surface and I run my hand through that blood pool, I'm wiping that blood, causing a wipe stain. The original stain, which is a blood pool, would now be called an altered stain because there is movement through that stain when I drag my hand through it.
Is a swipe different than a wipe?
It is.
What is a swipe?
So a swipe is a transfer of blood, but say I've made that wipe stain and I lift my hand up and I have blood on the surface. I then go to a clean surface and wipe it on that. That would be considered a wipe stain. So a swipe stain, excuse me. So wipe is going through the blood, I lift it. Swipe is taking that blood and applying it to a secondary surface.
And what would be a smear?
A smear is usually a combination of swipes and wipes. If there is a blood pool on the floor and you make lateral movements for it, say you had a socked foot or a cloth that you were wiping it with, using those lateral movements going back and forth would be considered a smear.
And what is a pool?
A pool of blood is a liquid portion of blood accumulated in one area.
So if I'm, for example, standing here and again have a cut on my arm and blood is just dropping in that same area, is all the blood that gathers there considered a pool?
The stain itself is not considered a pool. We use it to identify blood from a source. So if there is a body laying down and there's an injury and it's seeping out of the injury onto a surface, that would be considered a blood pool. What you have described as a different type of staining.
What would that be?
That would be considered a drip pattern, where you're dripping just due to gravity. The blood falls, it falls into another liquid source. In blood stains, it's usually blood into blood. When that drip is hitting and they're hitting each other, it's causing an accumulation on the floor, and the stains that are formed, the accumulation of blood as well as smaller stains would form the drip pattern.
And sticking with that for a moment, if the blood is falling and the person is moving, does that create some type of trail or something along those lines?
It does. So we would identify that as single drip stains, and then if it's in a line with some movement, that would be considered a drip trail of the drip stains.
And what is a saturation stain?
So a saturation stain is similar to a blood pool, but the surface that is on is an absorbent surface. So it's a portion of liquid blood on, say, a mattress or a carpet that seeps into that absorbent material.
And what about a satellite stain?
So a satellite stain is a secondary stain. So if you think about my drip stain, as it's dripping from my finger, as it hits the ground or the surface, it can break apart. Though when it breaks apart, those little stains are called satellite stains. They come from the original parent stain.
And what about the term flow?
Flow is a term that we use when there's an accumulation of blood on a surface and there's enough that gravity can take hold of it and pull it down. So if you think of water dripping down a surface, or if there's a large accumulation of blood, it'll create like a stream going down to where gravity is.
And are there some blood stains where no determination can be made?
Yes.
And how so?
So we have some blood stains that just don't give us enough information by their size, shape, or distribution. So sometimes we can just generally call them red-brown stains. When we do our examination, depending on what we're examining and how we're examining it, say it's a blurry photo, we may just call it a red-brown stain because we cannot identify anything from the features because the photo is bad.
And how are blood stains typically documented at a crime scene?
So there's a trained forensic scientist that is at every scene that we document as far as blood stain pattern analysis. They are trained in documenting the stains as far as a sketch. We also document them with ruler tape. We want to know how high up stains are from the floor, and we also use very small ruler tape with individual stains. That tape is used to show the size. It is then photoed by crime scene services. They'll do a far away shot so we can get the whole information in one shot. They will do a medium and then a close-up of stains so we can get the sizes of the stains. Those photos are used for documentation and reviewing when we do our exam.
And do you do your interpretation and analysis at the scene or through photographs?
So with those photographs, we do the examination back at the laboratory.
I want to show you some things on the screen here. Are you familiar with this slide here?
I am.
And how are you familiar with it?
So that is a slide that pictures of drip stains that I've used during my trainings to show how those stains were formed when it hits at a different angle. So depending on how it hits on an angle is how it will form. So the bottom stains, which are more circular, will fall at a 90-degree angle. And as you get to more of elliptical shapes, they fall at different higher angles when they hit the target surface.
But these that are shown here, labeled drip stains, these are all drip stains. It's just how they fall at different angles.
Correct.
Mark this as the next exhibit.
Any objection? All right, that may be admitted.
I'm showing you this next slide. Are you familiar with this slide?
I am.
And how are you familiar with that?
So this is pictures of spatter stains. So this is blood that is in flight. Some force acted on the blood to cause it to fly. And you can see the elliptical shapes that it has created.
And when you say elliptical, you're talking about kind of the oval shape.
I'm talking about the oval shape, and as also how I described the tail. Some of them are evident on the bottom side of those elliptical shapes, showing the direction when they hit the target they were moving.
So where the tail, so looking at this slide here, this small middle photo at the top, where the tail seems to be at the bottom. What does that tell you about the direction of that stain?
So if I may refer to the one on the right, it's a little bit more descriptive. So the one on the right, may I stand?
Yes, please.
If you look at these stains, they are elliptical in shape, and they all have an extension, which we call the tail. So they're hitting the wall, and the tail is pointing in the direction that it is moving. So we have the elliptical shape and then the extension. So they are going from a left to right in a downward direction.
I could have this marked as the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted.
188.
Thank you.
Then showing you this next slide. Are you familiar with this?
I am.
And what are we seeing here?
So this is an example of a projected pattern, which is one of those dynamic stains. On the left is an arterial spurt. So there was an artery cut, say it was in the arm, with the compression of the...
Okay, I have to pause for just a second. Are you all on the same page with me that these aren't, to me, these don't seem like these are the crime scene photos. These are of something else, and she's just explaining what these are, and she's putting them in as exhibits. Isn't that going to be confusing? Because these don't look like anything that were in the crime scene photos. Just let me know if I'm wrong.
That blood, it is projected out and it has landed on the wall in a...
These are examples, right?
Curvy, linear fashion.
And you said, did you say that's on the left?
On the left, yes.
And what about on the right?
That is the blood when it hits the ground on the right.
So on the left, it's hitting the wall, and then on the right, it's dripping down to the ground.
Well, it's projecting out and hitting the ground. It's not dripping onto the ground. It's coming out of the blood source and hitting the ground.
Okay, so would it be accurate to state that for a spraying type of flow of blood, say from an artery, that's on the left is what it would look like as it hits a wall, and on the right is what it looks like hitting the floor?
Correct.
We could have this marked as the next exhibit.
Any objection? No. All right, that may be admitted.
189. Now, were you asked to do blood?
Okay, Rue says we have to treat the jury like they know nothing. So Rue, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely 100%. But I did watch the Brendan Banfield trial, just FYI, and they had a big blood spatter, super, super high expert come in. She was from Texas. If you know, you know. And they didn't go through half of this stuff, just FYI. she went through it and showed the evidence and talked about what type of spatter she thought it was and why. And the jury got it. So just comparing.
Blood stain pattern analysis on this case.
I was.
And what did you use in terms of materials
Here we go.
To conduct that analysis?
I used photographs that were supplied from crime scene services. I utilized reports that were written by Maureen Hartnett, the chemist.
And were there stains that were labeled by letter?
They were.
Okay. Did you label them by those letters, or did you use the letters that were in the prior reports?
I used the letters that they were labeled in the prior reports.
And so to start with, did you look at what was labeled stain A on the floor of the basement at 47 Summer Street?
I did.
And showing you this page here, what are we looking at here?
So this is a page of my notes when I was doing my exam. So it has a picture of the stains themselves and then all of the identifying factors written in my handwriting when I was doing my examination.
This is the blood.
When you did your examination on this item, what did you determine about the blood stain?
So that is a red-brown stain on the carpet in the basement. It was deemed a saturation stain with transfer stain surrounding it. So you have the center stain that's darker red. That is the saturation stain. And then surrounding it, there is lighter red-brown staining that was a transfer from that saturation stain across the carpet.
And you're not able to say how that transfer happened, correct?
I am not.
But basically, looking here, this larger area in the middle of the bottom photo, that's the original saturation stain where it's soaked into the carpet.
Yes.
And then at some point, something touched this saturation stain and then touched to the side of it.
If I may.
You may, sure.
So this is the saturation.
Let us see. We can't see.
Surrounding it is the lighter red brown. That is the transfer as something moved across the actual saturation stain.
Thank you.
The mark to the left there.
I think that's just another portion of the saturation stain.
Move to submit this as the next
All
exhibit.
right, that may be admitted.
Okay, so the blood pooled.
Did you
and
also
then
look at some blood stains on
it
the
got
floor
transferred.
of the master bedroom?
I did.
And specifically referring to stain B, showing you what's been marked SJC. SJC, are those your initials?
They are.
E12. These are also from your notes, is that correct?
They are.
And is this from the master bedroom floor between the mirror and the bed?
It is.
Okay. And what did you learn from your analysis of this item?
So from my analysis in looking at the stains, there's a couple of different things going on here. So they're the round circular stains, which are on the outside, are drip stains. So that is blood coming from a bloodletting event and going to the ground just due to gravity. The stains that are overlapping are considered a drip pattern. So standing there for a period of time, the blood is dripping due to gravity into itself, causing the overlapping stains as well as the small stains that are all surrounding it. Over here on the right side, there is some movement through the some of the red-brown stains, causing them to have lateral determination, and so those would be smear stains. So they're originally drip stains that were smeared through.
And showing you E13 from your notes, is this a close-up of that same area?
It is.
And if you could just point out again for us in this lower photo what we're looking at here.
So this is just a close-up of it, showing some of the drip stains that are singular by themselves, and then the drip pattern itself. So that is blood dripping into blood. And then the top one that's So movement through those blood stains.
We could have E12 as the next exhibit and E13 as the following.
All right, that may be admitted.
And just for clarification, showing you what's been previously marked as exhibit 159. That's that same area for E12 and E13.
It is. The staining on the ground is right in front of the mirror, and the bottom portion is the bed, so between the mirror and the bed.
She sure does know her stain.
Now
She's an
showing you
expert.
what's
We
been
spent
marked previously,
a long time confirming
as
she was an
exhibit
expert.
161. That the mirror we were just discussing.
Yes.
And did you do an analysis on the blood stains on the mirror?
I did.
Showing you what's been marked as E14 in your report. I'm just going to zoom in here to the top photo. Now the stains have been marked there with a ruler, correct, as you described previously?
Correct, yes.
And then in the lower left, can you tell us what we're looking at here?
So this is a close-up of the stains from the top picture with the ruler attached.
And what, if anything, were you able to determine about these blood stains on the mirror?
So the blood stains themselves were elliptical in shape, so it did give me some information. There was a larger amount of blood, so you can see on the stains that it starts to go down the mirror. That's due to gravity, so we call that flow. Because they were elliptical in shape, there are two different categories that they could go into, which would be a drip stain that just landed at an angle, or actually a spatter stain, which is a blood in flight. Because I couldn't tell the difference, but I did limit it down to either a drip stain that fell at an angle or a spatter stain that was forced onto that mirror. So I couldn't come to a definite conclusion, so I brought it down to either a drip stain or a spatter stain.
So would it be accurate to say it could either be from someone being near the mirror bleeding and blood dropping on it, or someone with blood, or an instrument or something with blood on it moving and spattering the blood on it?
Correct, either of those motions.
We could have E14 as the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted.
193. Showing you what's been previously marked as exhibit 162. This is the bedroom windowsill.
Correct.
And showing you a close-up at 163. Did you examine this blood stain?
I did, identified as stain D.
And what did you determine based on your training experience about this blood stain?
This blood stain didn't give us too much information. It was irregular in shape, so I couldn't tell exactly what it came from, but I did classify it as a transfer stain. So something bloody, having a red-brown stain, coming into contact with a non-bloody surface, leaving that stain there. So a transfer stain on the windowsill.
Did you also examine the nightstand in that same bedroom?
I did.
Showing you what's been marked exhibit 164. Is this the area that you examined?
I examined the whole area, so a picture that shows the whole knife and then the area surrounding it.
Showing you another photo. Is this the entire area that you examined?
It is.
And can you tell us what, if anything, you determined from examining the bloodstains on the nightstand?
So I identified 2 different types of blood stains in that area. To point on the bottom portion here, as well as the top, they are circular stains. Those would be drip stains, so blood coming from a bloody area due to gravity falling onto the nightstand, causing the circular stains. So those would be drip stains. I also identified the linear blood stain up at the top, which is to the right of the knife. So that is a transfer stain from the knife itself. The bloody edge of the knife came in contact with the nightstand and left that stain there. Once that stain was left there, it has since been moved, whether someone knocked into the table or actually pushed the knife over, I can't tell you, but it was originally in the position where it left that linear stain. So drip stains and then a linear red-brown stain.
And are you able to determine that that was the original position of the knife based on the fact that the line tracks the shape and size of the knife's edge?
I wouldn't say that it's an original location, but it is a location that that knife was at for a period of time for that blood to transfer onto the table.
Because you can't tell the order of when these blood stains happen, correct?
At our lab, we don't necessarily do an order in our examination. There are some things we can tell you an order to. So I know at some point that it was on the table where that linear stain is and has since moved from there. But I can't tell you if that was the original location that it landed.
We could have this photo marked as the next exhibit, please.
May be admitted.
Showing you what's been marked SGC E17 from your notes. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
So that was stain F, which is a red-brown stain in the snow below the windows of the bedroom.
And what, if anything, were you able to, what are you able to tell us about this stain based on your training experience?
There's not much information that I can tell you from that stain. It's a diluted red-brown stain. It's irregular in shape, so I just classified it as a red-brown stain.
So that's an example of what you had told us previously in your testimony, that sometimes you just don't know.
Correct. The pictures were sufficient to see areas of the stain. There's just not a lot of information in the stain itself to determine what it is.
We could have E17 marked as the next exhibit.
Sure. That may be admitted.
Did you also look at some stains on the floor of the master bedroom entrance?
I did.
Showing you a photograph here. Do you recognize what you see here?
I do.
And what is that?
So those are red-brown stains at the doorway to the entrance of the bedroom.
And at some point in time, we'll strike that. What, if anything, can you tell us about these blood stains?
So the pictures that were taken were never taken with a ruler tape, but the pictures are good enough that it gave me information on how those stains were formed. So I was able to determine that those are drip stains on the floor.
And just zooming in on those a little bit. Again, what we have here, similar to some of the other stains you call drip stains, that's that circular spot of blood.
Yes, circular stain where gravity took a hold of some sort of blood and brought it to the floor, causing those circular stains.
And as you described earlier, is that consistent with the blood falling at a 90-degree angle?
Correct.
So straight down?
Correct.
We could have this photo marked as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
Okay, I just have to go back for just a second. I don't know where these blood stains came from, if she says they're in front of the door or right inside. So hold on just a second. I just need clarification and we'll go back.
The photograph here, do you recognize what you see here?
I do.
And what is that?
So those are red-brown stains at the doorway to the entrance of the bedroom.
Okay, to the
And at
doorway of
some
the
point in
end of the bedroom.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna fast.
Consistent with the- we could have-
Huh, so she said inside, if I'm not mistaken, inside the doorway of the bedroom. So just like right at the entrance of the bedroom. And they were just like 2 dots.
Excuse me. Did you also look at what's depicted here in Exhibit 46?
I did.
And looking at what you've marked in your notes as E21, are these 3 photos of that same area?
They are.
Okay. What can you tell us about what you observed when you look at these blood stains?
So these stains were further up on the side of the bed from the area that was between the bed and the mirror. Similar to the stains that were between the bed and the mirror are stains up here, which are circular in nature. So they're drip stains, and then an area where the drip stains fell into each other, causing another drip pattern. This is a drip pattern with singular drip stains in an area between the bed.
And showing you another photograph, does this depict that same area, but also going over towards to the right of the nightstand?
It does. So this is the area on the left side of the bed. Down below it is the area that was between the bed and the mirror, and the window is up over here. So you can see the singular drip stains, you can see the drip pattern where blood is dripping into blood, and then all of the smaller stains are the satellite stains that occur when the blood is hitting and causing it to fly.
Are you able to look at the stains here in the drip pattern and tell whether there was any movement or in what direction the movement was?
We can't tell what type of movement there was because they are circular stains. The only thing we can say about this is for a drip pattern to be formed, there has to be a stationary blood source. So you have to say it was your finger. You would have to stand there for a while and allow the blood to drip out into each other, causing that drip pattern. So we know, or I've deemed that there was a period of time that the blood source was in a stationary position, causing that drip pattern.
And the amount of time that it would take for that amount of blood to pool, would that be dependent on the wound and how it was bleeding at the time?
Correct.
And you can't tell that from the photograph, correct?
Cannot.
We could have this photograph marked as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
Show you some photos of the exterior of the house. What's been marked as exhibit 106. What's been marked as exhibit 105 and 108. Are these areas or photographs that you examined as part of your analysis?
They are.
Showing you what you've marked E19 from your notes. What can you tell us about the patterns we're seeing here on the shingles on the exterior of the home?
So these are photos of the red-brown stains on the shingles between the second and first floor window. A far away view up in the top left, and then closer pictures thrown up to show the red-brown stains. There were two areas, and then there was some excess of blood. You can actually see it dripping down.
I'm going to object to the concept of blood because we all know that that was never tested.
It actually was tested.
All right, can I see over here?
Oh, okay. So they're at sidebar. I think Reddington might be a little confused. But maybe he might be right. I'm not sure. Because it's confusing what was tested and what wasn't. So I'm curious. They also, when they're showing these pictures and they're showing the close-up of the shingles, I want to know where it is. So you're showing me a huge picture of all these from this window to that window. Where? And then, so as you see, I mean, granted, we feel like we're all experts, right? It looks like smears and stuff like that. So unfortunately, she's not going to be able to tell us how they got there. She's just going to tell us if they're drips or smears or what. We don't know. We don't know whether she went forwards or backwards out the window. How did those blood stains get there? And what type of blood stains are they, right? Because we know if it's like drip, right? It's dripping from your finger. If it's smeared, it's somebody took and smeared it. If it's like a spatter, that means like somebody flung something out and, like the blood stain on the mirror. It could be splatter, right? It could have been like paint. You splattered it on there. Or what did she say? I wrote it down. It could be flow. So because why would it matter how she went out? It's because the prosecution said that she hung on, and that's how the blood got on there and smeared. That's what they're saying, and that's why they're blood experts coming in. The prosecution's going to have an expert that comes in that says something completely different. So that's why this is really good. We need to know what this expert says. And trust me, I'll have notes. We'll have notes to compare. And then we'll see what the other expert has to say, which is probably going to be diametrically opposed to what she has to say. So this is what we're waiting for. I'm waiting to see what this expert has to say. Again, she can't say how it got there. She can just tell us what it is. Nat, don't worry.
All right, Tree Sprague.
Thank you. And so we in the upper left-hand corner here, we have
to that
the
question,
upper window
Nat.
and the lower window, correct?
Correct.
All right, and I'm going to zoom in here on this upper right-hand photo. What are we seeing here?
So those are areas of red-brown staining on the shingles between the second floor window and the first floor window.
And what, if anything, can you tell us about this red-brown staining on the shingles underneath that open window, based on your training experience?
So those two areas, which were to the left and the right below the window, were identified as transfer stains. So a bloody object coming in contact with a surface, leaving the blood stain there.
So that would have to be an actual something with blood on it touching that shingle, those shingles.
Correct.
And showing you below that, the small photo to the right, what is depicted there?
So this is an area of the transfer stain where there was an accumulation of blood that was coming off as a droplet off the bottom of the shingle.
And showing you E20 from your notes, perhaps a little bit clearer here. The top right photo is that same area of red-brown staining that you saw under in the photos underneath the open window.
It is. So the one on
Get up and point it out with the court's permission.
Sure. So the window is up above. So to the right, looking at the window, is an area of the red-brown staining. To the left is the other area of red brown staining. That left one had the accumulation of blood that was a droplet coming off the shingle.
And the two photos at the bottom there?
Those were a blow up of the right-hand side red brown stain. As you can see my arrows, they're pointing to the picture above, just showing a close-up of the stains.
We could mark E19 as the next exhibit and then E20.
All right. Any objection? No. All right, that may be admitted. Or they may be admitted.
And then showing you what's been marked as exhibit 105. And zooming in here on the open window and the orange ball there at the bottom, the red-brown staining right above that. Did you examine photos of that?
I did.
And showing you your notes E18. Is that a close-up of that red-brown staining on the open windowsill?
It is.
And what, if anything, can you tell us, based on your training experience, about this area?
So similar to the stain that was on the inside of the window on the windowsill, this stain on the outside didn't give me enough information to say the size or shape. So the only thing I could come to the conclusion was that it was a transfer stain. So some sort of bloody object coming in contact with the surface causing the transfer of that blood.
And are you able to tell the direction of that blood or how it was applied or anything like that?
There's not enough information in that stain to give that conclusion.
So basically all you can tell us is that something with blood on it touched that windowsill and left blood. Something with a red-brown stain on it touched that windowsill and left a red-brown stain.
Correct.
We could have E18 marked as the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted.
And then showing you what's previously been marked as exhibit 108. The top of the first floor windowsill. Did you examine those red-brown stains?
I did not.
I have no further questions.
All right. Mr. Reddington.
Oh, boy. Let's see what he has to say.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Just a couple of questions. You are, is it correct, you're a trained scientist? Is that what you're referred to, or?
I'm classified as a forensic scientist at the supervisory level.
Okay. And Maureen Hartnett would be classified as what?
She's a forensic scientist as well. The step below me, forensic scientist 2.
Okay. And is she the one that does testing on objects or items or substances to see if they're a particular, for example, blood?
She does do that. She is also trained in documentation of blood stains. So generally, that's why we do a lot of our examination through photos. So a forensic scientist 2 could be at the scene, do all of the documentation, make sure the photos are taken, and then those are examined back at the laboratory by in our case in Massachusetts, it's all supervisors in the crime scene response unit that do blood stain pattern analysis. We are also all trained in the identification of those biological fluids, doing a screening test as well as a confirmatory test for blood.
I don't want to be referred to as grumpy, but I'm just going to ask if you can just kind of keep your answers down a little bit to like maybe a yes and a sentence after that.
Okay.
Okay. So when you go to a crime scene, you're usually with a team. In other words, like Maureen Hatton might be there, right?
Correct.
And other state troopers might be there searching the area, right?
Correct.
And one of the things that you are doing is relying, if you will, on your associates or other people that are working that particular crime scene to do appropriate and adequate testing of substances, right?
Correct.
So for example, and again, when you're investigating on a murder case and you're dealing with substances that are deposited, for example, in that bedroom, the master bedroom, it's not appropriate, if you will, to speculate that something is blood, and that's why it's referred to as a red-brown stain, right?
Correct. We use,
But your experience is such that you have a wealth of knowledge as to the ability to draw an inference as to what it might be, right?
we're not able to look at a red-brown stain and call it blood. We call it by adjectives, so it would be deemed as a red-brown stain. We have to wait until we do a confirmatory test to say whether we call it human blood or not.
So when you say a confirmatory test, you're referring to the fact that you have a screening test you can do that initially would determine if it's possibly blood, right?
Correct.
Then it goes to the next phase, which would be a confirmatory test, which Ms. Hartnett would do, right?
Correct.
And then you go to the determination as to whether it's animal or human. It might be a primate blood, but it could be a human blood, and then you determine that it's human blood, right?
The next step after Maureen is actual DNA, so it will tell you whether it's human or not human and whose blood it actually is.
Okay. So we know that there was a transfer stain from the inside of the house, if you will, onto that ledge on the right-hand side of the window, right?
I believe it was on the left-hand side.
Okay, so as you're looking out the window, it's your understanding that the smudge, if you will, that was on that window was on the left-hand side?
I believe so.
Looking at Exhibit 106, that shows this first floor window, right?
Correct.
And then farther up, it shows the second floor window, right?
Correct.
So if one was standing on the inside of the master bedroom and leaned on it with blood on their hand or red substance, it would be on the right-hand side of that ledge on the window, right?
Correct. The one on the outside was on the right-hand side. The one on the inside, I believe, was on the left-hand side.
Now, you know that that was not tested, right?
I don't know if it was tested.
Right, you don't know what it is, right?
I called it a red-brown stain.
But the bottom line is, in your experience, looking at that bedroom, with all of what you determined in the investigation to be blood, the inference that you would draw is that that's blood from somebody's hand, right?
Correct. And that is what is stated in my report. We infer that it is blood that we are examining.
Okay. So it shows in Exhibit 105, the same window with a little hornet ball or that substance that was injected, like insulation is what I think you described it. That also has red-brown substance on it, correct?
I don't know from that picture. I only looked at the stain that was on the windowsill.
Right. Did you look at all that object? 'Cause
I did not, just
would you agree that underneath that window would be the two equidistant, if you will, red-brown stains on the shingles, right?
correct.
And that would be an object or something that has blood, or you don't know if it's blood, a red-brown stain on hands or something that was a transfer onto that side of the house, right?
Correct.
Other areas of the bedroom, for example, counsel showed you the door coming into the bedroom and there were 2 drop marks of the red-brown stains. You know, those were never even tested. I'm just saying, this is a murder case. It was never tested, right? But you're assuming fairly that that would be blood, right?
I don't know whether they were tested, but I deemed those that they were blood in my examination.
And blood on the doorknob itself too, so that from the inside of the bedroom going up, right?
The windowsill?
No, the doorknob.
I don't know of any red-brown stains on the doorknob.
Okay. Now the knife, photograph of the knife, and I know people can recall that, that has that linear stain that you referred to that you were able to observe, correct?
Correct.
And looking at Exhibit 162, that would show the left side that you were referring to as to the red marks or the blood, if you will, on the window, right?
Correct. That was the left side interior of the window that I examined.
I stand corrected when I say, I was talking about the other side, but it's in both. It's on the right hand and the other side.
Correct.
So that would be, again, drawing an inference, would be somewhat conceivable with a person with blood on their hands leaning on the window. This portion of the hand out here, this portion of the hand on the inside, leaving the transfer, right?
A hand or some sort of bloody object, yes.
Right. And the knife also has the transfer that you can see. Now, is that coagulated blood,
In which area?
But with a knife, I mean, you see that linear line? It almost looks like the knife was put down with blood on it, and then it coagulated, or it got sticky, I guess, and then it was moved again. Is that?
I wouldn't call it coagulation. So if you're referring to these
Yes,
areas
the
right
linear
here,
line, yeah.
those were red-brown circular stains that were actually on top of the linear. I could not determine what they came from, so I did not give them any sort of bloodstain pattern terminology, but they were on top of the linear line.
All right, and you would agree with me that one of the inferences that would possibly be drawn is that something banged into it or moved it, one or the other.
Yes, correct, to get that original linear line and then for the knife to be in a different position.
Now, the photograph in Exhibit 45 is the mirror.
Correct.
And then you were referring to the drip marks on the mirror, right? I'm having trouble here again, but
So I referred to them either as drip stains or spatter stains because I was not able.
That would be consistent with some type of a violent movement, would it not? I mean, if a person's cutting their throat, for example, and the cast off onto the mirror, or leaning, I guess you'd set it at an angle.
So it would be either due to gravity or due to blood in flight. So a force applied, sending that blood to land on there, or drip due to gravity.
And blood in flight, the inference would be that it's cast off, if you will, from the knife, going in a particular direction towards the mirror, right?
It would be a spatter stain coming off of any sort of blood source, whether it be the tip of a knife, a cut on the hand, something in flight.
Go ahead, Your Honor, thank you.
Redirect.
Thank you. So you were asked about the documentation and collection of samples of red-brown stains at a scene, and that there is an initial test done at the scene typically to determine if it might be blood, correct?
Correct.
And what kind of test is that?
We do a screening test called the Kastle-Meyer test. So it identifies possible blood. It does not identify whether it's human or animal, though.
And when that test is positive, but you have a limited sample, you sometimes skip the confirmatory step and send it right to DNA for testing.
Correct. If it's a limited sample, so a smaller stain, like something like a spatter stain, we may not do the in-between step, which is our confirmatory test, because we don't want to use up any portion that we've collected. So we would go right to DNA for that testing if it's a smaller sample.
And then the DNA testing can tell you if that red-brown stain is from a human and potentially which human it's from.
Yeah, we identify who it is from. We don't identify as human because we only do a human DNA test.
And defense counsel asked you about the red-brown stains on the windowsill, the one on the exterior and the interior, and asked if it could be from someone leaning out the window, correct?
Correct.
Could it also be from someone hanging out the window, holding on to in those spots?
Correct.
Nothing further?
Wouldn't there be drops? You know, if somebody was bleeding significantly from cuts on their wrist to the extent that one of the marks on the shingle you said had a drip on it, right?
So depending on the amount of blood where that contact is coming into place is what is deposited.
So if somebody was going to climb out the window and hang on the ledge and then like do a Spider-Man and go down the side of the shingles, they would leave a smear going all the way down on the shingles, wouldn't they?
If they came in contact the entire way down, yes, there would be a transfer all the way down.
Any further?
No.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you.
And counsel, could I just talk to you? Second, sidebar.
Okay, we're gonna talk. I'm sure they're probably done for the day. Oh, hang on. I must be like a few seconds behind.
And we'll close
Okay, yep, I am. Hold on.
So I'm not going to be some excuse you. All right. I don't think we'd finish with this next witness anyway. So I'm going to excuse you. Now tomorrow's schedule.
I don't think they were finished with her.
We are not going to be sitting in the afternoon. All right. I can tell you that. So, so I'm going to ask you to be here at 9 o'clock. Remember, I'm going to ask you those same questions, same instructions. Don't talk about this. Don't do any research. Don't watch anything. Don't listen to anything about this. I appreciate all the work you've done so far. I appreciate all your time. And so I'm going to ask you to follow those and continue to follow those instructions. And I'll see you tomorrow morning, and we'll get right back to the case. Okay?
Court, all rise. Good. Please close the notebooks, place them on the chairs.
Okay, we're gonna see if they do anything else. Let's just kind of zoom. We're just waiting to see if they put anything else on the record, and then they're done for the day, right?
All right. So anything we need to address at this point?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So like I said, the schedule tomorrow will start at 9 o'clock. We'll go until 1 o'clock, and then we will not sit tomorrow afternoon. So with that, everybody has a nice evening. We'll see everybody tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right. That is it. That's it for day 6 of the Lindsay Clancy case. Oh my goodness. Okay. So it's a lot. It's a lot. So if you're just joining me, please, I'm asking you, if you're on TikTok, follow, share, etc. If you're on YouTube, make sure to like, subscribe, share, whatever. And also turn on your notifications. Second note I need to make is, if you want to see pictures of what's going on in trial, I didn't do a good job today, but I'll go back and do it. You want to see pictures of what happened in trial today, etc. Go to my Facebook page, same channel name, Legalese123. That's where I drop all the pictures, the documents, etc. So go like that as well, so that you get an idea of what is going on. Okay. First of all, congratulations. You are all blood spatter experts. Every one of you are blood spatter experts. And if you're not, I'm sure you could get back in there and look at those examples and take a crash course of blood spattered analysis. Just remember, there will be a defense expert who comes in and talks about these things, etc. Remember, she can't tell you how they got there. All she can tell you is what they are. I was surprised they got into speculation there. Could it be that she was there, or could it be that she was here? Okay, but it was pure speculation. So, yeah, I'll be handing out honorary degrees for everybody. I'll make some up, and we'll chat about that. You get an honor, you get a degree, you get a degree, you get a degree. So again, I know everybody's like, well, why are they asking these questions? Because remember, in the beginning, they think that she hung there. And that's how they think that that's what the Commonwealth thinks. That's how the blood spatter patterns got on to the outside of the house. Could it be? I thought so. When we were going over this, I saw some of your chats, and I think a couple of people are just on, just right on exactly what I'm thinking is, what if she was hanging on to the thing? What if she leaned over, right? Isn't she like bleeding from her neck? What if she leaned over? That could be a drip stain that a blood accumulated and was there. You just don't know. So it's the prosecution's job to say, this is what the evidence is, and this is what it is. And then it's for the defense to poke holes in that, right? If you have reasonable doubt, not that this is something that the jury should be hung up on, but if you have reasonable doubt as to how she came out of the window, then you know. But that's not even a point. That's not even the point, right? Okay, let's go to your questions. Let's go to your questions. You all get certificates. I will make one and I'll put it on my Facebook and you can print it out. I'll make one this weekend. Okay, I just make my note. Yes, my brain hurts a lot today from the information. Exactly. I am. Yes, Dexter, total Dexter fan. Yeah. You hate at the end of the day already. What does it mean by he's going to the afternoon tomorrow? So tomorrow, FYI, they're only going from 9 to 1 tomorrow. They probably will have a small break in there, and then that's it. Court will be done for the day. Now, I also have to state this, that it's like, well, what the heck? What the heck? I stated this earlier. When they were doing that stipulation of Dawson and Cora and Callan as to their post-mortem toxicology reports, all of those people that they listed would have come in to testify about each and every one of them and what they did. Remember, I told you that when they do these things, it takes like 4 people to process one thing to get to the final answer. And then that one person then gives it to the final person. And that was the person who was on the stand. Alicia Zimmerman was the final person who looked over everything to make sure everything was good. And that's the one that testifies. So think about all of those people that would have come in. They're not coming in to testify. Does that make the state's case a little bit smaller? Absolutely. Does this shrink how long the trial will be? Absolutely. How long will that be? I don't know. Because I don't know who they're going to call and who they're not. As much as I like to be psychic, I'm not that psychic. Okay. Okay, so you guys say husband framed her. Now, I have to ask you this question. Now, somebody said maybe she was pushed. If that were the case, I'm going to put this in your little bee in your bonnet. He would have to have gone through the blood to get to her to push her out the window. Right? There is no evidence that there are any footprints on that blood. Just want to put that out there. You can come for me. Just want to let you know. Even when he did say that he got there, he went into the room, saw all the mess, and ran back out. I'm just saying. Do you think the husband was involved? I keep people saying that. No. I'll tell you no. How did her back and her ribs get breaking then? We don't know. They say like she dove out the window. Maybe she put her legs out the window. I'm still confused. I don't know. The judge needs a nap. Probably do, you know. Am I pro Lindsay or pro against? I'm pro nothing right now, just FYI. I am waiting for all of the evidence from the prosecution to come in. I'm waiting for all the evidence of the defense to come in to state my opinion. So he pushed her out the window. That doesn't make sense. Nothing shows a struggle. Right. And also he would have had to go through the bloody footprints or blood on the ground. Why did the husband change his shoes and sweater from the restaurant at CVS? Darlene, we have talked extensively about that. We do think that he changed his shoes, but I don't know about the jacket. Do you think the husband was involved? I keep seeing, okay, I keep going over that. Sorry, I'm trying. Aw, thank you, Terry. Yes, I do. I like everybody can have an opinion. It's open. It's open season for everybody. You think she went out head first. But so Amanda, did she put her hands on the windowsill to lean out? Is that because how did she get out of the window? That window, first of all, is very small. Secondly, the bed was in the way, right? So she would have to like push herself up and out. He changed his clothes. Shirley says, Sweaty and Annoyed says that you're pro that she wasn't in her right mind. Amanda, the way the blood is on the window, they are trying to say that she held onto the window outside, right? They're trying to say that she hung from the window. Why did the husband? Okay, I keep going. I don't know why it keeps going back to that. I don't know if. All right. Is the jury sequestered? The jury is not sequestered. They get to go home every night, and that's why every time that when they meet in the morning and then they go away in the evening, he has to remind them that they can't be on social media. They can't hear, read, see, or talk about this case in any way, shape, or form. If they do, they're supposed to ignore it. If they do or hear something, they're supposed to report it. They're supposed to be as impartial as everything. Like they can't be on my TikTok, right? Yep, I need more information. I'm glad other live creators are biased. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Sweater was full zipper at the restaurant and half zipped at CVS. Okay. We'll have to go back and review those. The knife was moved. I agree, the knife was moved. Yeah, I don't know. So apparently how she dived out or her injuries to her back are consistent with somebody who dives into a pool. But just put a pin in that because we're going to have experts that are going to come in and answer those questions for us. Okay. All right. You guys keep saying the husband did it. Show me the proof that the husband did it. Tell me where the proof is. I have not seen anything that's come in thus far that said the husband did it. Not only that, remember, she agrees that she did it. Right. She hung like she was afraid she was actually going to drop from it. Maybe she was hesitant. She was hesitant by going out the window. She was hesitant to jump or to dive. Because if she fell from her feet, right? If you think about physics, right? And you see somebody who jumps from their feet, that like the force would go up, right? Say this is her feet. Can you see me? Her feet went down and the force from that would go upwards. And like she would have like her legs and stuff would be shattered and the force would go up and the shatter, you can't see me. The shatter would be up. If you think about that, think about people who jump out of a window. But why is her back severed in the way that it is? It's like as if that hit first and the force went down from her back down. Not an expert, just putting that out there. Husband said she told him where the children were, but couldn't speak. So how? She was speaking. She was speaking to him. But that might be suspicious. I could see where you think that that's suspicious. Do we know if witnesses are to testify tomorrow? No, but I'll speculate. So one, we need to know whose blood was who, right? We don't have that answer just yet. Whose blood was in the basement? We can speculate and say that that was Cora's, and we can speculate the blood inside the bedroom was hers, but until it comes in, we don't know for sure. And then we need all of the doctors to come in to say what medications were what, etc. Right. She had catastrophic spinal injuries. Had to jump out of a window and sprain my ankle. You just gave us a great analogy. When you went out the window, you jumped with your feet, right? And you sprained your ankle. Oh, thanks. You're glad I haven't socialized yet. Something is fishy, but I can't figure out exactly what it is. Well, Michelle, we're here to be super sleuths together. Maybe she leaned out first to judge the distance. Maybe like she was hesitant and leaned out the window to kind of assess what she was going to do. And then, then why would she have head trauma? Great question, Kim. I don't know. That's why I can't wait for the experts to come in and try to tell me what's going on. Pink Sunset, people are trying to rage bait me. I don't get rage baited. I think she set the knife sharp edge down and then moved it over. Nothing beyond that. Or like they said, that she might have bumped the table, right? She might have bumped the table. But we don't know for sure. Husband said she told him where the children are. Okay. People have some wild imaginations. If she was in psychosis and he told her she did it, she doesn't know if she did it or she didn't. That's a great question. But remember, I know, so some people are like, she was told that she did it. Well, I'm sure they DNA swabbed the exercise bands, but you also have to remember too that Patrick took them off. So both their DNA should be present on that. And you can't tell me what DNA came first. She didn't remember anything she's saying. She did it based on what she was told. Okay. Did they say how she found her? She wasn't face down. He said that he found her. She was face up. Her head was facing the house and her feet were out the yard. So, I don't know how to describe this. I think you get the picture. Oh, I can't. It's not. I guess. Yeah. All right. Here's my phone. This is the house, and she was. So the back part where my thumb is her head. Her head was to the house, and her feet were to the yard. I hope that makes sense. Hope you got that picture. Hypothermia in less than 30 minutes. Okay, yeah, because it's January. It's cold outside in Boston, and she was just wearing a like a tank top and some jeans. And she was outside for 30 minutes. All I kept thinking is that she's sitting right there just asking her. All I keep thinking is she's sitting right there. Just ask her. She's not going to testify, Amanda. You're not going to be able to answer. She hasn't admitted it. How do we know she was speaking to him only? He says that. I don't know. Doc said she wasn't verbally responsive, though. That was because she had she was intubated through the doctors. Let's think back to the EMS and the first responders. She was moaning and she was saying she was moaning and stuff. So here's the thing. You know what would tell us what was going on? If we had the 911 call, because he was on the phone with 911 when he was with her, and you could, if we heard the 911 call, we might be able to hear whether she spoke or not, right? Just want to put that in there in your bee in your bonnet and think about that. Feet first. Oh, yeah. So your ankle got hurt. Yep. Oh, Amanda, see, you already beat me to the punch. Yes, he was on the phone. Queen says she was probably tossed out. Again, if she was tossed out, where's the evidence that he went through the blood in the bedroom? There were no prints on the knife. We talked about that because there was so much blood that saturated the knife and it wasn't dried at the point. It was all still wet in what I call viscous. So by the time she put it down, it was still all wet. So no viable prints. That's my opinion. It didn't come into trial. That's just my opinion. In the 911 was groaning from her. She could have mumbled to him and passed out. The knife she used to cut herself, I'm not sure what you're asking about. Yeah, why don't they ask her how she jumped out? But here's the thing. She's not going to testify. I can guarantee it. It is up to the, so just remember, the burden of the proof is on the prosecution. The prosecution has to prove that she was, so they're trying to prove that her mental clarity was there and that she's not insane, right? That would make sense if her ribs were broken. How can you be in the right brain space on all those meds? We're going to wait for the experts to come in. Why did the judge end the questioning or whatever? It didn't seem like the witness was finished. I think he just wanted to end for the day, but I do think that they were finished. So we'll find out tomorrow. Plus, if she used the bands to exercise, her prints would be on it anyways. Yeah, but for some reason, they couldn't lift prints from there, Liz. So I don't know. Again, I talked about this earlier. There are some... how do I describe it? Based upon my experience listening to other trials, there are some surfaces that your fingerprints are attracted to and are easily lifted off of. And then there are some surfaces that your fingerprints just don't adhere to. So maybe whatever the exercise bands are made out of, they couldn't lift the fingerprints from that. Spinal injury, blood loss, and winter temp is plummeting. Yep. Right, but after she was responsive with the intubation, she still had to use a whiteboard to talk. It wasn't until the next day when they took the intubation out that she could talk. But he claimed she couldn't call 911 for 11 minutes because his phone was switching from Wi-Fi to the cell. Again, they didn't question, the prosecution and the defense did not question him on anything nefarious that he may or may not have done. And if I was a defense expert and you had evidence to that, I would have asked them these questions. They didn't. Can you explain what she admitted to the judge this morning? Yes. If you recall, Kevin Reddington he says that they agree to the evidence that they collected. All of the stuff that they collected can come in. There's no doubt as to where they came from, who picked it up, who dropped it off to who or wherever. That is not in what's called a controversy. So he's saying all this stuff like, where did you get this from? Who did you get this from? Did you get a log? Did you go here? Did you go there? All these sort of nonsensical questions that normally would come in at a trial. He doesn't want any of that. He's trying to limit the testimony of these responders, the police, etc., and that he just wants the evidence to come in and say, okay, we agree that this pen was collected and it goes into evidence. We don't need to know the who, what, where, when, how, and why. Just put it in. So he had to make sure he had, because it's her rights, and you can't violate her rights in any ways. So he has to ask her, the judge has to ask her, do you understand what's going on? Do you understand the strategy of your lawyer? Do you understand that this is what's happening, and do you agree to it? And as long as she says yes, then they can move on. And when that worked, because when it came to the stipulation of the toxicology report from Cora, Callan, and Dawson, all of those people would have had to have testified just to get those results in. And that would have taken up days. Because how did you do this? How did you do that? Why did you come to this conclusion? Was your equipment clean? Was your bench clean? I mean, it's a lot. If you want to go see these people testify, go to the Brian Walsh case and go look at the DNA experts that testified for MSP. It was a lot. It might make this trial shorter. Am I correct based on the blood evidence that there were no shoe prints? There were no shoe prints. Nothing's been testified. We looked at the blood. You can see the pictures. I haven't posted them yet, but they were already up earlier. There are no shoe prints in the blood, and especially in the bedroom. And if you say, oh, could it have been dried by then? The window was open. What happens if the prosecutor can't prove she did it with the experts questioning? Well, it's up to the jury. It's up to the jury, which is the finders of facts, right? If you are sitting in the jury and you don't believe what the prosecution's putting down, then in this case, there are only two choices. She did it. If she's not insane, she's going to jail. She's insane, she goes to a mental hospital. Those are the only two choices. She wasn't taking very many meds though, right? I don't know what she was taking. We do know that we got her toxicology report when she went to the hospital and she was only taking a couple. So yes and no. Who are we expecting to testify tomorrow? Don't know. Could she lift prints? She couldn't lift prints because the husband did it and then wiped him clean. No, because if that were the case, then you would see smear stains, right? You're not going to be able to get out blood out of everything, right? And you go to wipe a mirror, right? And sometimes it's still smudgy. That's the same way it would be if there was blood. You would know. They have to see if the bands were just purchased. I'm not sure what you're asking there. Could she have worn gloves when doing the stuff with the kids? No fingers. Sure. She sure could. But then, where are the gloves? So you think that she sat there for 11 minutes before he went inside? I don't know what you mean by that. Tiffany, the answer is no. And I'm sure there might be, if this is a question, could the kids have been saved if they went to go look for them immediately? No. And why can I say this with confidence? Because in that situation, when you go do that, it is very instantaneous. It is okay. Also, this is kind of speculation. I think the prosecution said this, but I'm not sure. By the time that Patrick left and went to CVS and they had the phone call, the kids were already gone. And listen, you don't have to agree with me. You can disagree with me. I still love you, right? This is a community. We're talking about both sides. There's many theories to a case, and not one theory is right, even when it goes to trial. Why was the bed moved? She needed to move the bed to get out the window. Yeah. There are some questions about the husband. How could she have been able to move the bed by herself? Well, adrenaline, right? Think about it. She just did the deed to the kids. Now she's upstairs. She's kind of panicking. She's doing this. She's doing this. Apparently she had some pills. We don't really know. That's what they said. And then here. So you guys know, like women, you can get like some super strength if you're determined to do something. Plus, who knows what that bed's made out of? Who knows what the bed's made out of? It might even have like those little like slidey coasters under them. I don't know. Right. They said there were only a few taken out of each bottle. There will be an expert that comes and talks about the pills. I'm waiting for that to come in. It might have jumped. Okay. All right, hang on. Let me go and see if there's any questions over here. Any questions over here? Okay. Sorry, Kate. I'm not okay. Kate says, I wonder if she kind of like crouched out of the window sill and was there for a minute before figuring out the best way to go down, then jumped, pushed her with her legs. More velocity? Could be. Like a frog jump. But remember, she hurt her butt head first. Yeah. Like she did a flip in the air. And she would have trouble regulating her temperature with the spinal injury. Thank you, Kate. That was very, 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 very insightful. Yeah. Listen, I don't know how she flung herself out of the window. Maybe like she did a flip and she landed on her back. Could that have done it? Where's my RN people? Where's the RN people? All right, Terry says, I feel conflicted what to think. Part of it premeditated, made sure to be good day, so no red flag. I'm not sure what you mean with that. Have they talked about what, like how she got her injuries? No, not yet. Could she have slipped out because of blood? Could be, but I don't know. Her thyroid being shattered. Her thyroid being shattered. Could that have been from the cut? I don't know. Exactly, Lauren. Why does all this matter? We're just determining, where she will be. Yep. Be careful because anyways. Yes. So when you're talking about Callan, was he really, really okay? I think Callan was just hanging on by a thread. And that's what the ER doctor or the children's hospital doctor said. And the only reason why because he said that his brain function wasn't there. So I kind of just lumped it into that category. Yeah. Oh, there's my RN. I see you. Tell us why. Okay. You popped in and popped off. I don't know where you went. Tell us why her thyroid was broken, and tell us how and why she could have had the spinal injuries and how she went out the window. Thyroid gets shattered or crushed by strangulation. Are you guys saying that somebody strangled her? There's no evidence of that in the trial just yet. I know you guys are saying the husband did it, but I don't have any evidence of that. So I went to Google, how would someone shatter their thyroid? And it gave me some, call this helpline. Yeah, she had marks on her neck because she did that to herself. Husband and mistress were working together. That's a far stretch. Yeah, Lauren, I'm with you. It's just people talking. Well, the reason why we're talking about some of these things is because it seems to be a bone of contention between the prosecution and the defense, how she leapt out of the window and where the blood stain patterns were located. And that's why we're kind of all hubbub about it right now. Yeah, I'm afraid to look things up. We talked about this before, that if I were ever in trouble and they looked up the stuff that I was looking up, they would be like, whoa, what's this girl doing? Who will testify tomorrow, and will they actually get the argument of sanity or not? So, so first of all, we need to find out whose blood was where. That question hasn't been answered. That expert needs to come in to tell us whose blood was where, if we're following sort of the timeline of what the prosecution's presenting to us. Unfortunately, they don't tell us as John Q. Public what's going on. Let me see if there's any conversations about that from those who were in the courtroom. Let's see. Oh, and there's breaking news in the Karen Reed case. We'll go over that in just a second. Okay, no. All right, so breaking news in where are Karen Reed's phones? So they wanted to disqualify Karen Reed's, Alan Jackson wanted to disqualify, so it was ordered and denied. They wanted to yeet Robert Cosgrove off. That's been denied. I'm just reading the motion really quickly. The court denied the motion in response to subsequent motions to return the property ordered and returned, blah, 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 blah. Ms. Reed has not demonstrated to the court that the Norfolk District Attorney's Office is conflicted. Even if the Norfolk District Attorney's Office is conflicted agency is in matters pertaining to Reed, she has failed to demonstrate that the special prosecutor Cosgrove has not acted independently in deciding how to proceed in the matter. Moreover, the court credits special prosecutors Cosgrove's affidavit in which he states that he has never received instruction or urging from the DA or his staff. Okay. And the following with presented to the court's possible. Oh, okay. So, what's going on with Karen Reed's phones? I don't know. So the defense tactic of trying to yeet Cosgrove off of it was denied. So, I don't know. Just breaking news. I am not going to go over the civil cases of the Clancy just yet because I know there's going to be some allegations and stuff in there and I don't want to taint myself right now. I was reading, who's Karen Reed? You guys are hilarious. I was reading the motion in the Karen Reed case. Karen Reed got 2 of her cell phones taken away from her by MSP troopers back in Neverland. I wrote a big article on this on my Facebook page. She has not gotten them back. Even though she has no criminal charges on her right now, they have not returned her property. They're hoping, the Commonwealth, are hoping to get into her phones. They didn't so far. They want to see if there's any conspiracy between her communications and Aidan Carney's communications to see if she did any witness intimidating. Karen Reed. Karen Reed was accused of killing her Boston cop boyfriend in Canton, Massachusetts in January of, 2022? And she's been tried twice, and there's a big whole shenanigans about it, especially in Massachusetts. That is a story for another day. So if you want to read the civil cases, I can point you to where the civil cases are and you can read them on your own. I might have posted them on my Facebook page. I think I did. Let me look really quickly. I think I did. I think it's been a while. It's been a while. It's like maybe last week or sometime. I'll see if I can scroll quickly because I posted like everything that's going on. And oh, you know what? You might be able to, can you search my page? I don't see it, but let me just scroll really quickly and see if I can see. I think it was last week sometime. If not, I can try to tell you where you can find them. So as I mentioned, I did look at one, and Lindsay Clancy is being represented by Rosemary Scapicchio. I looked at the front and then I looked at the end. And when I saw Rosemary Scapicchio, I about leapt out of my seat because that woman, she's so busy. And for her to take that on is amazing because in a medical malpractice suit like that, the lawyer fronts everything, and that's a lot of money that's up front. So it's incredible for a lawyer to take that on. by herself. She was the only one that signed it, meaning there's not other counsel. Okay, I'm just trying to go through really quickly to see if I can tell you where it might be if I posted it. I am not finding it. There's my big long thing about Karen Reed's phones. Okay, I'm not finding it, but what I can do is if you want, I can make a note and I can send it. I can figure out how to send it. I'll send you a message. I'll send you a message when we're done, and then we'll figure out how to get it to you if you want to look at it, okay? Who's Karen Reed? Amanda with your eye. Who's Karen Reed? All right. Do we have any more questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, ideas? Because I have some homework to do. So hi, everybody who's joining. I have some homework to do to get these people who are up and on, and just to kind of go through some of the evidence that was on there. Let's see. So tomorrow, the court is only going to be in from 9 to 1. So I'm going to come back on at 8:30 in the morning, Central Time, whatever it is for you guys. And that's where I'll be. Remember also, if you want to join me on YouTube, I'm live there. You can watch the trial with me as well. You can also chat in the chatty chat box. I see it. So some of the other cases that I was covering, again, if you're not on my Facebook page, why not? I have made a special date calendar, dates to remember, of what cases I'm covering, etc. Obviously, we're going live with the Lindsay Clancy case. That's going to be 6 to 8 weeks, maybe less. The Sarah Grace Patrick trial was supposed to begin today or yesterday. It's being postponed. We'll know later on this week when it was going to be. There was a taint motion due for Aiden Carney. I think that's maybe what kind of came out. Then we've got some other stuff with Karen Reed happening, and then a whole bunch of other list of things that I'm covering. Missy, how are you going to cover these things? Great question. I don't know. We might have to have some weekend things, or since court isn't going to be in session tomorrow afternoon, we'll cover some of these things that were a little bit late on. So if you're here for Lindsay Clancy and Lindsay Clancy only, you'll get that. But if you're here for much more, which is what I offer, I'm not a one-trick pony. We'll get into some other cases that maybe you heard of, maybe you didn't know about as well. So Kathy, I don't know anything about the Micah Miller case. There are so many cases. And my plate is full right now, like so full. So I know I say a lot, and I'm sorry. It's just my brain trying to go, okay, where do I go next? And how do we do this? And how do we do that? Oh, thank you so much, everybody. I appreciate you, the likes and follows and everything. Okay, let's see. Where am I up to today? I was at 800 and something this morning. Hang on, we'll look. 1 second. I love when I come in and I see all of everybody who has followed. It's so great. So great. All right, I'm at 880. Remember, we need to get to 1,000 followers on TikTok. So if you haven't followed me, please do. Once I get to 1,000, like TikTok recognizes me and I can do a couple of other things on here. And you give to me, I want to give back to you. I've got some things in the works. You will know as soon as I get there. So I'm trying to build my platform. I'm trying to build my brand. And I want, I need your help and support to come along with me because I can't do it alone. I like the lost stuff. You like the lost stuff. So let's come together and Put it all together in a nice little package in a bow. And a bow. See? So if you ask me, why am I wearing a bow? Well, first of all, I like bows. I'm a girl of the 80s, if you don't already know. And bows are making a comeback. Granted, yes, we see that the prosecutor is wearing a bow. People aren't happy about that. Bows are making a comeback. Wear them. But anyways, so I kind of liken myself to a character, right? You have to have a personality to do these things. You can't just be boring and just sit there and whatever. And so when I wear these bows, it's part of my character ensemble. So I can be recognizable, right? You need a brand and recognize. If you see me and you see I'm wearing a bow, you're like, hey, that's the girl with the bow, right? The bow and the glasses. So it's my character. All right. Do you have any questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, ideas, etc.? And I can't have any more cases, but you'll have to tell me about the Micah Miller case because there's a couple of on here that I need to know about. What did I write? So one thing I wanted to say about was, again, Kevin Reddington is testifying. I wrote this down. He is testifying. Where did I say that? I wrote down he was testifying. Oh, I don't know where it is. I think I wrote it in the chat. When he continues to try to ask a person questions that they typically cannot answer, and then he gets mad when I'm talking about Kevin Reddington. He is testifying. When he asks his questions to the person, he's asking them questions that they can't answer because they didn't do the work. And go see Robbie Harvey's breakdown of the Micah Miller case. It's wild. Oh, I don't even know who Robbie Harvey is. I write it down. Listen, I like other creators and stuff too. I watch other people. Because other people have, different insights and stuff to other cases or even similar cases that I'm going through. And they might see something or hear something that I didn't hear. And so I do when I have an opportunity. But when I'm like this all day and I still have homework to do, I don't know if I can. I can't believe he told the lady that keep her answers short. Yes. Listen, I want you to answer these questions, but I only want you to answer them the way that I want you to answer them. Yes or no, and keep it short. And then when you pointed out that he just went on to a diatribe about a whole bunch of stuff, and then he's like, and then here's my question. Oh, yes, as a daughter of a lawyer, can I say something my mom said? Yes, please do. Kirsten, this is an open community, open communications. Kirsten, what does your mom say? I'm dying to hear what your mom says about this case. And has she been watching the case? That's also another thing too. Yeah, I think Kevin Reddington is about ready to just lose it. He's so mean to all the witnesses, all the troopers, and some of the doctors. Answer my questions. I would not want to be in a deposition with that man where he can ask you anything. In a deposition, they can ask you anything. Firstly, I want to say, yes, she's been following from the very beginning. Great. All right, Kirsten's got some tea from her mother, who is a lawyer. Kirsten, what type of lawyer is your mother? That is also a very important question. All right, if you guys want to know how old Kevin Reddington is, he is 75 years old. Still practicing. Isn't that amazing? I know, 75 and still going. He still has his head about him, even though he forgets. I'm sorry. What did Maureen Hartnett do? She was just on the stand a few minutes ago and told you all about who she was. I forgot who she was. Like, how can he represent you? Kirsten says her mom says it definitely sounds like PPP. And she feels that the husband has something to do with it. Maybe not the act, but he didn't help her in any way. Ooh. Kirsten, what type of lawyer is your mother? All right. If you don't know who Kevin Reddington is, he has done some other high profile cases in Massachusetts. He did Catherine Greig, Greig. She was the longtime girlfriend of the Boston mobster James Whitey Bulger. And then he also just recently did Dr. Ingolf Turk. I don't know if you saw that one. I saw bits and pieces of it. So Kirsten says that her mom says that he didn't help in any way, but he contributed to it. How did he contribute to it? Oh, you said someone from the Yates case might come and testify, like a doctor or some sort of medical professional. Let me see. Good old Google. Don't know the answer? Just Google it. Google didn't answer that question. I'm sorry. As in, he didn't take her serious for her mental state. Well, Kirsten, I have to ask this question. When he testified and he said that she was going through this telemedicine, and then he stopped that, and he took her twice to Boston Mass General. The first time she was supposed to go to McLean and she only went for half a day. And then the second time he said enough, or at some point in time he said enough is enough with the doctors. He needed to go see. So he took her to Jennifer Tufts. Now, mind you, that was really later on, and we're going to get a timeline about that. So, but I also wonder whether or not if she told him everything about her mental status. Though, I'm not questioning your mom. I'm not questioning what you guys are saying. I'm just saying these are the questions that I have that haven't been answered. I don't know if anybody's coming in from the Andrea Yates. Let me try this way. 1 second. Oh, it's not giving me what I want. We'll have to do a deeper dive on that. I don't know. And I guess we'll see when they come into trial, right? Yeah, did you like my new little sticker I made? It wasn't very good. It was my attempt to make this up here. So, and that's why I made this sticker. He never heard of PPP. He also started. My weird sticker. Can't even see it. I got to do better. I'm working on it. But I appreciate you guys because you guys help me out. Yeah, Sarah, that is, again, you're absolutely right. I mean, at the end of all of this, who is more vulnerable? Yeah. Kirsten, I do not believe that she's going to take the stand, nor if I were her attorney, I would say no. What does your mom think about that? Kirsten, you can ask anything. Please do. Where's your mom? Let's get her involved. What kind of a lawyer is your mother? I need to know that answer. Only because if she's civil defense or prosecution, then went to defense, or if she's just, a financial lawyer. Doesn't matter. I just wanted to know. Do you think she needs to be in prison for life, or do you think that she needs a mental hospital? Okay. I don't know. For me, I don't know the answer just yet because I'm waiting for all the evidence to come in, and then I'll make a determination. Oh, she's a defense attorney. There are many factors here that I can't answer because I have never been on any of this medication. I've not been in this situation. And a lot of us, oh, she's next to you. Hi, Mom. A lot of us have not been in her shoes when I'm talking about Lindsay Clancy and or Patrick's for that matter, right? And does Patrick have some culpability? You can ask your mother if when she heard of Patrick's testimony, the prosecution nor the defense raised any questions about his culpability in this. So to me, that lends, because we have to go off of what was based in trial, and your mom can attest to this as well. So us at home, at the at-home jurors, we can speculate and we can think about things, but until it comes into trial, if we're playing jury, we have to see what comes in. So what I am most excited for is the experts. I want to hear the experts come in to talk about the medication. What was she on? What was she taking? Why was she taking this? Why was she not taking this? Why did she take some of these pills and not take some other pills? And how that goes into your system, how it affects your body. How long does it take to go through your system and affect you in the ways that it does, right? How long does it take when it's ingested in your system and go through your bloodstream to make that change? And then once you're off said medication, or you stop taking this and you're hopping from this and this, how do all of these things accumulate and work in your system? And what did she have in her system when this was happening? We did get a toxicology report today of where she was when she was in the hospital. So you think that okay. So Kirsten, are you and your mom thinking it was premeditated and you think that she should go to jail? Or do you think that she had a psychotic break and that she, you're going to make them I do have a Discord account. Listen, after I'm done here, I will send you a message. I don't want to give my Discord account out just yet. There's some, we'll talk. Okay. Yeah, Kirsten. Yeah, Kirsten, you don't have to say, can I explain? Just start writing your notes. We'll go over it. And listen, if we don't agree, it's okay. Kirsten said she thinks she's a little bit of both because she looked up and she called the store in which she wanted him to go. She also made she also made the food reservation, right? Or she ordered the food, right? So should she have a moment of clarity then, and then all of a sudden she didn't? Okay. So, Kirsten, here's the thing. That hasn't come into evidence just yet. Her looking up the timing, that hasn't come into evidence yet. The digital experts haven't come in yet. So until we get the download of the phone, I might be right next to you. Will they call her parents to the stand? It's possible. Hi. Oh, I can't read this. Is it is it Hex? Kiss the Hex? It's so script. Hi, you're new here. Hi, I'm Missy K. We talk about law cases, not just Lindsay Clancy. We talk about a whole bunch of other cases. Welcome. Today we're doing gavel to gavel coverage about the Lindsay Clancy case. We were in trial all day today. Yeah, her parents are definitely defending her. Oh, kiss the Hex. Okay, I got it. Yay. I would like to think that her parents are going to testify because they were there with her in November when she started to go through these moments. Because when Patrick testified, he said in December was when it really started going bad. So what did she say and do during that time frame to allude to where we got to today, or where we got to the day that she oh, that's so cute. Whoever did the trumpet thing is so cute. I don't know how to do that. Did I do that? Didn't they say she trusted and felt comfortable with Pat's mom? I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that. And just FYI, Kirsten, I could be completely wrong. And I'm okay if I'm wrong. I will admit when I'm wrong. This whole thing is about everybody to talk about their thoughts and their feelings, their opinions about this. And you might have something that you observed that I didn't observe. Your mom might have something she observed. I want to hear it. I want to hear all sides of the coin because I could possibly be persuaded. Oh, the shoes again. Lola. That's all we've been talking about today. Is it weird that he changed his shoes? So it looks like he had some sort of like boots on when he went to CVS, and then he changed his shoes when he went to the restaurant. But again, we have to remember that, yeah, it was snowing. Or it had snowed. I don't think it was snowing that night. I think it had snow. I think snow was already on the ground. But just remember, it's not like the Karen Reed case where we know definitely it was snowing. Megan, is it too late to switch suspects? I'm with you. Again, to me, there's been no evidence that has come in that says Patrick has anything to do with anything as far as committing this crime. And remember, she said she did it. Now, Megan, I just want you to know that it's okay if people say the things that they're going to say. We don't have to interact with them. We don't have to say anything. They can state their case. I just read everybody's comments, and it's okay. Some people were not nice to me today, which is fine. Oh, Helen, if you're on here, we have some questions for you if you're a nurse. So Megan says, when did she actually admit to it? Well, we know she admitted to it because that's what they stipulated to. Because it's not a case of she's guilty or innocent of harming the children. It's a matter of whether or not where she's going to go. Is she going to go to jail or is she going to go to a mental hospital? Did that clarify that for you? Okay, Lindsay could have possibly have a good cause if she had pled guilty. Someone could see reasonable doubt. Could they find her not guilty? This is not a case of guilt or innocence at this moment. This case is about, where is she going? Is she going to jail or is she going to a mental hospital? She admitted to it, Megan. She stipulates that she did it. That is not what's in controversy. I know it's hard to fathom. I don't know how else to. So I don't have any emotions in this case. I didn't go into this knowing like the tea behind it. So I don't know, wherever Kirsten is, Kirsten's mom can explain it to you. There's a legal term for it. That she admits that she did it. So Lori says, but did she actually give confession? If she did, then does she remember doing it? Her lawyer is defending her as if she did it. That's where we're at. So at some point in time, she admits that she did it. So she must have, at some point in time, she might have like what's called allocated to the court that she did it. But I don't know, because I don't have the papers on that. I don't have the motions. I don't have the docket on that. I can go find it if you want me to. Just to kind of get you what the wording is. So here's the thing. She's already pled guilty. Now she's pleading guilty to insanity versus jail. I don't know. I don't know how to describe that to you. Beth says the injuries caused to herself is, in her opinion, not that important. But it's a hill that the prosecution and defense are battling over. Let's see what it, and the thing is, sometimes when the experts come in, you're still confused and you still don't know. Okay, we don't know whether she believes she did it because of what she was told or does she remember doing it. I don't know the answer to that. But remember, she is of sound mind right now to this day that she is able, she went under a competency hearing to see whether she was competent to stand trial. So she's sitting there that day admitting that she did what she did. So they're saying that she had what's called like a temporary psychosis, and that's why she did what she did. She might be brainwashed even to this day that she was irresponsible. Could be, but I don't have any evidence to that she didn't. I don't think she wrote a confession. I think what she did was she had to state something to the court that she stipulates that she did it. So Jessica says she agreed to the stipulation. So in other words, she's not going to argue that she did it. That Jessie, that was great. Miss Rivera says, I don't think that she did a proper investigation because they figured it was an open and shut case. That could be it as well. That could be it as well. If I were in the jury, I would need her to testify that she remembers doing it. Well, here's the thing. The thing is that you as the jury only get what's given to you. And if she doesn't testify, what do? They're going to have the experts that come in that are going to kind of persuade you to go one way or other. Put a pin in that, and we can come back when it comes time to for the jury to make their decisions, and we'll talk about those things. Did the experts ask your questions? And and here's the thing, manifest market shop. If you have doubts, right? If you have doubts that if you have any holes and you have doubts, then guess what? You put her in a mental facility versus sending her to jail. If you don't think that she had a temporary psychosis, then you go there. You guys are getting into legal terms on me in this case, and I haven't read the motions on this, so I don't know one way or the other. Okay, let me just see this, see if I can get some, hold on here. All right, law lovies, get ready to buckle up for some legal terminology. Okay. Hang on, I lost it. Lindsay Clancy is not contesting that she harmed her children, and her defense team has openly stated that she takes responsibility for the acts. That's what's being presented. She has not officially pled not guilty, or sorry, she has officially pled not guilty by reason of insanity. In the court, she formally signed a stipulation of the facts, legally agreeing that she caused the deaths. By doing this, she avoids fighting the physical evidence, so the trial is supposed to focus on the mental state at the time of the tragedy. How was that? How was that? All right. Jesse Lee, it's in the stipulation. Great. Do these cases always go to trial, or does the prosecution sometimes agree with the insanity? So some cases go to trial. Some cases they plead it out, right? We think you did XYZ. We're going to give you this deal. Here we go. The prosecutors have doubled and tripled down in this case, in my opinion, that said, we think she did this, and this is why, and therefore she needs to go to jail. That's in my opinion. Will she spend the rest of her life in a mental facility? Would it be a sentence imposed by the court? So when she goes to a mental facility, I don't know if you know this, but she will be assessed every year. I would venture to guess she's going to be in a mental facility for a very long time. I don't think she's going anywhere if she goes to a mental facility. I don't think she's getting out. What is it? Gail Campbell says, I don't trust her ex. I can't wait to read Lindsay Clancy's book. Also, I can't wait to read the civil cases. The civil cases will give us the tea as well, but I'm waiting to read those until this trial because this is me and this is where I'm coming from. You are more than welcome to read them. Jessie Lee says she's leaning towards a mental facility. Yeah, and we're going to see how this leans. Again, I'm waiting. She wrote a book, ? I don't know if she wrote a book yet. Does anybody know if she wrote a book? I think the prosecutor is trying it as a guilt or innocent case. You're absolutely right, Lori. I think that's where they're going for. Not yet. Yeah. So just FYI, we're going to get a lot of information that would be in a book when we go over the civil cases. So if you haven't liked and followed me already, as soon as this case is over, and we might go into a next case because I've got a whole big docket of cases, I will go over the civil case. We'll read the motions together, and that will give you all the ins and outs that are going on. You get a lot of the ins and outs from the motions. I call it the tea. You get all of the stuff. And again, Rosemary Scapiccio is her lawyer. And if you know Rosemary Scapiccio, put a 1 in the chat. If you know Rosemary Scapiccio, she will give us the tea. And especially in a civil case, they can tell us a lot more than in a criminal case. So, but if you can't wait, let me know and I'll see how I can get you the civil cases. There's a lot going on. There's a lot going on. I'm not reading them yet. I don't want to be biased just yet. I want to wait for the experts to come in to tell me. So I'm holding off on waiting. But if you'd like to join me, I invite you to join me afterwards. And then, we'll see. Yeah, they want to wrap it up into a nice little bow and hand it over to the jury and be like, okay, see, look, we told you. So we'll just have to wait. So yes, there are going to be a lot of medical experts. I know that there's going to be a psychologist on both sides coming in. Sorry, psychiatrists. Psychiatrists are the ones that can give meds. Then we have to hear from, if possible, we have to hear from the doctors who prescribed her these medications. Jennifer Tufts, all the other ones that had come in, I forget their names, who prescribed her these medications. Why did you prescribe this medication? What were you trying to do? What was going on here? What did Lindsay Clancy tell you here? What did she tell you there? What did she not tell you? Why did you do this? Then we have to hear from the people at McLean, right? Why was she at McLean? Was she there just to color and do clay? As Patrick Clancy said that's what she did. We know that she didn't. So what did she do at McLean? When she went to Boston, when she went to Mass General twice before she went to McLean, are they going to tell us what happened? So we have a whole bunch of pieces of the puzzles that are missing. That's from the prosecution side. And then the defense is going to bring in people who are going to counteract what they have to say. And just remember, the defense also, they don't have to put on anybody, but they're going to. They will. They're going to put on their own experts to say, so each side's going to put on experts that believes their theory, right? So, okay, law lovies, it is almost 4:00 my time. I appreciate you guys very, very, very much. I'm going to end the stream here in just a few minutes. Let me know if you have any comments, questions, thoughts, ideas. If you want to read the Lindsay Clancy civil cases, I will look for them and I will post them for you. There's a lot going. So Patrick has his own, Lindsay has her own, and there's a lot going on. They're actually going on right now. Like, they're going through the court systems. I don't know, if they've made appearances in front of the judge and who the judges are, etc. So we'll have to look. And then also, if it goes to federal court, we're in trouble because federal courts, you have to pay to get those things. So we might be asking for some donations for those. And then if it goes to court and it's federal, we don't get to see those things because federal courts do not have cameras in the courtrooms just yet. So, all right, law lovies, if you have any comments, questions, concerns, you can send me a message, especially on TikTok. Or if you're on Facebook, you can send a message as well. Has read the full stipulation being read out. Do you mean the stipulation that she agreed to be, that she agreed that she did it? Is that what you're saying, Jesse? Oh, good. Okay. So there, Jesse says, Officer Doofy 3.0 has the full stipulation being read out. 6 clips down. Okay. So if you want to go over there, you can go listen to that. All right. I appreciate everybody. Guess what? We will be back here tomorrow morning at 8:30. Remember the, hang on. TikTok is making me do some weird, looking puzzle thing. Uh-oh. I don't know how this, oh, here we go. There we go. I appreciate everybody. Thank you so much for all the hearts, the supports, and all the TikTok-y things. I don't know. I'm still learning. I appreciate you guys so much. And we'll be back here tomorrow morning at 8:30 Central. So whatever time that is for you. And remember, if you don't want to sit on TikTok and watch it with me and you want to hop over to YouTube, we'll be live over there as well. And then, we'll chat and then we'll figure out what we're going to do in the afternoon because we need to do something. I need to figure out, that's my homework, to figure out what cases we're going to talk about next, etc. So thank you so much for joining me. We will see you again tomorrow. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. Have a good day, everybody. All right, YouTube and Facebook, thank you so much for joining me. I don't know who's on, who isn't on, but I appreciate you. We'll be back here tomorrow morning at 8:30. So we'll see you then. Bye-bye. Thanks for watching Legalese 123. If you like what you saw, please like and subscribe for more content.